Oop. So we're going to pick up. We're not going to hit that one that says continue over there. I'm definitely not addicted to this game, and I definitely did not play a different save file on my time off. For the record, the other save file is not ahead of where I am now. I'm going to deliberately make sure that I keep my save files so that the save file on stream is the farthest along so I don't spoil myself. And thank you for the 40 stream streak, a Night Dweller. I really do appreciate it. Catch the last 40 without missing a single one. You still need someone to teach PoE to you, PoE 2, and you can teach Diablo in return. Alright, so where we left off, we are using trains for logistics on this one. For those who aren't familiar with Factorio, this is a factory automation style game. So you start out, you walk up with a little pickaxe, you go up to a rock, and you bang on a little bit, and you get a little ore, and you go, cool. And with all that, you go, man, banging on rocks by hands kind of sucks. Really not having a great time with this. So you make a machine to go get the rocks for you. And then you make a machine to make the machine to get the rocks for you. And then you make the machine to make the machine to make the machine to get the rocks for you. And then you make the machine to make an alternate material to make the thing, to make the other ultimate material, to make the machine, to make the machine, to make the machine, to make the machine that makes the rocks for you. You get the idea with this. And you just keep going until you have a monstrosity that's impossible to keep track of. Now, there's all sorts of strategies in how you build your bases in Factorio. The two styles that I have found tend to be the most popular is train logistics is one. That's what I'm doing here, where all of my goods are transported between my factory locations by trains. And then the other one is called, they'll either call it main bus or ribbon style. And so main bus and ribbon style, if you just think about these as all having a different good on them, you do something like this. So like, you'd have maybe 2 to 4 of these belts would be iron plates, and then they'd have copper and maybe plastic and stone, and then this would be inserters and all that. And you just kind of go like this way over. I'd go up, you'd take all the iron off the belt, put the gears on, and then it would go down. It would go onto one of these belts, and then it would go up to the next machine. And you get the idea. So the idea is you have this big ribbon that goes down the middle of your base, and that you take whatever you need off of that big giant ribbon, make what you need, and then you put the product you're making out of it, like back onto the ribbon. And then the only catch that gets a little bit tricky is every so often you'll be consuming so much iron plate, for example, that where you were feeding that iron plate onto the beginning of the belt, like, it was all good, but now you're consuming too much, and so you kind of have to occasionally, like, inject more materials into the side of it. And so there's a little bit of a weird balancing thing with the ribbon, but generally speaking, for, like, building up a factory that's simpler to scale, I do find the ribbon does very well. Trains, I find to be best for, like, quick expansion. Like, it does a lot of early setup. But then, like, for example, I've got over here, I've got this iron node that's got 40 million iron, sorry, 6.6 million iron on it. When this eventually starts to run out, with trains, now that I've configured everything, I can go over and say, oh, I need more iron. Where's some more iron? Actually, where is some more iron? We're just going to pretend... Oh, there's some more iron. So yeah, so then I can go over here to these iron nodes here. I can just have a train stop go there. And I don't have to, like, reroute a bunch of conveyors or anything. Literally, I put this here, put the drills on it, and I name the train station Iron Pickup. And it just works. But, like, actually just works, not the Bethesda kind. Now what I have to remember is what the heck I was even doing. We are currently researching the rocket. Right, I was making the lubricant, but I do not have what I need to get the, like, we're making the rocket. I've already got rocket fuel being produced. I'm making the lubricant that I need for the robots, but I do not yet have the robots. So that's what I'm working on now. That's what we're working on. Because we are up to the point we have purple science. And I think we have what we need for one of the R sciences. Right. I wanted to get things set up for the yellow science that requires the flying robot frame. So that's going to require me to make these electric motors. We're going to do that. I actually should probably go and show how this before you try and, like, figure out this unmitigated disaster. No, I should take the tank. Let me quickly drive you down to what I refer to as the mall, which is a common terminology used in Factorio for just the place you make all your buildings. So it's not the place that you like scale up your science or you scale up your production for research or weapons manufacturing or anything like that. The mall is a place where you're just like, this is where I make a bunch of random buildings that I'm going to be needing throughout my run, so that I could just drop by there, grab a stack of whatever I need, and then leave again. Versus like areas like this where it's like, no, but I need to make as much as I can. Meanwhile, while we're driving over here, for the robot frame, so I need the electric motors, and that's circuits, engines, and lubricant. So the circuits and the engines are already on my train network. The lubricant is not, which I remember was the snag, is I don't really have room to add a train station there to pick up the lubricant, to take it wherever I need it. And I'm deliberately running into a bunch of these rocks to get rid of them so they don't hurt the tank. And I know Burning Sun had a question. So your offline game is rare quality? I'm still working on it, but I have been slowly upgrading everything to better quality on that one, which has been interesting. But yeah, so this is my mall. So the idea is here, if I need more of these power poles, I can just grab them out of this box, and it will take all these materials, and it will make more. So it's very inefficient from a materials and area perspective, but I can go to anything I need. Like, actually, I need the bulk inserters. So I can go right over here to my bulk inserters. Boom, I have 100 bulk inserters now. And it will go to start replacing the ones I just took. I actually should grab some of these other ones too. Let's put these spare ones back. Let's grab the higher quality ones. And one thing I learned from my offline playthrough is I can go on here where I put the things on here. I can grab that, and instead of equals normal, I can say equals any. And now I don't have to take the time to be like, yo, where's my other one? I've got different qualities on me and everything. I can just do that. So the idea here is, do I have any ore still left in the area? It'll be over here. So when I started, there was a copper node here. There's a stone node down there. There was iron, I think, here. We've already mined it all out. But the idea is I used to have to come up here and go bang on that rock, and that gives me a piece of copper. Cool. And then I have to run over here, I'd build a smelter, and I have to put a piece of copper on there and a little bit of coal, and it gave me some copper plate. But then, you know, I automate this part. And then now I have all that copper plate, and I used to have to carry it over. Well, I mean, I used to have to craft it in my pocket. But then now we just conveyor it into our factory, and then this machine grabs it off here to make wire, that grabs it off here to put it in this to make green circuit boards, it puts it here, and then it gets fed around to make better conveyor belts and all sorts of stuff. You get the idea. It starts simple, it builds up. So when the factory looks like particularly low quality or whatever, sorry, when it looks like particularly like chaos and all that, it's super complicated, it is just a culmination of simple parts. But jumping in the middle, it can be sometimes hard to keep up. Now with the train stations, the way I have all these wired up and working is, if you look at all these, the train station itself is pretty straightforward. I've got this thing, it's a train station, it tells the train to stop here. We've got all these lined up so the cargo cars get emptied. I don't have to do any real programming there. It's just a container shows up. These are designed to pull stuff out of the container on there. You get the idea. The complicated part here is this enable, disable. I actually have a little red wire running between all these boxes. And so what it's doing is it's checking to see if I have at least 2,000 steel in these boxes. And if so, it'll turn off that train station so that no one can go here. I hope your day goes better, Darth. But then when we look at the trains are pretty self-explanatory. I've got it sat here where I've got this train, and what it does is if there is steel to pick up, it goes and gets it. If there's steel that needs dropping off, it goes to drop it off. So in this particular case, it looks like I need steel there, but if I go to where my steel is produced, which is here somewhere, here, and I look at this train station is currently turned off because it only has 1.7 thousand steel, and I told it to not bother unless there's 2,000. That way I don't have trains zipping on the tracks, you know, showing up and grabbing 10 steel and then going back and just blocking up the railroad system with traffic to, you know, move tiny bits. But then you have 100,000 normal quality answers. That's so the thing I've learned with the quality stuff is there's some stuff that's really easy to be worth qualitying, which I'm gonna go ahead and do now before I forget. Stuff that you use for science is really easy to play the game of upping the quality, because you take all the duds and you just feed them back into making science. Whereas the higher quality ones you actually use. So where am I making the electric smelter pickup? So if I go to the electric smelter pickup, I can do a splitter that says, hey, if you're anything better than crap quality, go put it in this box. And it won't be foolproof because eventually it'll overfill. But it is one of those things that then when I go to upgrade all my smelting areas, which we're in the progress of doing that, I literally can just go down here, grab all the higher quality smelters. You end up calling into work for safety reasons. Gotcha. Yeah, no, if you can't function, like you're just too tired. I was not prepared for the train to stop. Oh, and as I go, these train tracks are getting more and more dangerous because the number of trains zipping around on them. Yeah, so that's the smelters to the left. Oh, a building just got destroyed. Oh, they bypassed everything. They're in my refineries. No. That's the other thing my other run has, is I have a solid wall around my entire base, literally lined with no gaps and sentry guns. Alright, I don't quite have the drones yet. Everything else is in working order? We're fine? I mean, we're not fine that belt is definitely not getting enough material on it, but that's a separate issue. Right, and there was a sentry gun here, but it got destroyed. Where are my laser guns? Because we have those now. Well, actually, let's approach this from the other side. So where did that attack come from? There. Let's go deal with our unruly neighbors. And then we can do that. Because for those who don't know, one of the big comparisons between this and Satisfactory is Satisfactory, the enemies, the animals on the map, they'll generally leave you alone until you get close to them on default settings. Lightheaded? Gotcha. Well, that's no fun. So they'll generally just, like, leave you alone. Unless things are getting really bad. Ooh, I need to get more ammo than that. But this one, once they get exposed to pollution, they'll get more and more aggressive. Alright. And so there is a little bit of a arms race between you and the bugs. Because as time goes on, you expose them to pollution, kill their nests and all that, they'll just continuously get stronger and stronger. And so if you don't try and keep up, eventually they will get to a point that you just struggle to keep yourself alive. Right now we're in a good spot. We were falling behind in the arms race for a little bit. I kind of over-engineered something and not in the best way. Alright, so since we were successfully attacked from this, they have a bottom out eventually, right? Oh yeah, no, eventually they evolve to, like, kind of the max that they can get. And then they won't get any worse than that. But that does take quite a while to get there. And the player keeps getting better weapons. Yeah, so eventually you can get it where you can fairly safely kind of hold your ground. Now granted, occasionally they'll still manage to knock out a chunk of wall or anything, but by then you've got bots and everything. So when they do get lucky and you have like a really massive attack hit one spot and knock out a couple tiles of wall and maybe a gun out of your dozen or so in the area, the bots just zip on over and rebuild it all. But that's kind of what I'm doing right now is, as we're getting these attacks, one, I'm going to knock down the nests that are attacking me, and then two, I am just building a real fast and dirty defense. I will need to add gates and all that, but I want to give myself a perimeter, that way when I have a random nest that drops in range that I miss, and they send an attack, I don't suddenly find my base being torn apart. Instead, they light up, they damage the wall a little bit, and I go, oh, I got a problem here I gotta deal with. Okay. So now that distraction's over, I want to quickly run over here to where we have these smelters being produced. Because this should be pretty easy to set up where we can put some aside. Well, it's nighttime right now, so we are draining our accumulators, but we've been making it a point that every single time we go back to the mall, I've been taking a, I'm gonna go ahead and just to be safe. I'm gonna say output priority. You are going to filter for greater than normal on the smelters. Wait, that's not smelters. Well, greater than normal on the production things. That's fine too. Just skip it. I'm at the wrong one. The smelters, I believe, are one more to the left. Yeah, the smelters are one more to the left. Because on that filter, you don't have to pick the item. You could just do greater than number quality and leave it. Oh, I didn't know that. I thought you actually had to tell it what to move over. There's some of those things, like, there's a lot of really good stuff. In Factorio, if you ever want, there is, that's not the right place, there is like an entire thing that will teach you how to do most of the game mechanics. And while they make fun of I shouldn't have to go here kind of things, it's actually pretty good. But it is one of those games that it can be a little overwhelming at times. So you're saying it can literally just say greater than normal and just leave it? Oh, cool. Yeah, so that once you see that UI, it looks good. Alright, what's going on here? So you aren't getting steel. Alright, but that's fine. And the reason I did this is what that should start doing. Actually, can I make a passive? I should start. I need to get these on the grid. Wait, don't we have the drone thing unlocked? There we go. Passive provider chest. I'm gonna want to start making these. Where did you go? There you are. And what that's gonna do is right now it won't do anything because there's no drones in range. But down the road, in the future, when I need stuff, I can just ask for it and it will be brought over here. But it puts on my logistics network for the robots. So let's go grab our tank. And I see I've got a damaged gun over here. I got 2 damaged guns over here. Alright. Oh, tank's right there. Alright, so we can grab our tank. Let's grab some more solar panels and get those set up and everything else. And the more I drive the tank through these trees and get rid of them, the less it'll cause me grief in the future from running into them. Now, downside is all these plants and everything absorb pollution, but once the trees have reached the point that they're basically dead, they're not doing anything for you anymore. Did I put the quality? I didn't put the quality things in the smelters. Yeah, exactly. Burn and Sun just say the same thing. It's like, you didn't put the quality things in. It's like, I got it all configured, so when I make quality stuff, it'll do that. But yeah, so it looks like the issue I need to deal with is, priority-wise, one is to make sure our power grid stays intact. 2, I need to up our steel production, or we're going to be in for a bad time. But yeah, and this quality mechanic is a new mechanic to the game with the DLC. So I put these in here, and they give me a 1% chance of getting a higher quality each. So collectively between the two, I should have a 2% chance. And what a higher quality building does is it's just, well, a higher quality anything, is it will take some of its stats and make it better. I'll show you how you can tell here in just a moment. If I mouse over this, you're going to notice it says crafting speed 2 and there's a little blue diamond next to it. That's telling me if I get a better quality of it, that's the stat that gets better. And everything has that. So I could look at this and my bullet gets more damage. And go down my guns, they get more range. You know, and there's all sorts of good stuff there. Not everything gets a bonus, but a lot of stuff does. So it is kind of an interesting aspect that, with quality in consideration, I could, in theory, go and have my defensive wall, if I could get those up to, like, rare quality, for example, which would be a pretty significant investment. But if I could get, like, the guns on my outer wall to be rare quality, that gives them substantially more range, and then give them rare quality ammo, which gives them substantially more damage, because it's not, like, minor improvements. I'm hoping I'll actually have 2 accumulators here so I can show you. Let's see, technically the player gets a health bonus for higher quality. We're still not sure how to make high quality players, though. That has the whole thing. Ah, perfect. So, like, if we look at these accumulators, they hold 5 megajoules, and they can have max input and output of 300 kilowatts. Now, if I go for just an uncommon quality, 1 tier up, that is double the energy capacity, and about 25, well, about 33% more input and output. So you can imagine going up just 1 tick of quality, one tiny little tick of quality, just shy of doubles the effectiveness of that building. That actually wasn't a joke? No, that's, I figure is right, because I'm willing to bet mathematically, they probably just took a whole bunch of stuff and went, okay, what do you get for this one? Alright, cool. What do you get for that one? Cool. And then, you know, went back in later to figure it out. Now, for the record, all these things I'm doing here, these are not, like, the correct ratios or anything to do these. I don't remember. And it is one of those things that more is more. This isn't RimWorld. I don't get punished for having too much wealth. It's just less efficient. So because I am expanding a giant laser turret network, I am over-investing in my power infrastructure as much as I can. Because one lesson you will learn about the laser turrets is they're really wonderful because they have no ammo, and they are fairly effective. So while some of the other ones are technically better on your damage front and everything, not having to deal with ammo and then worrying about, like, one enemy getting a lucky shot and taking out the conveyor belt behind it, and then you just don't notice because there's no real icon until it runs out. With these, you just double up your power poles, and unless you manage to have, like, your defense is just straight up fall, they just hold. The downside is, when they're firing, your power grid is really unhappy about it. So I'm just running by, oh wait, I need to change this. Because now I have this better one. So if you saw before I had just the normal one selected, that's an uncommon one, that's a better one. It wasn't showing up there. So I am adjusting to how a lot of this works. Because quality is, like I said, it's a new mechanic, so I haven't spoiled myself into a lot of this, and it's just taking time to figure it all out. But it does seem like your late game, if you want, you can invest super hard into quality. Okay, so let's grab... I'm not going to worry about those right now. We just depleted that. We'll grab our guns, and we're going to do the same thing we just did here. I'm going to switch that up to show any quality. That way I don't have to deal with it again. Yeah, so this is the one that I'd probably ultimately do away with. But, first, steel's an issue. Where's my tank? I think my car and my tank are parked together, which is a problem. Alright, so we're gonna go and check out what's going on with our steel production. Actually, I have radars everywhere. I don't need to walk there to go look. So there's steel production. So the coal looks fine. and the plate looks fine. So it's just a throughput issue. And I could upgrade to just the regular smelters. One thing I'd love to do is I would love to gradually just upgrade them to the higher quality smelters. And that's actually what I've been doing on my other save files. I'm literally just expanding very slowly now and just waiting for the better smelters, and any of the lower quality ones get turned into science, which will only go for so long. This one, I think we've already expanded enough that's not really an option. Alright, so I got 120 smelters. Because I do want to be converting all of these random stops, like the steel and all that. They've been bringing in coal and all that. But where we're at now, I don't need to do that anymore. Where we're at now, I can actually go and eliminate the coal entirely. And go purely electric. Because they have the electric smelters. Which will give us a much better throughput and all that. So for right now, I'm going to leave this the way it is, just as is. I'm going to set up the electric setup right next to it. Yeah, I can leave that like that on that end. I'm going to take this a little farther. Because if it's worth doing, it's worth overdoing. And I know people have figured out the math that are like, oh, well, with one tier 2 belt running at, you know, yada, 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 you can handle, you know, yada, yada, yada amount of smelters on either side without upgrades. Like, people have figured all that out, and that's cool. Like, for the record, not bad-mouthing anyone who's done that. It's just not a way of playing the game I'm that interested in. I did some of that way back, but then I found I much preferred the strategy of, if I don't have enough of something, I'll just add more. Like, little things I'll do, like, when it comes to, like, belt balancers and all that, I'll do that kind of stuff from time to time. And I'll worry about that, but not so much. But then the idea of what I'll do here is once I bring this online, each of these individually is worth, I believe, 2 of those. Something like that. So with that, what I'll likely do is just turn around and go, okay, we're just gonna get rid of those. Pretty soon I'm not gonna be able to use this strategy anymore. Because we'll start getting enough that'll be expanded past the belt. Cool, so we've got that. Now I just need to run power through here and we'll be good. Alright. And then you beacon the module, or upgrade the science quality, and suddenly you have ratios all wrong. Yeah, that's part of the reason I don't put the time into ratios, because it's one of those games you could do the math early on, and then you just keep redoing the math, and 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 eventually you're like, you know what? I don't need to be redoing this math anymore. Like, I could just leave it the way it is. So, what's going to happen here is this is a coal train arriving here. So we're going to change its logic. Its logic is now going to be when it has less than 0, effectively disabling that spot because you can't have less than 0. And so what'll happen is we'll slowly use all of the coal up in that spot until it's empty, and then that... What I might even do with that is I might make that another iron plate lane. So the next issue I'm noticing is we're getting, like, no iron plate through here. Which is a problem. So let's upgrade all of these to have more throughput on this. Okay. So what should happen is gradually these will all shut down as they run out of coal. And then these ones will be the only ones running. And next up, we should check how full are you looking here. Those were probably pretty close to full when they arrived, because if you look how fast those things get emptied. So that is arriving relatively close to full. So let's take our tank and go back towards our iron and go check on that. Yeah, so we've got an issue in our factory right now that just... I'm running into throughput issues that'll need to be resolved. And a lot of that's because we've hit the point that our little yellow belts can't handle it, and where I was splitting the coal and the ore on the same belt, I want to get switched over to electric, because when I get switched over to electric, I don't need the coal anymore, so I can put twice as much volume of ore on the same belt, because I'm just eliminating one entire resource off my needs. So that's copper. And all the while, I want to be getting the next thing in production, but there's no point if things aren't going through there. Okay, so you're going to want more arms here, because those are going as fast as they can, but they can't quite keep up. It does look like our ore is bottlenecking on those, so that's going to be another thing. It may be I also need to expand and get more than one train coming in with the ore, which would ultimately... Actually, I think we already upgraded that too. So let's grab these arms. Yeah, so we're at the point, right, and you can see where I started to upgrade and replace these. Did I already detach the coal? I did not. Because I still have grenades being produced here. That's fine, we have grenades being produced in multiple locations, so I'm going to shut down this grenade production here. You can just have these. I'm going to shut down our grenade production there, that's not needed anymore. So you just go up here for the other refining. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go ahead and short circuit that out of here. So this will slowly drain of all its coal, and we're going to replace this whole thing with smelters. This is going to be a little bit forward and a little bit backwards as these all shut down from running out of coal. I'm going to replace them all with the smelters and get rid of all the coal lines over here. But that's going to take a minute because we do seem to be having a problem here. Yes, this is definitely not getting full, not because of inserter speed, but because of production. But as you can see, we're not getting past around here on our smelters. That all these other smelters are just sitting here idle because they're not getting enough ore in. And part of that's the throughput of the belts. Okay, we might be at the point as well here. I have an idea on how we can make this better. I was really hoping you'd reach that far. I can still make it work. If you're wondering what I did there, I made it so it can empty out both sides at the same time. So with this now, I now have two full belts effectively spilling out of here. As long as that train stop, the train gets back here before it gets too low. What is this train stop configured for? We need to change that. If you are less than 4,000... I think it's... We'll say 6,000. Because I believe... Well, that's 1,000, that's 2,000. Let's figure out how much the train can hold. And anytime it drops, like, close to the amount the train can hold, get the train already over here. I don't want it to wait. And as you can see, this belt down here is slowly depleting of its coal. But I should be able to increase the throughput on here to get more iron plates coming out faster. And if the more iron plates coming out faster, we should be able to get these topped off. And as long as I go down here and this isn't backing up, then I don't really need the better inserters on this side. This side might be worthwhile. That way when the train pulls in, it gets done here as fast as it can. Yeah, if we see these actually run out of ore. Okay, so this is 1,000, 2,000. Yeah, so it's 4,000 on that train. So we'll go here. That actually required me to know how much we can carry. Let's see how much a box carries. So a box is 1,000, 2,000. So you're going to say 2,000 per box. So that's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 24, 48. So I'm going to go over here, actually, for this station and say, hey, if you're under 40,000 ore, go ahead and keep that thing running. I want to see... That can't be right. No, that math is super wrong. Where did I get the 1,000? So let's see. 50. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So 500. That's 2,000. No, that's right. Yeah, 2,000 per box. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 24, 48. Oh, it's these back ones are basically empty. Okay, I was sitting there looking, it's like, how can these boxes be almost full and only have like 7,000 here? Let's make it below 8,000. Basically, I want that thing to come by anytime there's room to really make it worth dropping off. Okay, so this belt is basically depleted here. Oh, it's a splitter. I was sitting here looking here being like, but how do you get the coal? That's honestly fine. Alright. Yeah, so we're looking pretty good here. The coal is slowly depleting and all that. And for those who don't know, Allison Adventures, absolutely a fantastic content creator. Someone I definitely recommend checking out as well. Good times over there. Yeah, so you can see this one's actually having problems now where there's not enough throughput on the belts leaving. So we can improve this even farther now, because what I can do with this is just like we made it so there's 2 belts coming in here now, being split between that, I can have 2 belts going out as well. And then you can get into stuff like belt balancing and yada yada yada. There's gonna be some tweaking and all that to go. Yeah, so this one's about to be done. It's about to run out of coal, and when it runs out of coal, it'll shut down for good. Okay, sorry about that. But part of the reason I am hovering here while we're waiting for that is if I walk away and this all shuts down, then my factory kind of goes offline. I'm trying to think of the way I want to do this, because I don't have a lot of room for doing a bunch of like combinations of belts over here, but if I do it over on this side, I limit myself. Okay, so we did have an attack up here. It did get knocked out. They have attacked from... Right, it looks like there might be 2 nests here and here. We'll need to deal with that in a minute. Actually, we'll deal with that now, and I just need to remember to come back for the iron, because that should give me enough time for that to burn out, and then part of my factory will shut down for a little bit. The tank's up here. I need bullets. I need regular armor-penetrating bullets. Yeah, so we're trying to improve that throughput, because that'll keep our science going, because we are making everything to make the research for the rocket silo. I need to deal with inventory, which is a perpetual problem. And quality is actually going to make that inventory problem way worse, because then I can have the same module taking up multiple spaces of inventory. So I've got stone and wood. I've got a place I could drop stone over here. At the same thing, the moment I get logistic drones come up, I can turn around and be like, okay, anytime you see me with regular stone, just take it and dump it in that box. And then I no longer have to play the game of juggling all that garbage. Now I've got you for the wood. Go ahead and drop the solid fuel in there too, because that could just get fed into a generator whenever it has the chance. We've got the yellow underground and the yellow splitters I'll get rid of real quick. And I've got the blue arms. Which I've almost got all those out of the inventory. Yeah, that's all struggling. It'll take time. You're still doing your thing for a few more minutes. Okay, so let's go run over here, grab our tank, deal with those two actually, I was in the middle of grabbing that ammo and it complained that it was full. And you'll see here I am producing different ammo qualities. So we've got piercing at rare and all that. I can give you a direct comparison. So the rare quality ammo is 12.8 damage plus 20.24 damage. And then if you look at the regular version, it's 8 plus 6.4. So 12.4 damage, sorry, 14.4 damage there for the regular. And then the rare here is about 23.4. Needless to say, that's a hell of a lot higher. That is a much higher amount. But I only get a little teeny tiny bit of the better quality right now. I assume as time goes on, I'll be able to more consistently get better quality. Like, it'll always be an RNG, but versus being like 1 in 100 and 1 in 1,000 or whatever the odds are, I could probably start nudging it up to be like 1 in 20 or 1 in 10 or whatever it ends up being. You know, and then you can take the not upgraded ones and do stuff with them. I don't know. Alright, so we got an area that's probably got a nest over here to the right. Should be right around here. It looks like you're forming 2 separate attack parties. Where'd the other one go? Oh, there's 3 nests down here. Yeah, so that was an expansion party. So I mentioned they will actually run over and expand to an area. Oh, no, it's not. This is the party I was looking for. Basically, I'm getting rid of the groups that are about to run and attack my base. I'm getting rid of them real fast, and then we're going to take on those bases and get rid of them. Okay, so this should be a relatively easy nest to take care of. So all I do is I stop. And so what I've been doing is I've been doing this. I've been putting a defensive line of guns, grabbing ammo, dropping them in, and then I walk forward and say, hey, how do you like missiles? And then when they swarm, I retreat to my gun line. Oh, you're not dead. And that's that base cleared. That's because they've been up-teching quite a bit. That's one of the things I've been trying to do on my other save. I've been trying really hard to get myself a rare rocket launcher, but I've already reached the point I have like an entire box of regular ones. I may or may not have accidentally forgot to put in the quality modules on the first like 20 of them. Which is definitely not my fault. Certainly not. Hey. I just want to get the attack party to stop forming. So don't sneak around. If you have rare inputs, it guarantees rare output. Yeah, and that's what I was figuring, is what you'd have to do is you'd start, like, really early on, and it looks like you can literally start at, like, the ore phase, like, the miner itself can take the quality modules. So it seems like the answer would be you would have where you get your ore to begin with, and you'd put the quality things there, and have it split between these are the ones that got upgraded and these were the ones that didn't, and, you know, divvy those out. It's the ones you didn't, you'd start breaking out and go, okay, you're gonna go and become red signs or whatever. You know, stuff that you're not worried about quality for. I'm curious about those red dots. Anything that's high threshold, high throughput should have quality. Things like circuits and gears. Yeah, and that's what I was thinking, is like later on, like early run you don't even have access to quality. But like as you get later on, you'd want to sit there and go, okay, or put it on a super high quality, like put your best quality stuff on it to like bump it up then and there. Then you'd turn around and go, okay, well, take the good results and, you know, keep passing them up the line kind of thing. And then you'd go to your next thing and go, okay, well, for the stuff that you didn't get good results, you could still try to use those and then upgrade them if that component makes sense to do so. For stuff like I'm just, you know, these are just bottles of science. You know, that's where your failure outcomes go. I have that fire line pretty far back. But each time we're killing like 2 things. But yeah, no, that's the thing. I've already got my base pretty set up for what it is. I mean, honestly, I am literally redoing our... I didn't want to do that. I literally am redoing our iron smelting right now. If I were to separate it out to start setting it up for quality, this really is kind of the time, because I don't believe there's an I mean, there could be with the DLC. I don't believe there is the even bigger, badder smelter. Alright. Because then, like I said, as I could have this is the neutral default result. You know, put that in there, just feed in the factory per normal. And then we can take the better results and separate them out. And then just continuously step that up. My fear is I'm going to open that can of worms and there's no going back.
Subscribing for 7 months.
Hey, Lanix, thank you so much for the Prime game.
Rual 2, Rual tap, Rual 2.
Thank you. Well, oh, I'm standing in poison. That's not what you want. I didn't see that I was standing in the goop until my life started going down rapidly. Your golden recycling machine is where it's going to be heavy on quality is good. Yeah, no, that was the thing, is we saw that there was a recycling machine, and that you unlock it, and I think it's at like a Factorio ruin or whatever, so it's like, okay, it's space. That's where I get that. And I haven't looked at it, and don't spoil the mechanic. But my assumption is you put it in there, and you get, like, however it does it, you get a subset of the materials going in. Okay. So we got all the bases that were hitting us, and then we got one farther. Because this oil I probably do want to grab at some point near future. Because as we use our current oil field, the oil never runs out in your oil fields, but it does slow down. And our current one we were exploiting extremely heavily so far as volumes go. Not efficiently, just heavily. So it's not actually doing that well. And so pretty soon I'm going to really need to come down here and hook up to this oiled field and do all that. In the meantime, though, I do think I am going to continue to spread our defensive line and do all that. Because I would like to... Come on, literally attacked again? Okay, and that's an area where I don't actually have guns at it, but I did put that wall there so they couldn't reach my refineries without hitting that wall. So it'll take them a little bit, but they will break through that wall because there's nothing shooting back at them. But that does mean I can run over here and put up some defense. But this is the reason I want to get the guns online. If we start getting ourselves like an actual like walled perimeter, instead of where I'm seeing that blink there and it just getting worse and worse and worse, sure, it'll take a little bit of damage, but after a little bit of damage is done, those guns will have finished off the things hurting it. Whereas the part north of there that isn't that little spot, that part to the north does have guns. I just ran out of materials. And then promptly forgot about it. Okay. Yeah, so as you can see, I made pretty good progress in getting this front sorted already. I just ran out of materials to put the defensive line down there. So I'll finish up that part of it. And I'm going to go down here. I'm going to set up a little bit of a line over here too. Cool. Yeah, it's fine. And I am deliberately making these redundant where there's many pulls, because I've had times where I have like a really good defensive line so far as the weapons go, and then one of the bugs just hits the poles behind them, knocking out power for the entire defensive line, and the whole thing shuts down. It's like, oh, well, that's not useful. That's also the reason I'm attaching this back to my ore up here and not to the other wall. Same ideas. I'm trying to have multiple connection points of power and everything, so you can't just get an unlucky hit where they just hit like the precise 2 poles to drop everything. Yeah, so that copper's going fast. And I'm also going to connect this over to that spot in another route, just to make the power connections redundant. There. So I've got 3 separate connection points to that area. And I only have the one, but it's the main tower's pretty far back, so it's got 3 connection points to it. So that should be a boundary that's effectively established until they get really strong. I'm surprised we got attacked from up here. Oh, you know what I bet you it was? It wasn't an attack, it was an expansion party. They were trying to expand our base and ran into our wall, and because of that, you know, we're gonna go fight through said wall. Alright, so we do have that boundary secured. I'm going to take the rest of these guns and go down to where we just were and add to that, because it should be one of these things that if I keep doing this as I have to like go stamp out bases that become a threat, or, you know, like defend certain areas, if I keep taking the time to just build a little boundary here, a little boundary there, I should be able to eventually fully enclose my base. And then what ends up happening is when I need to do a major expansion, I just kind of move through and I can clear an area, like just go systematically clear it. And then as we do that, I'm just going to keep taking that one route to the bottom and just going to draw a line straight across. It won't be efficient spacing-wise, but it at least gives me a place to work, and it will have that oil on the inside of it. But if we do give ourselves that boundary, it is one of those things that you go, okay, well, this is the area I'm clearing to. and you kill the nest there, and then you start drawing your new line. And by then I'll have bots and everything, so it'll literally be just place a line and watch the construction bots just start zipping around doing all the work for me. Yeah, I probably shouldn't worry about the cliffs, but I'm going to go right over the top of them. And just keep the boundary the whole way. I apparently have a couple of these. For this purpose, they'll be fine. I'm going to make a couple of these power poles, but I need to drop back and restock. Okay, so that's as much as I'm going to build right now because I don't have the power poles to hook up more. Alright. So we've got that set up. We were fixing our iron. So let's go do that. I do think I am going to take... Yeah, so you can see the iron shut down. You can add radar to see when they attack. Yeah. I mean, you'll also see the attack when they, like, it'll mark the signals on it. But yeah, no, I do want the radar. You see most of these have radar. Those over there I haven't had radar. I probably should. This one I got a gap in my radar. But I should fill that in. But right now, I got to get this online. So what we're looking at right now, all of this needs to go away. It's time to uptech. Alright. For all the ones that just lost power, I literally need to go grab my power poles. Let's do that. They're right here. Okay. And then one of the big things is periodically, I want to stop by the, Periodically I want to stop by the, what's the word I'm looking for? Where we're making the smelters in bulk. Just to pick up the higher quality ones. Right now, there's probably only like 2 or 3 sitting there, so it's not really worth me to go do that. But that will be a thing that'll be important for us in the long run. Okay, so I've got that. Put all this in. So what might even be happening here is we might reverse the side that conveyor belt goes and have it go around the other side. That way I can start doing like the belt balancing and all that. I'll do that here in just a minute. Let me connect it out here. So I'm going to go really wide. That way if I need to expand, I got some space to work. Actually, I don't need to go that wide. It's not going to go wider than... Can't really go wider than this. So we'll have it feed in here. But that way I'll be able to fit more tracks of ore coming in and more tracks of iron going out. Because then I can start doing stuff like having one track of iron just come into this side, one track go into that side to give it much higher throughput and all that kind of stuff. But it is going to be a bit of a work in progress. We're going to be breaking a lot more than we're fixing for a little while, but it'll be worth it in the long run. No, you still have those. I need the conveyor. And then I still need to get the lubricant on the track and get our robots going, and I believe we've unlocked blue conveyor belts. What is your deal? What is your holdup? So you are red, green, and blue science. Our labs are over here somewhere. They're not currently running because of a lack of blue science. And our blue science is probably starved on plates, if we're being honest. Where is our blue science? That's military science. That's the blue science drop-off. There you go. This is the blue science pickup. And it's struggling on red circuit boards. And red circuit boards, I believe, are up here. Which is struggling on green circuit boards, which is struggling on iron. And what I see up there with those? Are those just two waiting? Oh, it's all the trains are trying to get on the system at the same time, so it's just delayed. So you should move. What train are you? I cannot have you waiting there. You're motor pickup. So we're having a problem now where there's a backup because of being here. Hey, you know what? Motor pickup. What's your requirement? More than 200. That's active. All right, so we've got something wrong with our trains. Let's try and troubleshoot this. So. Well, no, because it's still saying it's sleeping. So you're saying you're sleeping, trying to get... You're trying to get to the motor drop-off. And the motor drop-off is down here, I believe. Which literally, if it makes one more, will kick in. I'm just gonna say 4,000. It's not a proper fix, but right now we have the problem here. And this is, where one of the things I need to do that I haven't done yet is effectively make a train parking lot. So that, like, say over here, I have just a bunch of places at the train, if they cannot go to a destination or a stop, that they will go over there and just wait until they're available. That actually might not be a bad idea. So, like, when we extend this up to reach this area, so this becomes the main highway, I can make the train drop off right there. And it's just going to be a place for trains to park when they're not needed to get them off the network. But that should unstick everything. The trains are taking their turns one by one. They're going to refuel. It only takes a couple of seconds. And then it's going to go to the next thing. And that's actually with the red circuits why those are getting delayed as well. Is the trains are all just sitting here. Yeah, all these trains, well, not all of them. A lot of these trains are just trying to get fuel because they're getting low. That's fine. Sorry about that. But back to what we were doing, which is we were fixing our iron, which is a material that looks like our red science and green science, or not, red circuit boards and green circuit boards are all stuck on. So same as the other one, I gotta pull up all this. Because we gotta move the ore belt down one. Let's finish connecting you up. Okay, so that should all be wired through just fine. We will have to do a little bit of a reversal on everything there. You'll see why in a moment. So this is where it was the output. So the problem we have here is it needs to go up there. So right now I've got this splitter here, so let's move all these splitters around and try and make this happy. So we can go to our splitters. I'm going to have you here, and then you there. Pull that up. So you go here. Yeah, you go there and that's fine. And that connects that up. And then meanwhile, you're gonna go this way. You're gonna go that way. Cool. So with that, we've got all those rerouted. This can go because it's not doing anything anymore. But as you can see, it's going to be a minute of like half my iron production offline because we're doing a full-on upgrade. This conveyor belt is just wrong now. Okay. That's not right. Okay, so we've got that. I'm gonna have to rewire a lot of this. This is gonna be a reoccurring thing that is just gonna be rewiring. Okay, so now we have the conveyor belt one line short farther down than it was before. And we'll go here. Put a new splitter there. We don't have a priority on the splitter one way or the other. And that should take care of that. So now we just gotta drop our inserters, put them to have power. And then these 2 rows of smelters here will have about just not quite the entire capacity of all of those smelters we previously had. It's close. And just the same, we get another line in here. Start with this side so I stop putting ore in my inventory. Nope. But yeah, so we're doing a massive overhaul of this. And this is something we're going to do with all of our smelter locations to switch to these. The only other big thing that's going to happen is this is nowhere near as good as this can get. Later on, you get these substation things that with the substations, you can boost like all the nearby buildings with whatever modules you put in them. And it can be immensely powerful, but it does require setup. Okay, so now we would need the ore output. And it's almost a full belt. Yeah, so let's take this as a separate line for right now. So we can do some belt balancing stuff with it. It'll give us a little bit of room to work. I know, I'll fix the power in a moment. Gonna break it a bunch of times, don't you worry. Okay, so once we wire this up, we'll have 2 belts going. And that'll help balance it a little bit between those 2 belts. All right. Let's get these arms on here. Or at least producing well in the meantime. Now we need to check our power grid, because we are changing our power consumption considerably. We should be good. But these are the kind of things that you do this upgrade, you fail to realize how much you've upped your power consumption, and you turn around and go, when did my grid fail? Oh right, I jumped my entire power consumption up by like 50-60% all in one go. Cool. So I've got another line hooked up. And I'm also going to need to drop off all these extra belts and everything. And then, like I said, I'm going to hook up the quality. I'm just going to get all of this wired up. Then I'm going to get the splitter at the end to pull the quality ore off to the side. And then once I do that, then I'm going to go on to, okay, what do I do with this? I'm a little worried about doing that right now because while the amount you get with all these things is not much, just kind of the concern of it's going to be a lot I'm going to be moving. I got to drop off. We're getting just too much stuff in there. It's only because everything falls into your inventory. It's not your fault. Yeah, so steel furnaces, this is the only reason I don't like the steel furnaces, is unless it's changed, you make the steel furnaces, and then you use them just for the mid-game, and then you never use the steel furnace again. Like, they become obsoleted, and they're not a crafting material for another thing. So they just become inventory clutter. So you throw them in a box, and you destroy the box. Stuff like that. You do whatever you gotta do to delete them from existence entirely. I know that used to be true. It may have changed though, but yeah, we can check. Oh, actually, we could just check right here. Yeah, I'm pretty sure, like, unless there's something new with the DLC. Yeah, alt left click. Yeah, so it's like just accepted. It accepts fuel. It doesn't mention being used to craft anything. So it's just the way it is. So those steel furnaces, one thing we're gonna do is we're gonna get rid of these inserters. I'm never gonna make another steel furnace for the rest of the game, if I can help it. Those will get sequestered to a garbage box to deal with someday. Alright. So got all that picked up. So now it's time for the next row. I keep losing my place in my inventory. Alright. So this is going to increase the production of our iron smelting by a very large volume. We probably are going to have like 1.5 or so what we had before this rework. And then on top of that, I have no more need for coal at all for any of my iron smelting. So that is a resource that we were using that I simply will no longer be using at all. I need to grab more of those. Okay. And then on top of that, the other thing I should probably do is I'm going to need to... Let's check how is our power... Well, actually, let's finish this. Finish this, then we'll check to see where our power grid's at now. This belt is retired. We'll get rid of it. But part of the reason I also like the way it's going to work... Oh my god, please. That's fine. Okay. And with that, we have switched the entire system over to that. That's somewhat alarming. Yeah, so that just became my primary power use in my entire factory is those. And judging by that pull, it actually looks like I'm probably draining power right now. It's really kind of hard to tell. Yeah, so no, it looks like we're charging. Yeah, we are charging. but we're definitely not in a great situation so far as the power consumption and all that goes. We're right on that fence. Oh, I have a couple of these that are damaged, so they won't stack. Let's fix that. Yeah, solar isn't maxed out yet. Yeah, the thing is, it's just it's definitely not all the way up. It's a little close. And our coal station is the one down there. I want to drop off this coal that's in my inventory. I could have just dropped to the tank now I think about it, but we're already over here. Okay. One moment, chat. My nose is just bothering me. Give me a second. Sorry about that. Just like something's tickling my nose nice and good. So it's just really starting to get to me. There we go. All right, so we dropped off that coal. I have a little bit of iron ore in my inventory, which I had missed. So I'm just kind of trying to get rid of some stuff. But yeah, so you can see that's cleaned up this area a whole bunch. We moved our stone production, so I can actually build this iron smelting even farther up. And eventually we'll clean up those train spots. Like right now I don't need to, but it's just an on the to-do list. Right now I'm just trying to save my inventory some things. And Sextuple Negative on their 7 stream streak, catching the last 7 streams without missing a single one, so thank you for that. Going the factory. We can probably drop off some of the sentry guns. I don't need 2 stacks of those. Those are over here somewhere. There you are. So I can grab the extra 6 and drop them in there. Let's get our power stuff worked on. So here's the accumulators again. Go ahead and grab a stack of these. And then the solar panels are good on. Oh, stream died? I didn't... Yeah, no, I didn't even see it went down. Yep, no, I do see the reconnect into chat, so it looks like we went down for just a second. Crash but didn't stop stream. Yeah, so I'm guessing there's just like an internet hiccup. It's always easy to blame the ISP because, you know, most of the time they are to blame for real. If they don't want to be blamed, they should be more reliable. Okay. And slowly but surely, I'm converting over to being primarily solar power. And I do know the ratios are entirely wrong in this. I don't remember what they are. And I can't be fussed to figure them out right now. It'll be fine. Considering all I'm going to do is just fill up big parts of the map with these. And it'll be dealt with. Oh, I got one more that's a higher quality. There we go. Because that's all I've been dealing with it, is just between the solar panels and the accumulators. There's one here has a monopoly, rather annoying. It's not technically a monopoly, but their own mainline. Well, yeah, no, a lot of ISPs are what are referred to as a local monopoly. That the idea is they're not a monopoly in the sense that, like, they don't control their entire industry or whatever, but they are a monopoly for your local area that you really don't get a choice. That you will be getting it from them, because if there is an option B, it's usually just not even comparable or whatever. That's true of a lot of utilities. And there's reasons for certain utilities to be local monopolies. Like, for example, you don't want to have 10 different companies running the power line to the same areas. There's lots of reasons that's bad. There's lots of things that does happen as a side effect of that as well. But at the same time, there's also lots of problems. So what I think we're going to do, because I feel like making bad choices, is we're going to go here, we're going to say output, filter, left, if you are greater than normal quality. Then we clean up what's on there. And then output left if you are greater than normal quality. And right now we're not going to be doing much with this, other than just kind of throwing it in a box or whatever. These aren't going to need to. Who am I joking? We're going to move that one up. It's going to be a long time before I even remotely close to enough throughput that I need to worry about expanding this. That's fine. It doesn't matter that I set it to the plate. So I'll go here, do this whole bit. And we can just merge these. And so the moment I'm just going to snake it up here a ways. And then just go like this. Is this a good way of handling it? No. Is it going to work for now? Maybe. But the point is, now I can put the quality stuff on the belt, and we can start stockpiling those, and that at least gives me some warm-up for it. Because then what I could do is I could start separating those out between, like, okay, this is a rare, this is a uncommon, this is a whatever. And then using those to craft stuff. Because if I can get enough components to make, like, all the rare stuff and all that good stuff down the line, then we can do that. Let's see, here in New Zealand, some local monopoly utility providers have been mandated by the government that they must lease and supply their equipment to competitors at a price that is essentially cost plus maintenance. Yeah, we have that same thing here in the US. Now, is it actually the price of cost of maintenance will be heavily disputed. Like, they'll argue that, like, they're getting ripped off kind of things. But it's still essentially true without digging into, like, the minutia of, like, but is it really, is it not, and all that. But, like, you have, like, a lot of the wireless telco providers have to let other ones piggyback off their network for a reasonable rate, and all that. Like I said, it's one of those things that on paper is good. In practice, it's a little bit more mixed. But that's more a matter of the arguing of numbers. Yep, so this is our defenses in order. We got attacked. They did just a little bit of damage to the wall in that one gun, and then the entire wave was defeated. It looks like looked like it might be like a really big nest right here, maybe? So we're going to keep dealing with issues from the bugs, unfortunately. Alright, what was I over here for? Not the accumulators right now. I need some undergrounds looking at it, so let's grab those while we're here. Okay, we had our drills. Oh, yeah, I was looking for more of the quality things. Those are over here on the left, right? Yeah. Your internet alone is 100 for just 1 gigabyte. Yeah, no, ISP costs and speeds get pretty absurd depending on where you're at. You'll have like some places where getting high quality internet is relatively inexpensive, and then you have other places that it's just astronomically high. That's even true like within the US itself. if you go to an area that's kind of a tech hub where good internet is readily available, there's 3 or 4 different companies competing in that area, that you can actually usually get pretty okay prices. But especially if you're out in the middle of nowhere rural area where you have just the one option, you get to pay through the nose, and then on top of that, usually it's not even reliable. Which is one of the difficulties, because a lot of jobs, they have to depend on having low cost of living, and traditionally, living out in the middle of nowhere was relatively inexpensive. Lots of exceptions there, like housing was cheap, and then you pay a little bit more on groceries a lot of time and that kind of thing. But that's... Starlink must be disrupting your market. I've come to accept that anything that Musk is associated with, just assume it's going to be garbage. Unfortunately. Like, once upon a time, he had a lot more going for him. Then he went off the deep end. It smashed the wisp industry. It's got a few benefits of middle of nowhere, bubbled and protected, but choices are limited. Yeah. Use Starlink, you get 400/40-ish. You just like Musk, but Starlink as a product is fantastic. Well, no, that's the thing. It is good for disrupting, like, those, especially out in the boonies ISPs, or just areas that are underserved in general. Like, I don't disagree with that. But it's kind of one of those things that I fear if if there starts to become a decent amount of dependence on it, then it'll turn around and become expensive and ridiculous too. Alright, so you're going to need to wait for the quality things, but we do see that we are getting, honestly, more iron plates than I thought, which I guess makes sense. We're just doing a ridiculous volume, but I did make a really large amount of storage. We are going to have to do something with those iron plates, or they will back up and shut down that entire line. But I'm going to choose to ignore that problem for 5 seconds. We've got our research queued up. We're about to get that rocket sorted out. We're at 96%. I still need to get the lubricant on the network. So that'll be what I work on for now. Let's see, can make splitters to filter on quality and just put them in the chest. That's literally what I'm doing. These lines here, they take the higher quality ones. Oh, you need to go like this so we don't just have those sitting there. These splitters here, regular ones go that way. Higher quality goes up this way. And I can split them more. Like right now I'm getting both the uncommon and the rare in here. I could take the time to clean them up. This is just meant to be a big buffer for right now. So that way I can start collecting those, and then we can start looking at making, like, higher quality gears and higher quality plates and higher quality this and that from that start point. So let's see. I'm gonna need railroad tracks, or railroad stops. The signals and all that were probably fine. The liquid containers were probably fine, so it looks like I just need those. Oh, weren't we being attacked from down here? Yeah. I'm gonna leave that alone for a while and just see. Let's see, Starling mostly big at Outback, Australia. Caribbean networks are terrible. It depends. But maybe. I want to grab my tank so I can rush back in a hurry if I need to. That should be running out. Well, I mean, that's slowed down. All right. Eventually, I'm gonna make paths through here that, like, for like the north-south driving the tank and all that, where I'll effectively have roads where it's like there's no power poles across this, there's no anything across it. This is like I can just drive that way, and the only places I have to worry about is the railroad crossings, but everything else will be fine. Which honestly, we don't have them yet, but they have the things where you can go up and over with the trains now. makes that even more of an issue or a thing. Yeah, and that's where we already switched the copper over. That's gonna need to be expanded soon. Okay. Just had to move some of the fuel over. Yeah, so you can see this iron is slowly burning itself out too. It won't be too long before I need to get the next iron node hooked up. So the real question is over here is how the heck am I going to get this lubricant onto the tracks, onto the rail system? That's what we were staring at the end of the last stream and going, what the heck am I doing here? Because the issue I have is with the way they've changed progression, I don't get the explosive to get rid of cliffs for a while. So this cliff up here... Oh no, I think I already know how we're solving this problem. Goodbye, ocean. Okay. So I'm not sure how much we're gonna need. The downside is that landfill is very inefficient. You just need a lot of it. A little bit higher. That'll probably do. Well, some research did move to being earlier progression-wise, but a couple of the things like the where's what I'm looking for? You go there now. So this is a separate area. Oh right. You know what? That's fine because it's this is in and that's out, and this particular one is going to be a different pattern. That's fine. We're going to leave that one open just so the trains can get through there pretty quick. Yeah, so they'll continue taking that stop to do all these other ones, but this one's going to be its own setup. Okay. So with this is going to go counter to every single other train station here, and it's facing that way now. And I will need the pumps to hook up to it. That's the one big good news about this liquid, or the lubricant, is it should be a very easy hookup compared to the rest of this. I don't need a whole bunch of inserters and all that nonsense. It's just plug some pipes in, put some pumps on, and we're settled. Cool. Alright, so how do I want to run the lubricant up here? I believe I should be able to run along this left side here. I don't think I get all the way over here with the rest of the pipes. Okay, so there's the lubricant there, so we're going to bring it over and up. Probably around here. I know there's a limit on how far these can go. I don't know how long it is, because I ran into that in the other one. I was trying to be lazy about my hookup, and just being like, I'm not training all this over. Let me just plug it in. And then I got, like, the whole plug was turned red and was, like, overreach or whatever. Alright, that doesn't seem to know that's got lubricant in there, so we probably have a gap here somewhere that's not right. Cool. Oh, it's probably this corner down here. I bet you I don't have the straight pipe put there yet. No, it's hooked up here. Well, it helps that things line up. Okay, so that's looking like it's happy. Sorry. Yeah, no, I was off by 1. Okay, so that's got lubricant, so once we get a train on that route, we should be good to go. And that will be a train with liquid stuff on it. So we can go and get that brought over, so that'll be good. Because that now adds lubricant onto the network, and so now I can choose anywhere my train tracks reach. And have that, you know... have that take care of all that. We're also getting to this point here where I've got to get that extra oil node hooked up, because you can see that that's being fully exploited. There's no oil in there. There's barely any oil in this train, and it's just waiting. We've just been hitting that oil way too hard. It used to be at like 1100% productivity, and it's down to 400%, so it's just not adequate for my needs anymore. In the meantime, we can go ahead and grab a train here. Oh, do I not have a second one of those? Can I make another one? Please tell me I can. Am I just not seeing the trains? There. Alright, get back in my inventory. Okay, that's fine. Alright, so. I don't have enough to put the train in there. Let's drop this coal back in here. Alright. So things I probably need to do is this oil over here. Wherever you went, you're here somewhere. It's not that one. There's another oil node right over here. Oh no, it's down here. Yeah, so this oil node, it'll give us an extra 700%. I can bring that track. It'll have to do all these things where it like shimmies up and down. I'll need a defensive line there. We've got a nest there. But I think that's going to be our next expansion. Is to go for that oil node, get it onto the network. But I can go down there as well, and that's where we could bring the lubricant to make the robots. Eventually, I'm going to have to expand these rail routes, because I built these, like, as close off of here as possible. Some of these are going to have to move. They're just not going to be adequate. But the important note here is we do have lubricant on the network now. You missed a spot. The map isn't fully covered by pollution. Well, that's because the biters are fighting back, and they want it to not be polluted, so they're absorbing it with their bodies. I really wish they would stop. It's slowing down my rate of polluting the world. Oh yeah, to see, like, the effects pollution has. So we've got, like, green, happy, not polluted trees. So we look at our pollution here, and, like, it's very mild in this spot. And then we've got where there's distinctly a line in the sand where, like, it's gotten worse. And then we keep going a little bit farther. You start noticing the ground not looking so happy. And then we start having all the trees have now gone from being green and happy to, like, the almost fall to looking like just straight up dead forests. Pollution's wonderful. I want to say there's like 3 or 4 phases to how dead trees are from the pollution. And the green glowy water, yep. You didn't see anything. I didn't just knock out part of my power grid, it's fine. Okay. Give me your wood. Alright, so let's keep expanding. Well, actually, where's this nest? Right here. There it is. I didn't mean to be using rockets for that, but we're already here. Okay. And just little by little, tearing up this nest. I do wonder if you sit there and get, like, really top-of-the-line equipment, if you could, like, literally just march into the bugs and have your defensive lasers just take care of literally everything and not have to worry about it all. Alright. Did you not, please? Alright, and they're taking... Oh, no, there's one more nest down there I overlooked. There we go. How am I doing on rockets? I still have like 300. Let's repair those so they actually stack in my inventory. You're still... trying to finish Factorio, or Satisfactory, before giving into Factorio. Yup. I'm hoping this keeps getting revealed and I find that's a peninsula. I don't think it will be, but that'd be nice for purposes of I could clear it out and never have to worry about threats from that side. Alright. So many good factory games coming and more, yep. And thank you for, ooh. Payment is for the 7 stream streak. Thank you for catching the last 7 streams without missing a single one, so thank you for that. Alright, so we're just going to cut right across here. And again, I'm just basically trying to make a border that I don't really have to worry about on the, like, the day-to-day kind of thing. It'll take them time to work through it, and then we get the bots. I don't even have to worry about it after that, because the bots will literally just replace any guns that get destroyed. Anything that doesn't get destroyed, they'll repair it. And we're literally... we got the lubricant on the network. I just need to figure out where on the network I'm adding a place to construct the electric motors and the robot frames and all that. But I'm also getting low on oil so far as throughput. So I'm figuring if I go this way with the train anyways, that puts me in position to get all that sorted out. And then on top of that, we can be good for the rest of it. Stop putting up there. There we go. Oh, I'm not gonna have enough stone wall. Okay. Yeah, so go back for more stone wall. Yeah, because this'll help both of our defensive line and prevent expansion into our area entirely. Because we got in trouble more than once this run so far, where everything seemed all hunky-dory that we've got all sorted out. And then we find it's been up here. Before I put that wall there, we kept having them expand and then come back around here and build up there. And then being like, how am I getting hit from back here? And then realize they snuck in behind us. So there's been that. Okay, so let's still go up here. Let's, that's probably fine for right now. But let's start extending this railway. And then I can put, like, my lubricant, my, electric motor production over there. We can start working on our way over from, start working on our way over here. So the thing I gotta watch is over here there is a cliff I won't be able to get rid of for a while that I am going to need to maneuver around. Or actually, does it come all the way up here? I thought it literally bisected this area. We might be able to just go straight across then. Because this should go directly into where the oil I want to hook up is. Yep. So there's the oil I want to connect up with. Which is the second priority. And honestly, I'm just cutting this across till either run out of track or whatever. Because this planet, it looks like I can really just grid pattern it out. The implication I saw from the red planet is it looks like it's way less friendly terrain so far as, like, I'm gonna have to, like, be squeezing in between things. Which has interesting implications. Okay. But yeah, so good news is the oil is, like, right here. So getting the other oil on the network, all you'll need to do now is bring up a bunch of the oil pumps. Actually, I already have them. So how many nodes are there? There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So they're, like, under these trees. So honestly, I could put the pump jacks and the storage on them. And that way, as I run the tracks and the power, it'll just already be hooked up. We just add a train station after all that. And then I just change the instructions on the train stations for the oil to be like, hey, don't bother coming by here unless there's, you know, a couple thousand units of oil. And that'll take the train mostly off that network when it's not needed. And should help a bit with the stuff we got going on there. Yeah, so we've got you, you, you. You, and you. Alright. You can do like the other one where I built 12 of these. I'm not going to bother trying to hook it up to the network right now. What I want to do is get it all set up so when Okay, so they attacked that far left area. It's secured. That might have just been an attempted expansion, because I'm not seeing anywhere where the pollution looks like it's hitting nests or anything like that. So it's probably one of these attempted to expand, ran into our wall, and got wiped out. I will want to go over there and get ourselves a radar so I can at least see what's going on. Okay. Now I need to connect all these by power. And make it redundant so it loops. Alright. And for the meantime, I could bridge that over. And then with that, what'll happen is when I connect this back over to where we're at, those pump jacks will at least start pumping to fill up those containers. And like I said, that's not the priority to get that online, but having that, getting oil so that once I get this done, it just means to go over there at a train station, and then my oil will improve. What I want to do right now is get those robot frames being produced. And there we go. It'll be online. Oh, I didn't put a radio station over there. Radar station. Yeah, let's actually see where we want a radar station. We can put a radar station down here along our wall, and put a radar station over there by our oil, so I can keep an eye on this. So we're going to put it pretty far over here to the right. Yeah, I don't think it matters. We'll put it up here. The important bit is that it covers all that wall. And I don't mind at all if there's overlap. Technically, the radar stations put out pollution that'll anger the biters as well, but it's just nowhere near as much as the actual factory, so it's never been one I've cared too much about. And this one I'm just going to plunk it right here in the middle. It doesn't matter. It's here to watch that spot. And I'm not going to worry about any of the rest. Like, I want one over there, but we can worry about that later. Okay. So, I need railroad track. I need walls. I need the laser guns. Let's see. Maybe conveyors? We'll get there. Have tank, will travel. Yeah, pretty soon I'm going to be starting to pick at our rocket fuel. Because I can use that to power the tank as well as other things, and that'll help. I don't want to pull into this area. There's too many trains traffic through here. I've kind of got, at this point, the direction I prefer taking the tank in here to try to avoid going through all that railway system over there. Blue Science is just crawling right now. Okay, so let's grab, first of all, our accumulators and do that. So I keep expanding this grid. So we're just continuously growing this until it makes no more sense. Because otherwise this is mostly just like an area of the map I probably won't use for anything ever. So it's a good place just to fill up with this. Okay. And I'll wait to do more solar panels so we got more accumulators there. All right. What is going on with our blue science? So blue science pickup is waiting on red circuits. Red circuits are waiting on green circuits. Green circuits are waiting on iron drop off. And the iron plate pickup is over here. Gotcha. So we have a throughput on the actual belt to the iron pickup. We can fix that very easily while we're here, and that should help. All we need to do is where we've got them split, so only half of them are going down to the pickup spot. There's not enough throughput on one belt, so I can just go and take the second belt off there and have it so like one feeds one side, one feeds the other kind of thing. And that should give us significantly higher throughput. I also realized I had one more of these, that's fine. Okay, so the things I came here for is, most importantly, I do need the railroad track. That's one. So there's the railroad track. I need probably some more inserter arms, because I'm about to use a whole lot of them. And I wanted wall, which is gonna most likely fill up my inventory. I got a bunch of wood I can get rid of real quick. And let's take a peek at our higher quality materials we're getting out of the our iron smelting. Okay, so grab a stack of the laser guns. Oh, and the quality modules. I want to grab those too. Grab a stack of the laser guns. You're not getting any steel? Something's broken. So there's our steel drop. So I do have our steel train running around. So it's looking like, I mean, this stop is activated. So it's looking like literally I'm just not making enough steel. Yeah, so this needs to be expanded. All right. Okay, so we gotta, that's another thing to add on to the to-do list. It's not the one I'm gonna work on first, but that is another problem we've identified. Okay. So first, we can fix this up pretty easily. I've got these two belts coming in here. They're fine. And the issue is there's just not enough throughput on one of those belts to facilitate both of these. So the way we can fix that is I'll actually go and I'll take this farther back here. Just going to cut right across here. Then we can rebalance them after that point. So basically, we got one belt going out this side, one belt going out that side. And we can even take this a step farther and say, hey, the output parameter priority is to the left. And same here. So that should keep most of those basically pretty close to full. Oh, you can probably not have this at all anymore. So go ahead and get rid of you. Yep, so now there's two belts going into that being fed, so you can see it's thinning out what's getting through to the other side of this a lot, but also that's fine. But that should help the throughput on those plates a good deal. And like I said, I don't have a reason to upgrade these arms because they are managing to get all that. So if I wanted even more than that, that gets tricky because I could get it to 4 belts if we expanded this much farther, but I would probably need even more train stuff. Okay, but let's not get caught up too much on this. We've got that as a improved, not necessarily fixed situation. How is our power looking right now? It's still recharging our stuff, so it is saying that we are consuming a decent amount. But yeah, that's fine. Oh, and I wanted to check to see how much I am filling up these. Are we actually making a lot of progress in filling these up, or are they just barely crawling? Because barely crawling is fine, but they're like rapidly filling up, then I gotta reassess. I mean, they're making decent progress. Okay. Just like that, now they're all making quality. Yeah, it's a bit concerning at just how little iron is getting to the mall now. But this is gobbling up basically all of it. That is actually a big problem. We can partially fix this by just adding more. We do have the space. So add 3 more onto each and every row. Okay. Alright. Hey, Pain Simplex, how's it going? So, just... No, 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 don't do that. It's always a dangerous thing about the plates and steel, because steel, or the plates, getting those backwards is a valid recipe, where most of the other ones, you don't accidentally click from one recipe to the other. Okay. Sorry about that. Okay, so we did just add a bunch more production onto our setup. So that should help a little bit more. If we're still falling behind, that isn't what you want to see. These are all running dry now. And you're being topped off. Yeah, the good news is it does top off relatively quickly. And I do have 2 separate trains collecting iron ore, if I recall. Do we have any obvious, like, slowdowns? No. Everything seems fine. Yes, I've got this one here, and then I've got the other one who's just leaving that is just topped off. That's fine. So I had, like, a momentary, like, lag. That's a lot of nests. Oh, this? This is nothing. One of the challenge runs I like to do a lot in the past was the Death Worlds. The big problem with the Death Worlds is eventually it does just get to be a slog. It stops going from being interesting to just something else. Yeah, so the problem we have right now is we are consuming just way too much plate and too much steel, and I'm not keeping up with it. And one of the issues we are also running into is, like, this can't be priority. Because literally no iron is getting to the mall, which will bite me a lot worse than a lot of these things. But yeah, so we're putting more and more in this. I think I literally just need to expand this even more, but I'm a little bit worried if I do that. If I do that, we're gonna have problems here. Yeah, those are going full speed. What's your capacity set to? What's your limit? 8,000? I mean, honestly, 8,000 will take it a minute. There's just so many trains moving around. Okay, so it seems like it's fine. My fear we have here right now... No, I mean, that's fine. Is if we get too much of this going on, we will eventually hit a point that I can no longer even sustain it with that, which usually what happens is that's where I have to add more train cars, so like that's when this pot would go up here and we'd make it like a 3-car stop or a 4-car stop and increase the throughput and all that. And that'll need to happen. But right now I'm looking at this going, we're really actually burning through all of that material that we've already got. How many of these going now? And by all means, I'm used to getting there, it's just, it's happening earlier than I'm used to. I'm consuming at a much higher rate than I normally anticipate. And it's all the blue science. The blue science is the one that's getting stuck. Everything else seems to be doing relatively okay. Which makes sense. The rocket silo is 1,000 blue science. I guess I shouldn't sweat it. That is an absolutely unreasonable amount. Okay, well, let's grab our tank. I believe I got the materials I need. And we can grab the laser guns that I meant to grab previously. Yeah, we'll grab the laser guns, and we'll grab some more wall segments and some more power poles. There's the power poles. Grab the wall segments. Are you gonna launch the rocket as soon as able? Probably. Like, I have to see what I'm gonna be able to actually put into it. Because that's where I expect to see, like, the first meaningful changes happen so far as that all goes. Right, and you're producing literally nothing because what steel I am getting home is getting gobbled up too quickly. And finally you're getting iron plates in. It's just right now, getting all of our materials where they need to go, we are dealing with a struggle on the basic materials. That's fine. We'll have to deal with that in a minute. Because pretty soon some of these stops are going to have to get more than one stop and have 3 or 4 trains doing the same thing. But before I get that set up, I'm going to need the parking lot. So that way trains that aren't needed and waiting for the next point to open can get out of the way. Because otherwise I have like the iron drop-off, and while it waits for the next iron pickup to become available, it'll just sit in the iron drop-off area and the other train will just wait its turn. And that's fine when it's just 1 or 2 trains. But as that begins to be more and more trains, that'll be the train network shutting down because everyone's just waiting in those middle aisles for their turn to do what they gotta do. Alright. So we've got over here. Which is where connecting our train route. I'm not going to go all the way over right now. We're just going to go about to where these cliffs are. I'm really happy. I thought we were going to have to do the zigzag over the cliffs. We'll probably do it way over to the right. Alright, but with this, we can get our electric motor starting to be produced. Gonna get all this built up. So there's your exit, there's your signal going into the intersection. And there's your signal going in the intersection, and there's your exit. Okay, so with this, we have the output there. Okay, so for the electric motors, I need regular engine units, circuit breaker, or circuit units, and that. So we have 3 in, 1 out. So there's the output up there. There's our first in. There's our second in. And there's the third in. Okay. Now with this one, we need to put our stops here. So these two are dealing with solid goods. This is also dealing with solid goods. And then the last one is going to be fluid. I don't have enough pumps on me to do the bottom one. That's okay, we can wire up the rest of it. Cool, cool. Okay, so with this is the intake, or the output of the area. We're getting so close to finally being able to make the logistics and construction robots. Which then I'm gonna have to make enough room for a robo port in our armor, which is gonna really hurt us when it comes to our combat capability. But it's too good to not do. And this will farther strain our production, which would be great. Alright. And go here. And that's gonna be you. Same deal here. Yes, I should be able to wire up basically everything but the lubricant. Alright, and I'll deal with this in just a moment. Okay. So you go over here. And then down. That's 1 input. That's 2. Then we have the liquid here. So that'd be like this. And this. And a pipe to connect in between them. And I don't know where that's going to connect to yet. We'll check. And then with that, I usually like to skip one and then have the return lane. And I'll fix that in just a moment so it doesn't have problems. Okay, so we can take that. So I'll divide the output between the 2 different sections. And then do this. So that way the output is split evenly between those. And this will bring power here. Oh yeah, I forgot. I need to make sure there's room for the power poles. So I need to fix the undergrounds here in a moment. And then this gives us our pumps. Okay, so fix those undergrounds because I'll forget otherwise. Alright, so I've got all that hooked up now. So for the electric motors, We're gonna have everything coming in we need. I just literally going to need to put them on the grid. So we're gonna just pop down here. Just scooch that over a little bit in case I need the space. We'll say 4 of these. And that'll be 4 electric motors. What do I need for the frames? The frames will be the electric motors, batteries, and all that. Ooh, do I have the batteries on the grid yet? Just checking one thing real fast. I'll have to catch up with someone on something in a bit. Okay. So we have the circuit boards and all this going in. We get the electric motors out. Then for the robot frames, what the heck was the low density? Plastic, steel, and copper. That's gonna suck. I don't remember if we have... Do we have the batteries on the network? I don't remember. We can check that real fast. Yeah, we have batteries in the network. Perfect. Okay, so... Yeah, so that means with the other frames, I literally have everything on the network, though we're hurting on the steel front. So I'll be able to get that going. In the meantime, this actually is going to work out kind of weirdly okay. That I can just plug these right in. Yeah, that'll just work right like that. Okay, and we're gonna do one of these. All right, Sniper Spice, you have yourself a good lurk, and thanks so much for lurking. We can go here and drop you all in here. I don't know what this song is. I've been messing around with hopping between a couple different playlists here and there. And some of them have been winners, and some of them have been interesting. I don't think it's bad music, or I think it's just definitely not my normal vibe, nor necessarily the type of music I would typically listen to. Some of it is. Like, this one seems to be a little bit all over the place. Okay, so I've got all that hooked up. Alright, so I need to get pumps. Oh, I need storage. That's something that needs to be hooked up over here. We need some level of storage for the lubricant over here. That should be plenty. And I know I can plug it one tile over. I want to give myself a spot where I can still run in between if I need to. Okay, now we have storage. Cool, so we should be good here. These two, it doesn't really matter. For the electric motor, I need the engine units and the circuit boards. So congratulations, we'll just wire you up real fast. And have it go, okay, do you have less than 2,000 engine units? If so, you're green. And then you are going to be, sorry, motors. What do I actually have the name for this one? Motor drop. Cool. So that's online. Next contestant is up here. We can go ahead and wire you up. And that needs to be the green circuit boards. The same deal, green circuit boards, if we have less than 2,000. And you're going to be named Green Circuits Drop. And this one, we'll go ahead and wire it up as well. And you're going to be for the electric motors. And you're a more than. We'll say 500. If it's more than 500, that's turned on. There's no train to do that one yet. But as you can see, it dropped off the motors instantly, and we've already got that online. And then last but not least, we got you, and we can just go boom. One connection. And you're going to be called Lubricant Drop. And we can go here, enable, read contents. It's liquids, lubricant, okay. How much do you carry? I wanna know your storage. It's fine. We'll make it 2,000 as well. I have no context if that's good, bad, or otherwise. Alright, so we've got all that configured. So I do need a train to bring in the lubricant before that does anything. And I will need more pumps. But once I have that, that should be not all wired up and good. It's actually really bad. I didn't put the signals on here yet. That would have broken a lot of stuff if I had forgotten. Okay, so we've got all those wired in on this side. Fortunately, this is the only stop in this direction right now. If I had left that and I missed it, the moment I go and set up another thing in this direction, it would have just... things would have gone... I mean, it would have been okay, but only one train would have been allowed in this part at a time. Which was still broken a lot. Alright, so I need to go over to our mall. I need to grab some pumps so we can get the lubricant off of the trains down there. And then I just need to add a train to that area. And once we get the train added to that, that should work fine. Okay, so I think we set up pumps to be produced here. I also need to grab the... yeah, here's the pumps. Yes, there's the pumps. I now have 50, which is plenty. We are okay on cargo and the trains themselves. Somewhere here is the liquid train. There you are, you're down here. I need those. I will need the inserters. Alright. I still need the laser weapons that I keep forgetting to grab. I also need a light over here so it's not so dark. Right, and I keep not being able to grab those because the steel's not making over here, because what little steel is getting over here is being gobbled up as fast as it's arriving. Like, we are definitely having a problem with steel production. Yeah, it's just, that production speed is just not sufficient. But the other issue I'm running into is I'm also really not getting enough iron in there to sustain that much. I'll have to deal with that. But that's going to keep being a problem until I address it. But let's fix this down here. Then let's get that train, like, let's get the lubricant train on the system to start getting the electric motors being produced. Deal with the steel real fast. And then once you've dealt with the steel, let's get the robotic flying robot frames or whatever they're called, get those into production. And then once we get that done, I need to get the low density structure being produced, both for the rocket and a couple other things. Yeah, so you're doing good with the motors right there. Cool. And thanks, Sextuple, for the lurk. I appreciate it. Cool. So with that, you should all be good and ready to rock and roll. So I have another train I need to add to the network, which is the lubricant train. So let's run up here to our gas stop and get the lubricant train set up. At some point, I got to get this parking area set up so I can add an interrupt to our trains that they don't just sit on the track and block everything up when they don't have someplace to be. Yeah, and a couple of those are still running from what little coal they had left on the system. We'll have to go through and see what I can't do to fix that throughput. Copper seems to be doing fine, which is surprising me. Well, the copper's probably only doing fine because the steel's fallen so far behind. And most of the stuff that use red circuit boards and all that, a lot of those require steel. Okay, so we can go here and now train, fuel cars. Okay, add interrupt, fuel. All right, add station. You are going to go and I forgot to rename the station. This is lubricant pickup. Cool. Let's try this again. Add station, lubricant pickup. Do until we have full cargo or you have waited 60 seconds. Then we have add station, lubricant drop. Add condition, empty cargo, or you've waited 60 seconds. And get out of here. Alright, so the lubricant train is on the network. Let's go ahead and top off our rockets while we're in the neighborhood. We are right here. And so far, this is holding up. Interestingly enough, we are apparently getting enough... No, that makes sense. How are we doing on our rocket fuel, by the way? Because we are filling up these boxes slowly. Yeah, so you are getting a lot of rocket fuel made, just a little bit at a time. That'll definitely need to pick up at some point. The petroleum is basically always empty. The oil is basically always empty now. So I do need to work my way down. That is way more rockets than I was anticipating being in that box. Okay. Alright, so let's go run over to our steel and see. I'm going to go ahead and just try to toss up another couple smelters and all that and just see what we can do. I have a feeling that's not going to help the problem. I'm having the distinct feeling that we might be in a situation where I need an additional train hauling the iron and maybe like a whole extra shim of the iron area set up. I'm also getting the distinct feeling that pretty soon I'm going to need to expand the production we have for our iron smelters as well as our iron mines. Yes, this is our steel production. Okay, what's going on with you? So you're not even configured correctly. The rest of you are. Gonna go right here. I'm just gonna start with this. And see where we can go with all this. So for you, I need you, then you. Okay, we've taken a hit on that corner again. And I'm still not seeing, like, enemies getting in this pollution area. It is an expansion that keeps going. I'm going to need to get a radar tower over there, because that's the second or third time that's been hit. We haven't lost any buildings yet, but with attrition, if they're getting any reasonable hits in there, which they are getting hits in there, because it said that 11 buildings took damage, it's just none of them got destroyed. It'll be just a matter of time before they whittle away at those, and I'm pretty sure those ones are still my ammo guns. So even if they are holding up just fine and they're only taking like 1 hit point of damage, it could do this forever. They are slowly wearing themselves out of ammo. Alright, so we've got you. Wait, that's not right. That was almost a big old goof. This is the plate belt. Okay, we can go here and add a splitter. Okay, I need more belts before I can do more of that, but that's okay. Deal with that in a minute. If I get this hooked up, at least it's doing something. Alright, so let's go grab some more belts. Actually, you know what? I probably have plenty of belts here where I'm gonna... Yeah, I'll probably have plenty of belts there where I'm gonna be tearing that down here in a second anyways. Because that's not gonna be producing anymore now. Okay. Just cleaning this all up as best we can. Of course. Okay. So I've got that. I'm going to toss some iron plates in these to clear up some spots. I usually don't need the plates themselves on me anyways. There we go. I can go so far as put the steel there to get that on my inventory. Wait. Yeah, no, that's right. Yeah, and we're going to run into throughput problems on the belts here as well. Where the red belts won't be bringing it fast enough, so I'm going to need a second belt. And this will be the first train I think we'll have where I will have a offloading. Oh no, you're just hurting because there's not enough space yet, because what we're dealing with. Yeah, we're gonna have to fix the throughput for the trains dropping off the plates and the ore and all that. Okay. Cool, so we have increased the throughput of our smelters a ton, but the issue we're running into here now is we're just not getting enough iron plates to keep it going. But the good news is I am seeing way more steel coming off that line even with that. That does put our problem back into the iron ore, which is probably going to be expanding this. The other thing I can do with the iron ore to try and fix it as well is just the way we built our factory. I can literally just start an entirely separate, away from everything else location to act as a smelting spot, and it would just work. As long as I just put in the train station, give it the right names, it'd just work. I grabbed way too much of way too many things. Let's grab the accumulators. Because you love how this game is pretty much, alright, we solved that. That caused 3 different problems. Oh yeah, and that's normal of any factory game. That you do get into the situation where, as you get farther and farther in the game, it ends up being... Like, early game, you're just trying to get the stuff working at all. And then you get to, like, mid-game, and there's just a lot of... Okay, I got that sorted, but now I don't have enough of this to support that. And so you gotta go and, you know, chase down that fire and go, okay, well now I've got that sorted. Now I need more to support that too. You gotta remember to keep expanding our power. We're so close to the drones. Everything changes when you get the drones. Because, like, with that, I just grab a blueprint, say, okay, make all the chests down there provider chests, and just walk away, and eventually it would just sort itself out. Like, it wouldn't even have to come back. It'd just sort itself out. Alright. So, what I'm going to actually do is I'm going to let the iron try and shake itself out for a minute, because we did make changes to that just a little bit ago, so it might, like, even if it was set up right now, it's still playing catch-up. We're also hitting the coal a little bit hard, which is concerning. Alright. It'd also be good for me, even if I don't do anything else with it, take the existing railway we have over here that I said eventually I'm going to connect to the north. It might just be in my best interest to connect it now, because if I connect it now, that does give me a second route for the trains to go back, so they're not all traveling that same main pipe. Okay, so how are you holding up? Because you've been getting hit a lot. Okay, so you're getting hit a lot, but I thought these were still the ammo ones. So yeah, it's been relatively mild. They did do a pretty good number on this one gun on the far left, but that's going to be the weak point for this area, is just the far edge, because there'll be less guns that get in there. But this would be a perfect example of where the drones would make these attacks meaningless. They would hit it, the drones would pop out, grab their repair tools, and just patch it up and be on their way, and I wouldn't even have to think about it. But yeah, so that's holding up perfectly fine. Yeah, and I think this is going to be the actual perimeter wall we use. We apparently... Alright, we got a problem over on the eastern front. Right next to where I'm doing my oil, a nest has gone practically on this... Oh, wait. Radar. That's the whole reason I was saying we should come over here, was to check on it and put down a radar, so that I wouldn't have to come over here and check on it again in the future. So we can go ahead and just plug you right there, and radar sorted. Okay, but on the eastern front, where we've got all that oil mining that's not hooked up to anything yet, we have a nest that's been built right next to it, so I'm going to need to go over there, knock down that nest. And then also we can, while we're there, do I have what I need to put it? Let's grab some, while we're on the way by, let's grab some train tracks from the station. Yeah, let's grab some train tracks, some... Yeah, no, I won't need the boxes. We have enough pumps. Yeah, so I probably just need the train tracks, and then maybe the signals. Yeah, grab the train tracks and the signals. I should be able to just plunk down a train station real fast. So signals are here. I'm gonna change this playlist real fast. So music. Do this. Okay. Hey, Preox, how's it going? Yeah, so we don't need that. I'm gonna grab the inserters because I always need more of those. And we oh, wait, the train tracks. Rules a better place. You have Disco Science mod once again. Disco Science. Oh, our railroad tracks are also completely running out of steel. We have somewhere in our process, like our production, there is something that is gobbling up steel at a much higher rate than I'm prepared for. So I am going to need to deal with that at some point. It might even be those engine units. We're probably just making a bunch of those and they're stockpiling, but they're going to be a big buffer. But I'm gonna have to address that. It is going to continue to escalate until I deal with it. Are you making a lot of red ammo? Not that much. We have well, actually, I mean, I'm making a lot of red ammo for the military science, but I imagine that's probably backing up by now. But I'll have to investigate where all our steel's going, because it's definitely being gobbled up. Oh, nothing makes you smile more than an array of science labs with bright colors flashing. Yeah, so that nest down here to the right is a problem. And then while we're here, Oh, I probably can't. Well, maybe. We're on the fence of with whether or not I'll have enough rail to hook that up. Okay. Alright. Fighter's true enemy, pathing through trees. To be fair, it's a mutual enemy between both the biters and the player. When you're not driving the tank. When you're driving the tank, not as much of a big deal. Okay, and we just have the worms. And then I want to try and get the train stop for the oil here. Because then we can configure our train that's picking up oil where it's just barely picking up trace amounts of oil, just trying to keep that production online. Where it'll prioritize where we can find some decent oil. And all that. Because that's the reason I stopped is that's literally where we're at. We're on the same screen as the biter. They expanded right there. So I'm going to want to increase our defensive line over this way too. I don't think I'm going to have enough track to get out here and get a train stop set up here, unfortunately. We're going to try. But I think the steel starvation we're dealing with is going to be an issue. Okay. Yeah, so that goes that way. So you will be this kind of signal. Okay, so you have that going in. We'll have your signal popping out. And right now it's just one way in, one way out. I was just not sure if we were going to be able to handle that, but we're good. So right here. Then we can go right there. Okay, so this is the out for this spot. And then your signal. And I'll need signal there. This one's gonna be a little weird because I'm gonna have like that signal immediately followed by this. I think that'll all count. I don't know if that last one's gonna count or not. It'll probably be fine. If not, then I'll have to deal with it. And we can connect all you. And you, and I keep not learning my lesson about doing these power poles right up towards the middle so I have room. There. So I've got that all hooked up, and so this should be pretty easy, because what I can do here is I'm going to add the red wire connect it over to that tank. And we can enable it if we have at least, I don't know how much, we'll say 5,000. Then this stop is turned on. And then you're going to be called oil. It'll be like oil pickup. Cool, so that brings me that train. And while we wait here, I want to go to... Wait a second. Oh, no, wait, I have this backwards. More than. You said 5, but put in 4? You said 5, but put in 4. Oh, yeah, I mean, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. So meanwhile, I need to go to our other oil production. So here's our other oil production that we've been sitting at now. There's like nothing here. Oh, I don't think I can remotely connect this. Apparently I can, so that's interesting. I'm not going to complain about it. Okay, so new plan, oil, normal. If you have at least 4,000. So basically what should happen is this train should stop going to this station. And instead what it's going to do is it'll go all the way down here to pick up, since there'll be more oil here. Now before we go anywhere, I want to continue expanding this defense because I'm getting really paranoid that I'm going to step away from here and it's just going to get overrun. So I just want to keep expanding this line a little bit at a time until we've got ourselves like an actual solid, this is the line in the sand I've drawn. The biters may not pass this point, you know, without a proper fight. Because we very easily could have gotten ourselves into a lot of trouble on that last group of biters. Alright. Get ourselves just a little bit, I can get around that. The tank over there? Yep. I left the tank over there. I'm aware. I'm gonna fill in this spot here, and I'm gonna be on the other side of the wall where that tank is. Oh, once again, I still don't have more lasers. I keep forgetting that's... It's not... I keep forgetting the reason I haven't been doing more over here is because the steel has dried up, and so my lasers aren't happening. It's not me not dropping down here and doing the work. It's I don't have the materials to do the work. No, you're all good. Yeah, no, it was a deliberate decision. I had meant to expand that over there, but unfortunately, I don't have what I need for that. And also, unfortunately, I don't really have much in the way of defenses I can put there until we get this sorted out. So this is an area that's at risk of getting overrun if the biters keep expanding over here. We're okay for the moment. We got another really good yield oil down there. We've also got a biter nest down there that's an immediate problem. So I'll deal with that biter nest down there, and then we're gonna go check on our steel again, because that's causing us issues. So I gotta fix the throughput either to the iron plate going to the steel or the rate of making steel. It's probably the iron plate going to the steel. That ultimately one of those is going to be a hard limit for us if we don't deal with it. And eventually I'll need to add gates to this so I can just cross through versus going in and out. Okay, just need to top off the fuel. Okay, so it's probably both those nests gotta go. Well, didn't build those fast enough. Okay. So that nest is sorted. Let's see, how many biomes are there? And do they affect the gameplay much? So I couldn't tell you that for sure, especially when consideration of the new planets. But I do know there's like a forest biome, like a grassy biome, and like a desert biome on the planet that you start on. And the desert planet, or the desert biome, is like a much harder one. And it just mostly has to do with the amount of pollution it can absorb. The desert biome just doesn't absorb much pollution. So as a result, your factory causes the biters to get angry much faster. Okay. And that's both those nests gone. Because they were going to start attacking me here in a moment. You find it cool that they add the grid? Yeah, no, I'm wondering, like, if you got the really, really high quality defenses and all that, like, how absurd you could get your stuff. Man, I don't want to spend a whole bunch of time just killing the biters, but I don't have what I need to make a wall of defense. Those are about to trigger into attack, those are about to trigger into attack, those are about to trigger into attack. We're actually pretty okay on the northern front. Like, all of the south end, the biters are gonna be more aggressive, and I don't have my defensive boundary as far along as I need it to be to just ignore them for a while. Like, we got a good chunk of it set up, but with how much sprawling this base is, it's definitely not one where I can just walk away and be like, yeah, it's fine. Because, like, I got a wall here. This one's in bad shape. That one's pretty okay, but there's a giant gap here. We've got a defensive line there, so this area is probably okay. I'm just worried about those two. But I need to go and get steel production to go on to get our weapons back into production as well. You can tell it's a problem considering we're still sitting at 97% on the rocket silo, because steel went from being produced at what felt like a timely manner to just all vanishing. So what I want to do is I'm going to go up here. We're going to take a look at the steel stop, and that's our priority for right now, is what is going on with our steel and what can I do to make it stop being a problem. Yeah, because we still don't have any new laser guns. Okay, so steel production's up here. So the good news is, it does seem like the steel pickup is staying live most of the time. Yeah, like it's sitting at about 2,000 pretty regularly. All of these are running right now. Now, granted, we just had a drop-off here. Let's change that to be less than 4,000. So if it's less than a full train's amount, roughly, the train comes back. Because I am noticing that we're running into problems with that. Because I can't go and make my train parking area without steel. I can't go and make my laser guns without steel. So let's also take a look at our steel train and figure out where it's actually going. Because I suspect it's just ending up at the same stop, because that stops consuming the steel too fast. And so it's just doing a loop of bringing the same, like the steel back to the same place again and again, and not hitting any of my other locations. Okay. So this is our railroad drop-off, which shouldn't be too much of a problem. Alright, it's gone to sleep because there's not enough steel to take it to the new spot. So it shouldn't be too much of a problem because that looks like it's mostly already full. Yeah, that's a mostly full train already. Actually, it is a full train. Why did... I guess it's not actually parked. So that's just waiting for the train track drop, which does mean that should be mostly caught up. And the train track drop we have... Yeah, because the steel just went right back to its thing. And the train track drop is for one of our sciences, I think is down here. You gotta watch, because it's one of the ones that's disabled. Because otherwise it'd just go. Yeah, so yeah, the train track drop spot is turned off because it does have more than 3,000 train tracks on it. And then the other trains here are disabled because they need resources. So you are the electric smelter pickup, and you're the productivity module pickup. And so you're all stuck here waiting. So which is the one? So this is the one that's actually out, which is the electric smelters have fallen behind. And the electric smelters have fallen behind because, surprise, surprise, we're out of steel. We look down here, I've got the brick and all that, but I don't have the steel. We also have failed to make a single one of those. Alright, that's purple science pickup. You shouldn't... Oh, yeah. So we're going to disable that for right now. There's no point in you sitting here going back and forth if there's nothing there for you. Let's check on our other sciences as well. That I did have it set up where if, like, there just wasn't enough science, they just wouldn't bother. And the productivity modules were short on, the electric smelters were short on. We do this with the blue science as well. Blue science pickup. Yeah, because all these ones are just wasting their time. So it has to be more than 50, which is a very small amount, but basically I just want it so that if they're stalled in production, let's make sure we have the right stop, that we don't just do laps bringing all that with nothing on it. Because that's just trains holding up the grid. Okay, you're already wired up. Okay, so we've got that one set up. Now we have the military science here somewhere. Military science is over here. You don't have any rules to you whatsoever, so let's go ahead and change that. So like I said, I'm gonna have it where if it's like, if it doesn't have any science in there, don't bother. So same exact same thing here. We will set it to military science. And that you need at least 50. That's that science, and then the next science is up here somewhere. Where am I missing that? Just sworn I had two of these right next to each other. Well, yeah, and then we have red and green, and they're not actually on the network. They're being fed directly from the original factory. Eventually, we would want to put those on the network. Okay, so that's some things for efficiency. Meanwhile, back to looking at our steel. So steel is producing. I think it's holding up on the iron belt. Like, we'll have to see. So you have the trains on here. Ah, this might be... Well, actually, no, because you're not full. So it's not a train throughput issue. It's a, I just need even more iron plate production. Okay, fair enough. We can do that. So basically, we just need more iron plate. All of this just needs more iron plate. Okay. And we are creating quite a few of the higher quality materials, which I am going to absolutely need to do something. Oh, it's still more iron plate? Yeah, that's what it looks like, is it's still more iron plate is a problem. But it's also looking like the ore... I mean, the ore isn't running out, but it's getting real close each pass. So realistically, the moment I add this next shim of iron plate, I'm gonna need to go through and then add a, add extra production of iron ore. It'll just be yet another thing onto the whole setup. Let's run over here and grab our conveyor belts. Now, also the good news with a lot of this stuff is over time, this will balance out. So even if everything's out of whack for a bit, what'll end up happening is as we slowly start maxing out, like I have all of what I can make of these, like my storage is full, I have all the storage for this and that, it'll stop producing off those things. The issue is it just might be too long for our own good. Yeah, so do the exact same design here. So we'll have you. That you'll have an output left of quality greater than normal. And that's all fine. And for right now, I'm just going to feed it into that belt. We'll probably want to bring another belt along the way in the future, but that won't be relevant until we get more on here. Okay. Okay, so what we can do here... We get a bunch of crappy power towers. I'm just going to run them along here just to get these online. And then we can grab... I do not have the productivity modules... Or, sorry, I do have the productivity... I do not have the quality modules on me. Let's run up there and grab those. Alright. So hopefully we can start getting all this steel caught up, because that is very concerning that that whole thing is kind of ground to a halt. Because it's starved our mall. And it's also starving our research, and it's also starving our defenses, and it's starving everything. Okay. Thinking a couple down here that weren't using them as well. Alright, so something needs to be used with these, though. We are making all of these right now into just shoving them into boxes, and we're only storing about halfway, but as we increase this, the good news I'm seeing, though, is we are actually getting a pretty solid number of the higher quality ones. But then the real question comes along, do I go ahead and sit there and say, okay, make those, like, a bunch of those into high quality gears, and start trying to get those up to the high quality? Because if I make those into high quality gears and all that, and we get our copper plates into this, I can start doing stuff like making the rocket launcher and all that, where I guarantee myself a good quality out. Eventually we'd want to consider just having it craft. Like, weirdly, it almost feels like I want to take the really high quality stuff, and I probably want to feed that into our mall in the long run, and just start moving up to our mall using nothing but the high quality materials for the stuff that matters. For stuff like conveyor belts that aren't impacted by it, leave them alone. Okay, so you're done. And I can't put it here anywhere where it won't... Well, actually, can I? Yeah, no. I can't put that there anywhere where it won't also, like, hit mutually multiple types of stone. That's fine. So let's drop off the stone and the wood. And we expanded our production of iron plates a little bit. I mean, I say it's a little bit. It's a significant volume, but not a huge percentage. Like, we go over here, all of that's new. So we did increase it probably by about a fifth or a sixth. That's still significant. But it's still not enough to saturate those belts, which is what I'm kind of hoping we can make happen. Meanwhile, how are we doing on the copper, or sorry, the steel here? It's trying its best, but... And we had just expanded the steel as well not too long ago. We had that whole extra row on here. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. And one of the problems I'm running into is actually, no, I probably can. I probably do have a bunch of furnaces up here, and then they'll be like the last of the furnaces I have. Could you maybe put some of the spare iron plates and steel production up to bolster a bit? Could you maybe put some of the spare iron plates? So because they're qualityed up, they can't be just used with the same regular things, which is kind of the catch. I'm going to leave that alone. The temptation is to start trying to get that switched over. But yeah, so let me go ahead and run over here. I could continue expanding our iron plate production. And then what I probably will need to do after that is most likely we're getting to that point where I'm going to need to locate another place I can mine iron. Because while there is a ton of iron in the spot we're already exploiting, the issue I'm going to run into is more of an issue of, while there's plenty of volume in there, is there plenty of throughput to be used? And that's not as likely. Do we have anything? No, okay, we got a connection up here around that, so that's fine. Anything about high quality? Yeah, no, I'm experimenting with that, so we're like, right now, I'm just kind of dumping it all into a box. Well, a bunch of boxes, which isn't really, honestly, that useful. But my hope is to start slowly climbing the quality up on those things. And experiment with going, okay, well, now I've got all this high-quality material. Let's use the high-quality material to make my next weapons. Let's use the high-quality material to make my next, you know, whatever. You need to be pointing down and you up. You know, get that high quality material for the stuff that's really going to be beneficial to high quality. But in the interim, I gotta kind of just set it off to the side. So like I said, I'm gonna have to do something with that soon, because once those boxes fill up, that'll backfeed onto the whole system. And then I got problems. Let's get this hooked up. And it's also very likely an issue where I just need more trains. But yeah. The quality stuff is part of the new update? Yeah, it's part of the DLC. It's immensely powerful, but it's also those things that you take a look at it and you come to realize that everything you've done so far as your base designs in the past, while is 100% still applicable, is also... you now have an alternative of what you can do. We'll see how that goes. I'm a little worried splitting, like doing the split and the split will be a problem, and that I might need to effectively load balance this up farther. I'm gonna see if it'll fly. If it does, great. If it does end up being a problem where one of the lanes is just losing all of its, like one of the lanes just doesn't have enough to operate, then we can deal with it when we get there. Okay, so we have increased our iron throughput by a huge margin. These ones are turned off because these are backwards. But yeah, so with the quality, to give you an example of what quality, do I have anything in here that's actual quality here? Yeah, so I've got these bulk inserters. So if we look at a bulk inserter, so it has a rotation speed of 864 degrees per second. But then when we look at a rare bulk inserter, it's got a rotation speed of 1,382 per second. So comparing that, it's not quite double. And that's not one of the most super useful ones. But then you look at stuff like your weapons, and like the rare ammo versus the regular ammo is almost not quite double damage. And then, you know, and it applies to almost everything. And that's only rare, and I believe that's like the 3rd tier up. And I think they go, it's like 5 or 6 tiers. Okay, so we've expanded that. Oh, I also want to do the quality modules on that. Okay. I missed 2 switches? Thank you. There we go. Let's grab our quality modules over here again. But yeah, so we can then sit there and turn around and take the gears and try and go from the plates to the gears and try and like up-tech them. And then like we want to keep some of the plates, but you get the idea. Start going into the components that go into stuff I care about and get all of those up to rare. That way I can hopefully start getting stuff like I can make a rare rocket launcher for the range bonus it'll get and all those. Good disease king. But yeah, so you look at these, they're all the different qualities. Like, the iron plates having qualities has no impact on them here, other than when I go to craft stuff with them, I have a better chance, or guarantee, or whatever. Basically, I can make the higher quality. And how are we doing on you? We are no longer satisfying our power grid. Okay. That is a very immediate and urgent problem. So let's grab our accumulators. Let's grab our solar panels. I still have plenty of substations. Don't love to see that. Do not love to see that at all. And this is where I'm starting to pay from the fact that these aren't even remotely close to the right ratio. I vaguely remember when I did do this the right ratio, like I not mathed it out, but you figured it out. I want to say it was something like you had like a ring of accumulators around the outer edge. But then you also had... That's a lot of blinking. It's a lot of really bad blinking. Considering it's daytime. So this is the time those should be recharging. So I think it's a combination of one, we just massively expanded our demand on our power grid with all those smelters. And then two, on top of that, as we're doing so, we're fixing shortcomings in the rest of our production line by increasing the throughput of the material we were running out of. So a bunch of machines that were stuck sitting there waiting for materials are now running, and the combination of those two things blew up our power consumption. It's also probably three, getting that oil hooked up. It used to be something like 24 to 21. Yeah, no, but it was something like, I used to have a pattern that if it wasn't optimal, like it was in the ballpark, that it was just one of those things that you made enough room for a substation and a drone port, and then like it was kind of a cursed layout on the rest of the stuff just to get it to work nicely and all that. All right. You have way too few panels though. Yeah, no, absolutely. I am well aware the ratio is like, why a drone port? That way the drones could go in between. Because that way I can make like this area here where it's just solid, literally no gaps. And the drones wouldn't have this issue where they go halfway over and then turn around and then halfway over. They would be able to pass the whole thing. Yeah, well that's what I was saying. It's an immediate problem. Oh, and we're not going to get more solar panels because that requires steel and it's a whole thing. Yeah, no, it's bad. It's real bad. What I might even do is for a couple of grids, I might just literally put nothing but solar panels. Back to Steam? Well, I still have Steam. I never shut it off. But Steam means more trains occupying my tracks, which is part of why I've been doing less and less Steam. Okay. The Steam at least keeps things from shutting off entirely during the night or whatever. Or not shutting off. It has us having some generation during the night. Yeah, so I think for a little bit we're going to put down basically nothing but solar panels except for spots where I can't fit them, and we'll just shove these in between here. But without steel, this is going to be a problem, which surprises no one. Yeah, that steel getting choked down so bad has hurt us real bad. Man, our steam power's still on, so technically we're meeting half of our power on Steam still. Because I still do have a pretty big Steam network. But the goal here is to kind of not do the Steam much anymore. But yeah, looking at this, the thing consuming all my power is all those smelters. We've just kept increasing the number of smelters more and more and more and more until it's an issue. But that's the real king on here. Yeah, that's clearly a power drop. Careful that you don't power spiral losing coal mining. Yeah, that's the issue I'm trying to get sorted, is that I want to get the solar back on. So solar is coming up. We have massively expanded it. What other power options do you have besides steam and solar? You have nuclear power is another one. Which steam is also like, it's coal, it's rocket fuel, it's a whole bunch of different things you can put in there. The solar panels are still coming up. It does look like that should be enough when the solar panels reach their max. It does seem like those aren't going up anymore, though. But it seems like when the solar panels, like... Nuclear is old, there's some new ones, you believe? Yeah, no one's surprised we've had, like, geothermal or some weird alien tech or something else going on as well now. Alright. They implement geo? Well, I don't know. That's what I was gonna say, is that's my guess. Why is my solar only going up to one? Like, it's not going up to 100%, it's just hovering at about half. That's what's got me curious here. But yeah, no, the accumulators aren't charging because our power grid isn't getting sufficient. But yeah, this is what I'm not understanding, is why our solar isn't hitting 100% power during the daytime. It's still hovering at only about a third. Because in theory, if that were to go ahead and climb up to its 100%, we should exceed this just by a tiny bit. Because this, at 100%, this would be close to 50, 60 megawatts. And we hit 50, 60 megawatts, that would push us over, like, over that satisfaction. Probably not enough to charge it. Okay, so this has to be addressed. This might even be part of our issue. Is as I expanded the smelters, I got another thing. So let's see if I can't just steal some steel out of our steel production here and just shove it in for, you know, more solar panel production. Because even at running at a lower efficiency, it should slowly fix it. That'll still be enough to get a good chunk of solar panels knocked out. And just to clarify where you're saying good question to me, Burning Sun, you don't need to answer the question so far as like actually answering it. Do you mean good question as it's something for me to figure out, or good question as in you don't know what's going on? Because I could see it as a pretty cheeky mechanic that if pollution gets bad enough, that it starts to make your solar work less. Because, you don't know, it looks wrong to you? Gotcha, okay. Because it's saying, it could be a cheeky mechanic that solar doesn't solar as good when you got smog cover, which means I need to move my solar grid out of there. But so far that's not been a mechanic historically, so I would not expect it. That's fine. We're just gonna do some running back and forth, just plugging this all in. Because the real scary part about this as well, we are using energy as our main weapon, like lasers as our main weapon defense. So if we get attacked, those guns aren't gonna work very well. They'll shoot a bit, but they'll drain their batteries, and it'll just take them too long to start firing again, as they have to wait to recharge. So that's the reason I was like, I gotta stop everything and work on this. Is there any nests we see that are gonna be an immediate problem? You're gonna be a problem soon. I think we're okay elsewhere. I think we're alright for right now. But we'll get our power stabilized, and once we get our power stabilized, we're gonna reassess a couple things. Yeah, so what I'll do is up here, I'll put a set of we'll just get more solar panels. I'll just keep stamping out solar panels, and if we get gaps, I'll just try and shove accumulators or finagle stuff as I got to. When you played, you kept your panels and accumulator pods separate. Honestly, that's not a bad idea. For me, usually it was, I would try and put the solar panels around the accumulators, and you always ended up with weird gaps in between that you couldn't quite make everything line up. But when you start involving, like, the roboports and all that, it solves, like, it's its own thing anyways. Yeah, so we're just massively expanding that. Roboports? The things that let your logistic and construction bots come out. Where are you at? Yeah, Roboport. Go back into your power. There are some drop downs that say all separate and all merged. All separate, all merged. Any other different stuff? Okay. I mean, it's very clearly my smelters are what's killing the power right now. And I only have the regular quality solar panels. The accumulators, I got a couple different qualities. Do it on production too? Sure, I could do that here in just a minute. I thought you had to grid panels and accumulators. At least I was been told when you played. No, they just have to be on the same network. As long as they're plugged in on the same network, it should be fine. Part of this game is all if connected, it's one big unit. Yeah. Sorry, I'm trying to run back and forth and drop off the solar panels, because each solar panel I'm getting added on here. That's because it's nighttime. Yeah, well, I mean, now we're into daytime again. That got auto-modded? Yeah. I see why it got auto-modded. It auto-modded on big unit, because people will... Like, it's a pretty benign one. But it's like, okay, I could see that as an insult, but that one's a bit tenuous. You don't know why solar panels are driven under max if steam engines are running. Yeah, and that's what I don't really get is why the solar panels aren't... The solar panels don't seem to be getting above 20-something%. Or like 30% power. That's what I don't understand, is what is happening right now where they're not... Well, 365 only give 21 megawatts. So it is giving the correct power, it's just the UI. I think it's just the UI. Like, they are giving the correct amount of power for what they're doing, potentially. But, like, the UI is dealing with that. Regardless of, the problem is, I need a lot more power. Why would the UI show more than max? Well, no. My assumption of what was here is, like, right now, this is putting it halfway. My assumption of what this UI was saying is, of this here, I am getting this percentage of the amount it can make. That's the way I was reading this. If it is saying, this is producing this amount of what it is, and this is contributing this factor, it's just not exactly a clear UI, in my opinion. Nothing is used when it's not needed. Yeah, no, if you have solar, or if you have power generation in excess, you'll have less power consumption by your, or less coal consumption, or whatever consumption by your steam power. Yeah, solar is higher priority, because there's no material cost once you build the panel. You build the panel, it just sits there and makes electricity. Therefore, when you go to something like coal or whatever, it's the one that goes, okay, do less of that until it recovers. Yeah, so continuing to slap down more and more panels to try and get it sorted out. Do you think the bar represents 21 megawatts of your total? Yeah. Right, I get that, but then why is that one full? If it's the percentage of your total, wouldn't this be, like, cut off right here because of the... Well, I mean... You would imagine that this bar would then be on a scale of 70%. That's, like, if it was the percentage of the power, I would get it, like, if it cut off the 50 there, and then this said, you know, this said the 50, but we're at 72. But this one's kind of just a head scratcher. Not. You should never have boilers running, and not solar unless it's nighttime. Yep. Anything touching the AoE substation equals connected. Yep. Yeah, so I would just say it's a UI that can be a little clearer. Well, yeah, that's the two ways we can look at this is either A, this bar is supposed to be the percentage of this power being produced, at which point none of these should be maxed out at any point unless it is your only type of power. However, otherwise this bar would be the percentage of what it's capable of displaying. I guess that it's it's showing that this is producing that much and it's relative to that. Either way, it's kind of just, I do feel like it should be a little bit cleaner. The bar should be 100% of the bar. Let's see, that bar should be 100% of the bar is 100% of capacity. Yeah, no, I would want this bar to be whatever percentage of this thing is producing for stuff that ramps up and down. Like it's capable of production for that, so that the steam as it was not at full capacity would go down and then back up. Right, 100% solar bar is 100% of solar capacity. Yeah, that's what I would want that bar to represent. Because it is those things that's the thing. Maybe we can calculate it with 100% solar production should produce, assuming it's still 60 kilowatt per solar panel. Yeah, it's 60 kilowatt per solar panel. That it does say on the solar panel itself. And we currently have 366 solar panels. Looks like the production stats don't think it's based on percent of production. It looks like it's the actual production. Yeah, the good news here is we are turning out a solar panel every couple of seconds. Man, when those accumulators come on, it's gonna be a thing. Now I think about this. Do we have any quality modules? Because I don't care. Oh, actually, for you then. Yeah, you've already got 2 spots. Or actually, that's still gonna be a problem. But we can fix this relatively easily. So I can go back here. Get rid of that. You need your thing there. Right, okay, I see where this is going. Alright, so filter, do this, choose that, equals normal, alright. And then this filter, choose this. Normal, above. Okay. Yeah, so make 2 stacks of regular ones and as many others. That should be roughly 22 megawatts. Yeah, so it's roughly 22 megawatts. What would it take me to get steam while we're waiting for this? Because I can only go so fast with this. All right, we need to take you off here. Do this. Any quality. I don't care what quality. Yeah, and so that makes almost 25% more power. So what's this about a better solar? Yeah, so solar is a much lower yield for the time. What I was going to say is, do I have what I need to set up more steam? Just that. Okay, so it's full solar. The UI is just a bug. Yeah, no, it's just one of those things that like the UI is just weird, buggy, having an issue. Don't really have the answer for it. The UI is doing something counter to what you expect the UI to do. Yeah, and that's not being produced because steel. So grab a stack of you. That's fine. We can drop this off down here where we have our power already being made. Okay. Because pretty soon, we're going to run into the problem that this will just keep consuming more and more and more coal faster and faster until it becomes its own logistic nightmare. Now, granted, before we hit that phase, we'll probably have issues with, like, just a bunch of other stuff. Like, don't get me wrong, a lot of times coal ends up being one of, well, not coal, but the steam power ends up being my main power for a very long time. Let's see here. There we are. I think it's most probably a bug. The other bars are not displayed like this, and it's never displayed like this until 1.1. Yeah, no, I figured it was a bug as well. I was just confused when I was looking at it being like, wait, why am I not getting my full yield? But this will at least get us out of the immediate crisis, because right now I'm just waiting for a really bad biter attack to show up and to drain those batteries on our laser defenses, and then those laser defenses just go offline. We'd still probably have more than enough time to respond to, like, only get some damage. But the point is, it would still be not good. Let's see if I can get 6 more of the steam engines. Because, well, on the one hand, I'm going, ah, man, I'm making more. It seems like a decent band-aid to get the Stoller caught back up. Yeah, not something I'm going to have to do. When it wasn't getting resolved quickly, it's like, okay, but really my factory is suffering right now. So let's get this fixed. Because this is also a good thing to have as a buffer anyways. Because then if you do run into problems like we did where power went out, the real reason the factory was still producing at night at all was just how much steam generation we had. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay. Yeah, I think this is the pattern I'll change it to, is put this almost exclusively solar the entire outside, and then, like, the middle section will be the accumulators. Because that should give us... It still won't be the right ratio, but it won't be quite as awfully one-sided. What is going to happen here in a minute is I do need to use the restroom. We're about to get stuck with an ad break. So I'm going to quickly slap down those 2 panels. Alright, so the good news is they did get into range and immediately got thrashed by those lasers. Satisfaction is still just not there. Let's see, can you save a backup copy of the save right now and send it to you after Steam? Yeah, I could go ahead and save and say, well, first I'll save our normal one, and then I'm gonna say, you know, backup. Another thing to do is we did just save. Let's reload and see if the UI fixes. It wouldn't be the first time I've had that happen in a game. Alright, well, bear with me, chat, because I gotta use the restroom in a bad way, so I'm gonna go ahead and step away for just a minute, and I'll be right back, and thank you again for tuning in.
More than you know.
Don't forget beautiful. I am also beautiful.
The sun's coming up. I must go.
I
shall put my own heart aside and do what's best for the kingdom.
I need you to reaffirm me saying I'm beautiful. Don't leave me hanging here. You're supposed to agree with me and help me. No. My feelings. Your not answering my question or not reciprocating is not unheard. Also, give her tacos. I know, right? Keep running. Get out of here. Very, very, get in the chopper. Being caught out in the open against that would have been a couple of people in not so good of health. I tried to be understanding. Monty Python. He wouldn't write into the wall. He would just say it. Like, he carved it into stone. It must have taken him hours. I probably need to replace this microphone. Yeah, saying, okay, you see what's going on? Yeah, no, it's a Blue Yeti, and this thing's, man, is this thing 10 years old now? Like, it's a good microphone, but the actual, like, mute button on it wears out. It's the first point of failure for the microphone, because it's, like, the only mechanical piece for it. But as a result, what ends up happening is you push it, it makes the click, and then it doesn't really do anything. Okay. See, I've got our power coming up online. The quality mic thing. Let's see. So the bar goes to the max whenever, of whatever any one power producer makes. Yeah, it's a really weird choice. So I get that at a glance you could look at this and say this is full. Okay, my solar's producing half or whatever it ends up being. Yeah, I get that. I feel like as the player, though, I would care more about... I mean, I don't know. I guess it's 50-50. It's one of those ones you kind of scratch your head and you're like, what? You're doing what in the Ha now? You start picking these up and moving them. Because I think this will be closer. It'll still be a bit overkill, since the ratio solar panel to accumulator is almost equal. It's just slightly in favor of I think the accumulators, but like it's almost equal. Whereas this pattern I'm looking at doing right here won't quite be right for that. Let me make sure I'm doing this down here. But it should be closer, where this is like 8 solar panels to like 20 something. I see him flicking. They're right on the edge. They're ever so slightly coming online, but it's not lasting. But we're right on that fence where we're almost stable again. It's definitely not going to be enough power over to charge those things for the day, though. All in all, in the meantime, we are slowly having our issue with the steel should be starting to level. So the game needed to reload? No, that's not what it was. We added a bunch of steam onto the network that's helping. The big thing I'm trying to do is I'm trying to shift us more and more to using the solar over the steam. Or nuclear if we get there. Just because it ends up being one of those things. So right now, while these are charging, I want to leave them alone so they could just charge. But yeah, so it is a thing that you just need way more solar comparatively to that. And that's always been the case. What I'm hoping, though, is we'll start seeing our steel starting to balance out again now that our power grid isn't a raging tire fire, which it's not out of the woods yet. Siemens has producer at 64.8, so all the bars based on the number being 100%. Yeah, no, I get what you're saying there. It's one of those things as like, oh, I don't want it to be that way. I'm like, you know, there's actually argument for it being that way, too. Okay. So, meanwhile, with the power doing its thing for a moment, all of these are producing, and it's just, they're replacing all those refineries really, really threw the grid out of whack, because when you look at our power consumption, those electric furnaces we built are literally consuming, what, the next three highest things combined is slightly higher than it. And that's the accumulators, which kind of shouldn't count because they're just power storage. So if we ignore those, you're almost down to the four next power things are the same as just the smelters. All right. Apparently, oh, that's just a gun I have in the middle of here because I put it there. Oh, that's interesting. I can set them to have target priorities. Interesting. That honestly could be very important. I mean, that does, if I look through that, it's going to spoil all the enemies. But that does have the interesting thing of usually it's the range ones that are the ones that actually do damage to your stuff in a meaningful way. So having, like, maybe every other one targets the ranged ones, that way you still, like, wear down the melee ones before they run in on top. Should do a pretty good number so far as helping with that. Okay. Yeah, so you're running out of iron. Oh yeah, we're probably struggling on iron in a big way because with the power dipping, it would have slowed down the rate we were mining stuff in a lot. I also need to get this to have higher throughput. We can take care of that now while we wait for more solar panels to get made. It's when you use mixed weapon, don't use big nukes on small biters. Yeah, exactly. Alright. So I need to get up here because we have some throughput issues on our iron smelting or iron mining. And I want to fix that, but that's just going to exacerbate our power problems even more. So good news is those did get charged up to about halfway. So I think that should actually be fine. That'll carry through the night. Is there fallout from nukes? I believe it does irradiate the ground. I don't remember it hurting you, though. It's been a very long time since I've used nukes in the game. All the drills running out of ore. But from most people's perspective, no. Okay, so you see here, the issue I'm running into with this is they're just not feeding in fast enough. So the way I could probably resolve this is let's move this dish just not where it is. And instead, I'm going to go ahead and plug this in right here. And that should increase the throughput we get on these. Yeah, that should help get us more throughput in between the two. This also means I don't need all this nonsense going on necessarily. Ah, I see. I still have a problem here. Because of the way I dealt with this before. Here, we can do this. Here we can go and do that. Okay, so let's check. Alright, so everything coming through here gets split between those. Cool. Everything coming through here gets split between those. Cool. And then this is dividing out this, basically this half of the mine from this half of the mine as well. That should be good. That genuinely, the only way I can get a much better throughput on this would be splitting it up even more, which we probably could do. I'm also noticing that that car is full, this car is getting close to full. So weirdly enough, it's actually the front of the train that's struggling to stay topped off. But it is getting to be just about full before it departs. Why are you waiting there? Yeah, your signals all appear to be correct from here. You should actually be this signal, not the other one. Ah, this signal over here is wrong. There we go. Alright, pretty soon I'm going to need to add bypass lanes to this. And I made all of this too close to make that work well. Okay, if I were to try and run... I don't have train track. What am I talking about? That's the whole problem. I don't have steel. And because I don't have steel, I'm being extremely limited on what I can do. Because if I had... Oh, that's just interesting. The copper is low again. That was not a problem for a good while. I'm not going to expand on the copper right now. The copper can just keep being on fire for a minute. It's not as urgent. Can the turrets fire nukes now? Is there a special turret for firing rockets? Not that I'm aware of. There might be stuff like that. Yeah, okay, so we got our north defense got attacked. That was... Well, actually, that probably wasn't an expansion. Yeah, so we're angering that up there. The problems are stacking. Right. The first thing I need to do is I need to address my power grid. It's got to grow. It's got to be a little bit more stable. That during the day, I want those accumulators full. Not kind of full, not mostly full. I want them to be full during the day. If they're not full during the day, that is a problem, because that means I'm riding on that knife's edge of power problems. That's part of the reason I ran up there, is we got this going down here. I'm trying to fix our steel, because if I fix our steel, then that should start to correct some of the other stuff down here. So it's 21 solar panels. That should help a lot. But I gotta get that steel fixed. Okay, so even more solar. Alright. It wouldn't be so bad, except for, like, literally no steel is getting here. Because the other stops are just too much closer. And I keep being like, oh, I really need to work on... You know what I can do? Yeah, these trains are just going through one after the other after the other. They are very little delay in between those ore trains. Which the good news is I don't see these running out. They keep getting pretty close, but they are managing to keep this online. How are we doing with our quality materials? That's another concern I gotta worry about. Okay, so they really only got one box full, so we're okay for a while. And I can't imagine we don't have a bunch of resources backing up either, because literally blue science is the thing holding everything up, and as far as I can tell, we've been getting none through for a while, which would imply any materials that are not used in blue science, they're not actively consuming just to work on basic things, should just be sitting there getting stuck. I can get myself some more rail. One thing I could technically do is I could figure out just a little bit over a train's worth between all of these boxes and say don't make more than that. I don't actually care because that just means we get it set up and it's a buffer from then on. But we did get 3 stacks of rail. So what I am going to start doing is I'm going to make that bypass I mentioned a couple of times. So the plan of the bypass is to go up this way and honestly try and connect it there. I'm going to have to like wiggle it around. But the reason I want to do that is, 1, it'll make it so it's a little bit easier for the trains to get around because I have more than one route they can select. And then 2, I'm going to have a parking area on it, which all it's going to be is it's going to loop around and just have areas that cross with signals. And that the idea with all that is I can go into my trains and add an interrupt that says, hey, if you got nothing to do, go over there. Get out of the way. I'm going to need to get this coal dealt with, because as you can see, that's slowly burning out. I need to continue to get our solar and all that sorted. But I'm hoping all these things that we improve the efficiency of the trains to move around on the map should help with a bunch of these problems. So I'm going to start on this side, because that won't break anything when I go to connect it. I mean, I guess neither side technically will. I might actually get lucky, and I might be able to just go over the water, just throw down some good stuff there. Why is my inventory always full? You know what? Just, I don't feel like dealing with it right now. Take the stone. It's fine. I'll come back for it. Or I won't. We'll see. Okay. Yeah, no, if I go straight up here and, like, fill that in, I can just wiggle it just right there. If you just plop down a locomotive and hold control spot on the train, it'll go there. If you just plop down a locomotive and control click a spot on the rail, it'll go there. Interesting. Oh, yeah. Right, but it wants to ghost place it. That's for when you get the bots. When you get the bots, it'll do it, but it'll ghost place it in the meantime. You know what? It'll actually let me carry that because I got rid of enough rails. Okay. There used to be a mod where you could press a hotkey and the train would be assigned to drive close to you and wait for you. That doesn't surprise me that that would be a mod. Alright. Alright, so I need to get these blue inserter arms out of my inventory as well. That might be one of those things that I finally just go, alright, here's a box. I'm gonna put those in. Please start just shoving them in this machine. Because they keep ending up with that as we're upgrading and adjusting things. It's one of the things I have to keep finding new homes to put away. Yeah, I can put it right up here. There, get that out of my inventory. Get this out of my inventory. Let's see here. We got plenty of signals. We've got a decent okay amount of tracks. Right. I needed landfill. Oh, good. My inventory is full. We could drop off the stone. I can actually drop off some of these drills. I just have too many of them. Which will keep it from making more the next time I pick up a couple. Then drop off the stone in its box. There you are. Okay, I'm going to cut down more trees, so I'm not going to worry about dropping that off. How's the power looking? Not good. That's how the power's looking. Let's make sure all our steam generators... Well, actually, if it's still at 60-something, we're still running fine. Yeah, so those are running fine. But I think what's happening is we're now hitting a point that whenever we get enough materials that we resolve a production line issue and that production line comes on, that it starts gobbling up those materials and costing a crap ton more power, which then bottoms everything out again and puts us back into not having the power we need. Okay. There, little by little, I'm changing the organization to be a bit better. It'll be much easier to do once I have the drones, but I figured we'd do that real quick. Okay, so I'm almost to the point where we can get that railway to snake up. At which point, then I'll probably want to get the loop around gone. And I can make it so the U-turn point... That's actually one of the things I probably also need. Is I probably need somewhere, like, on each of these lengths, just somewhere that, like, trains can easily turn around without having to go, like, all the way past stuff and then back. Because that's what areas like this are being used for, is just a loop around. The other thing is, this one I want to leave lots of space so I can make it 4 lanes. And then we can make it pass, and then this ultimately can be... Well, probably not this one. We'll probably ultimately make a different route, the main route to travel north-south and all that, as we fix stuff. There we go. Nice hearty landfill. Alright, so let's see this end. Because like I said, I'm going to need to snake it around this a little bit. So I can go up over here. Yeah, so we can go up a little ways. And then I need to snake it to match up with the other one. I'm going to focus on the right lane, and we'll just try and get the left lane to follow it when we're ready. Green trees and blue water? I know, right? Nature really needs to mind its space. My factory needs places to grow, and nature's getting all up in my business. have another attack. Okay, from the north again. So it does look like we've gotten to the point to the north where we are starting to see steady attacks. That power tower needs to be scooched over there. Okay, and before I connect this to the other side, let's finish building out this intersection and get its lights set up. Because if I connect it now before I have the lights all figured out, bad things are going to happen. Don't do this to me. Hey, this oil stop, it's offline. Deal with it. Alright, let me go grab some rail real fast. Actually, I'm gonna steal... I know I'm gonna need like 1 or 2 pieces off of here. Because I need those to match up. Let's bring this back in line, because luckily this thing is so slow right now, there's just not a reason to really focus on it. Come on. You're willing to match up from the other side. There you go. Okay. So in this particular case, you're that signal. You're an exit, so you're this signal. And you're this signal. Okay, so we've got our signals. You're an exit. You need to be this signal as well. Okay, so with that, we've got that whole thing set up. I just need to grab myself some more signals. Or not, sorry, signals. I need to grab myself some more track. And that should help. I'm going to drop by and see if I can't grab any more solar panels and set them up, because we're still having power problems. I bet you it literally is when the power's in good place and we get that extra iron ore and everything through the process, that then it has that much more demand on the iron. But because we have the smelters for the iron production, and then when we have all those extra iron plates and it goes over to the steel, and now our steel starts running at speed, and then the whole thing catches fire and goes down. The bottom left is truly a nature preserve. I mean, this looks really nice up here, but yeah. Don't worry, we'll get it. It'll get its turn. Yeah, so we do charge up the panels during the accumulators during the day, but not enough. They shut down before the day's up. And we ran out of steel on ourselves to boost that. So I'm gonna need to do that. I need to be in my tank driving around. Okay, so let's go down to where the track is, where we're making track. I'm going to snag some track while I'm down there. Where is the track happening? Let's actually see, is there any of the higher end smelters? Nope, not yet. The train track's the next one over. I'm going to steal a couple of stacks of train track out of that. Oh, you're joking. We literally are going to be adding a parking lot. It'll be a train parking lot, but it will be a parking lot. Give me like 4 stacks. You can take the spare. I'm gonna go down here to where your steel is at. Oh, you don't have any of that stuff called steel available. I'll take a 5th stack. Yeah, because pretty soon we're gonna stop producing rail because it'll be full. And when that happens, that'll be a major steel sink resolved for the time being. Which should help. Yeah, let's get this bypass lane set up, and then let's get some parking spots. That basically, my understanding is I can add a rule that says, hey, if you got nothing to do, go over there. So I could just have, like, up here, just 5, 6, 7, 8, however many parking spots. And then the trains will just go over here when they're not needed. Does wood have real use? Asked a couple times today, but not sure if it's gotten answered. Oh yeah, no, sorry. I didn't see the question. Yeah, so wood is used for crafting a couple of things, like the early power poles, you use wood for that. The combat shotgun, I believe you use wood to make that. But it also can be used as a fuel. So like in this tank, for example, if I ran out of coal, I can burn wood. It's not very good, but, you know, when you're dealing with that kind of stuff, not very good is better than not at all. Generally, what I do with most of the wood that I end up in my inventory is I chuck it in to put into the steam smelters from time to time. They'll have like one smelter burning it for a while. And that track just became dangerous. Right. It ends up being something you don't care about after a while. Usually for a lot of people, what they'll do with the wood is early game they'll use it because you have to. But instead of where I'm chopping down these trees, you'll have a lot of people, especially if you're speedrunning, you have to, that they'll just bring grenades and they'll just grenade the forest out of the way if they have to go through trees. Ideally, they don't want to do that any more than absolutely necessary. But yeah. Okay, those are officially on the train network. So let's make ourselves like a little bit of a, we'll get rid of that loop-to-loop once I make myself a little depot. The depot will work as both a U-turn spot and a parking area. Okay. And just like that, we have trains going that way. Alright, we'll just... That's fine. Okay, so the plan's very simple. We're gonna have... I'm trying to remember which one's... This one's up, that one's down. Okay, so... This is the exit to this side. You're just gonna straight across here. Because I need to get one stop online. It doesn't need fuel, it doesn't need anything, doesn't need, like, literally it is just a train stop with enough space for the train to actually fit. I'll turn it around. And then I gotta go start through all the trains and go, here is the interrupt, you use this now. I'll deal with the stone in a minute. That's not what I wanted to do. Okay, so you have that signal on this side. And I put this signal on the other side. I'm debating something really fast. Hey, first take all this wood I've got in my inventory. Need to make one change here. I'll deal with that in a second. No, this won't be the main throughput. It's fine. I was actually debating whether or not I wanted to make the bypass lane right here. It's like, no, this isn't gonna be our main throughput. It'll be fine just this way. Get ourselves some parking for the time being. We can add the main throughput later. So let's just get all of this hooked up so it is a intersection that can be used. Because this will give us a way of turning around and whatever I need to. Cool. All right. Now, I don't need any space between these spots. Literally as tight as you can fit them, good enough. And I did make this plenty longer, so if I get bigger trains, I don't need to make another location. So I can go there. And back here. Yeah, so with that I can handle a train that is... looks like 4 long, maybe pushing 5. I could have honestly made that longer, but that's okay. And so we're just gonna call this depot. Alright, so now I can go to the trains. There's 24 of them. Okay, so you're a train that's all asleep, so add depot. So add interrupt condition. Let's see. Destination full or no path. So basically, well, actually, circuit condition at specified station. Basically, I want to say if there's, well, no, because it'd say no path. Yeah, so that should be fine. So you go to the depot. Save interrupt. And it's going to go over here for me. Cool. So you got... I wonder how many people made Factorio that covers the entire world. Oh, the world is so large that literally your computer would just not handle it. Like, it is one of those things that there is a limit to the size of world, but it's more of like a theoretical size thing. Like, it's not theoretical. It's a technical limitation size issue, not a, hey, the world's this many units wide issue. All right. Just carving enough space so we could squeeze another spot in here. And then I'll go and get another train configured. Because it is one of those things, I'm not going to need to have a spot for every train or anything quite that extreme. Yeah, revealing the entire play, I take petabytes of RAM. Yeah, that's the whole idea. It's like Minecraft. There isn't a, this is the hard limit on how big the planet is. It's no really, there's just only so big you can go before things start coming apart. Let's see, your map is covered to the south and north, but you're playing at a ribbon world size map. I don't know what that means. Depot. That gives me 2 parking spots. Let's fix a couple more trains. So I've got that train. It's asleep. If it's asleep, new interrupt, depot, okay. Cool. And then let's look at our next train. We got you. Your train is asleep. Add interrupt, depot, okay. Add interrupt, fuel, okay. Because let's start making sure we have that interrupt on everything. All right. Add depot. Okay. We can go to you and add depot. Okay. All right. This could be funny. Yeah, there is the danger of if we start bottlenecking getting over here. That was the reason I was like, oh, maybe I should add another lane. But the idea is I want trains just sit over here and wait. That's fine. Take the wood. Now these are stops I need to stay away from. I am finding it interesting that in the time it takes them to get over there, they're just blasting through at speed. Because it doesn't look like they're not needed at the other stops. The other thing I'm probably due for is going to a bunch of these stops. Waiting for battery pickup. What's going on here that... Ah! So the issue I'm running into here is the back part of this train is full, but not enough of that. Do you have any rails book for the pickup stops for resources? Do you have any rails booked for the pickup stops for resources? Try phrasing that a little different. I don't really understand what you're stating. So here's a question, because these things are blueprint. Yeah, no, I got that, but have any books for the... Oh! Yeah, no, I don't have any blueprints made. What usually happens is I'll work on the blueprint once I get the bots. Until I get the bots, blueprints don't end up being very useful. Because, like, I have to put it down, I have to, like, figure it out anyways. And, like, get stuff to match the position. But once I get the robots, then I'll be very heavily using blueprints. I'm gonna get one more of these depots online here. But something is not configured right that they're just blasting through here at speed and not actually stopping at the depot. Like, I can definitely see once in a while doing that. And it might just be configuring the stops that they're picking up to not be as much. So depot. Alright, let's continue through here. So I've got you. Yeah, so looking at this, so you're waiting for full cargo. It might be time to get rid of that 60 seconds, instead put inactivity. ore. And then the empty cargo... Well, no, because I'll also want that to be the same thing. Yeah, let's start moving over to that. So, empty cargo or inactivity. Yeah, let's start going through our trains and cleaning this up. Okay, battery pickup, you're just sitting here. So we have them going to the depot. Oh, depot wait condition? That's the real question. Because it should only go to the next stop if one is available. I don't think it'll loop back on itself. Let's see. Station is not full. Station is full. Because they're not stopping here at the depot. Why are you making a liar out of me? Cool. So that is working as intended. The train guy here said, hey, I'm not needed. I'm just going to sit here and take a nap. Well, at least I know it's working, because it was slowly losing my mind going, but why aren't you doing the thing? Okay, so we're going to add here, inactivity, delete that, add here, inactivity, delete that, and it's an ore. So basically, if the cargo is full or it's been inactive too long, I think literally they're using that as a U-turn spot right now. Okay, so you are going between the blue science. The blue science drop. Doesn't have any logic to it whatsoever. Ah, so these are going to have to be configured to have logic to them. Because the reason these are going to have logic need to be set to them is otherwise those will stay active forever, and those trains will never stop. So we can fix that by going here. That's purple science, I believe, on this one. And say, hey, if you have less than 2,000, you're okay. Like, if you have less than 2,000, that's active. So you go here. We can go to your interrupts, add the depot, okay. Change that, and inactivity, inactivity. And the only downside with the inactivity thing is you could sit there and have it just put in like 1 unit, 1 unit, 1 unit to keep resetting the inactivity and run into a situation where it never goes anywhere. So we have the coal pickup and drop off. It's all configured fine. Alright, we can go here. Oh yeah, the copper ore pickup and drop off. You are going to be set to inactivity and inactivity, past and ore. Cool. We have the copper plate. Inactivity, inactivity. Get rid of the pasts. Switch those to ore. Add an interrupt for fuel. And add an interrupt for depot. And I'm prepping for that for when we start taking all of these things off of requiring coal. So that means you should drop off at the depot. So that's the copper plates train. Electric smelter train. We will add the interrupt for the depot. And we will set you to inactivity. And set you for inactivity. And I see I could also add an additional weight. All right. And then you're a new depot. Okay, we were through that, so we're on to green circuits. Add the depot to the list. Okay. Get rid of those 60 seconds past. Add inactivity. And add inactivity. That should take care of the green circuits train. And then we have the iron ore trains. There's 2 of them. So fuel. Depot. That'll probably never happen in either of them, if we're being honest. Inactivity and inactivity. This one probably makes the most sense, because most likely I'm going to want those to like fully fill up as close as they're getting to it. Alright, so that's the first of the iron ore trains, and here's the second one. Add the depot. Delete these conditions. Alright. I expect some things to break with this, by the way, but we'll have to figure out where what breaks and why and all that. But this should help shift a bunch of those trains off of that right side as well. Okay, we have fuel, we have depot. Okay, and so after the iron plates, we have lubricant. You go to the depot when you're not needed. Alright, let's just... because it can run into weird issues if I, if I don't have enough spots for them. Because then they'll have, like, no path to their interrupt. Ooh, don't do that. Thank you. I was like, don't put in that one. How can you go that way? You shouldn't be able to go that way. Why are you giving me the option to go that way? There shouldn't be a route you can do that. Okay. Oh, I'm out of train stations. Alright. Well, let's keep configuring our trains before we get... so we got to lubricant, so here's military science. Same deal. Get fuel. Go to the depot. Get rid of these. Inactivity. And then inactivity. And go to our trains here. That's military, so this is motor pickup. Alright. I'm sure one of these I'll have missed where I accidentally set it to inactivity and full, which will still happen, but it means it'll just wait till it's full. Oil drop. So literally there's nowhere available for it yet. This one, it won't matter with how oil works. So that should go to here. Plastic pickup. All right. We're almost done, chat. Just a couple more. What should happen is a bunch of these will end up getting off of our train route because they won't have anything. So purple science is already configured. And one of the other problems we're going to run into with all this, by the way, is just as things shake out, we're going to see a bunch of them bottleneck as they're all trying to figure out where to go and all that stuff. But that's okay. Okay, so you have the productivity module. Did we already get you sorted? Yes, we did. There are red circuits. Steel production. We do have one of our defenses is getting hit. So inactivity. Fuel. Depot. Yeah, so that's going to take a while. We're just going to sit here catching up on steel. That'll probably help us, though, because even if it means we don't get as timely deliveries on the steel, if we get a giant bulk delivery someplace, that should make that spot ineligible for anything else for a while. And then we can just deal with, okay, do I need more trains? And all that. Alright, so we've got you, and you were doing stone. So we've only got 3 left. Okay. And the reason we're adding inactivity onto that list is that way if there's like nothing there, it just leaves. Versus just sitting there being like, well, I'm not full. Because the other thing I could do is add like a really long wait time instead. But that can also have problems too. Like this still has problems. Specifically the inactivity thing being if it's just being fed like one every fraction of a second or whatever. Okay, so I believe that is all trains configured. Alright. And we had another attack. I think it was over here. Granted, that's just being fed pollution right now. So that's a concern. Alright, so let's go check on our resources and see where we're at. Have you not wondered why trains aren't going north? Wait. I also realized my tank's there. Why my trains aren't going north? I mean, that train's going north. I mean, the reality is most of my stops are down here. I've got some stops up here, but if we're talking raw numbers, this is tons of stops down in this side versus this is just a handful of stops up here and all that. Yep, that's the thing. There's not going to be many trains that take that far route. You don't have a north right-hand turn. Oh, you're right! I forgot, I was in the middle of that and ran out of track. Yeah, okay. So yeah, we're getting nowhere near as much, which does mean they're probably coming up here and U-turning, which is absolutely cursed. Yeah, so this intersection's incomplete because of a couple things. So we want to go ahead and grab you. 1, 2. One, 2. There we go. Just making sure everything's going through just fine. There's so many trains queuing up for all the intersections. I am gonna need to make bypass lanes and everything, and I'm putting it off because I know it's going to end up being a huge difficulty. And the reason it's going to be a huge difficulty is I put all of my stops too close to the railway, so that when I start to expand the railway out, I'm gonna have to rearrange the stops. Like, most realistically, the way I resolve that is I leave that the way it is, and let's say this ends up becoming the main highway. Then I put 4 lanes along this one, and we'll just reroute some of our trains to that main highway as opposed to there. So I have, like, our big arterial roads that go north and south. Well, that's not good. We're in daytime, and all of that's got no power. Which I suspect what's happened is we've improved the efficiency of our railway a little bit. And as a side effect of that improved efficiency, now we're running into problems where we're just consuming more power again. Alright. We've got our steel production up here. So I'm going to go yoink a bunch of steel off this line again. Hey, train. That's mine now. I also need to fix this to be balanced. Oh, hey, sorry about that. Cool. That way they're at least loading up the front and the back. Yeah, so downside of this is going to sit here for a while and fill up. But once it does fill up, it'll go to its stop and it will just load that stop up. That's not going to be a good thing in the short term, but it should start to get better in the long term. In the meantime, it looks like I'm back to fixing our power. The other thing that might help with doing it that way is it might help kind of even out some of our power consumption by not having as much of the factory running at the same time while I'm fixing it. So we're just dealing with admin stuff right now. We're just got overhead on things that got to get sorted. I'm just gonna do this as well. Hey, I need you to just keep making solar panels, so there's a bunch of steel. Meanwhile, let me go up to the tank, and I want to grab as much wood out of it as I can. We're gonna drop that in our box that we feed into the steam engines on occasion. It sucks. We've been sitting on this rocket engine. Oh, that is not what I wanted to see right now. Hear me out. That is real bad right there. Now I understand why our power grid is having problems. We've run into the situation where whether it's because the power sags or the fact that we've just mined up enough of the coal that too many of our drills are no longer on top of coal, that we're not getting enough coal. I mean, honestly, it's probably not even that. It's probably literally how much I expanded that coal production. That we've hit that point that we are no longer getting even remotely enough coal to keep all those steam engines online. Thanks. I hate it. Crap. So, if we look over at our coal, that is a third of the pad, maybe a fourth of the pad, that's running out. That is the same deal. So yeah, so we're just not getting nearly as enough in. Interestingly enough, this does have more than enough coal in here to make the train happy. We have a gun that's run out of ammo. Okay, so our north boundary needs to be reinforced. Which that has been coming for a while. Alright, hear me out. Where are we at? Give me those solar panels. Yeah, so you actually do have enough coal in there. Where is our coal train? What's going on with that? That could actually be the problem, is the coal train. So here's the train, there you at. So you're waiting for your turn to go over here. You have a clean shot to where you're supposed to be dropping off your coal. No, you don't. Okay, so you got a traffic jam on the right. Yeah, we've got a traffic jam with all the trains currently on the main circuit. There's something wrong with this connection here, just south of me, that the trains are piling up. That they're waiting for their turn to go through here. Because that train on the bottom there should have a clean shot straight through and not have to wait for anything. Just let me through that wall. Let's check our signals over here. Because you're trying to go straight through there. Yeah, so it's angry about this section. Oh, and it's angry about this section because you're stuck over here in it. I see. So what we can do here is... I didn't think of that before. Let's go ahead and put your light way up here. Give you a little bit of room to scoosh on forward. And put a different signal there. So that this keeps it as a separate block, and that's just effectively in the middle of the nowhere parking spot. Yeah, so we had a train got stuck in the intersection itself was the issue. And you're going to lead to the exact same problem here, aren't you? Do you not have a signal up here? Hey, you need a signal up here. Alright, let's go check out to see what's happening at our depot. So, you're waiting for the train in front of you, who's blocked. You're waiting for this area. It's perfectly happy with this section, but you're stuck. And you're stuck wanting to turn up here, because this section... This probably just needs a couple signals along the way to be like, hey, you know, you can go here. So kind of just giving ourselves like, hey, here is a spot that you can go up to and wait your turn. That train should be coming up this way. Cool. And then you're mad about what's up ahead. Oh, I see. You don't have a signal over here, so you probably just need a regular signal there. Get rid of that one. Yeah, so you don't have signals along here, so there's your signal there. I also just realized you can't go both routes, can you? Because that'll prevent us from having to have trains loop-to-looping just to get where they need to go. Oh, that signal's too far forward. There we go, that fixes those. So that's the reason the coal problem is we have a pileup. We're just gonna go up here a ways. Alright, by doing this, we'll break that off into another block, because now there's no connection between the two. Okay, so basically at this giant straightaway, I'm just like, here, have a handful of signals so you can stop on the straightaway if you need. All right. So just seeing if it clears up with all the trains rolling through. Because this should only be impacting trains that don't have anything better to do. The one that surprises me is the ones that arrive, and it's just in the time it takes them to arrive. Oh, they're just U-turning there. They're just all turning around here is what they're doing. Which is like, I don't mind this being a U-turn, but because all of them are using this as a U-turn route, it's not letting the other trains out. Because there's perpetually a train U-turning. Okay, so let's run up here, and we're going to add a couple more stop spots. To hopefully give them a little bit more of a buffer. Alright, so let's see how that helps, because we just add a whole bunch of signals along there, where yeah, so you can see they can stop along the way. They're all trying to get to the depot or turn around at the depot. And that's the issue we've got right now, is there's a bunch coming over here. Realistically, the way I could partially resolve this issue is instead of having the depot all in one spot, I could come over here and make like a mini depot over here and a mini depot down there. A bunch of different areas they can go to, so they could just find wherever they need to go. But I'm hoping this will resolve itself after it has a minute for all these trains to get about their business, since they were backed up. You can also do multiple paths of the depot too, right? Yes. Like that's honestly what it could even do. If the depot's a little too far up, I could literally just make a path through here to that side as well for the depot. But it's giving different access routes. Yeah, I think it's all the trains just U-turning here. Like, if you look at half these trains, you could also signal it much better. I'm sure we probably could. You want to jump into the game and fix the signaling? Yeah. So let's take a look at here. I'm betting we could do something like... That's a signal to get out of here. There's not enough space between these. If I put a signal on either side of this, we'll run into problems. I could switch the signal going into this thing to not be the style of signal it is right now, and instead change it to this one. So they'll pull up to this, and they will wait until they can get in here. So that when they're waiting here, it'll be fine. I mean, it feels like the big thing is I need to have this part separate. One thing I can do, let's make a bypass for this whole area. Ho, 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 ho. I panicked and stepped almost back into the train. Yeah, because we got some of these trains are just trying to go by. Let's go back here somewhere. Actually, we'll change it this way. So how much would I need to make this crisscross? Just do that. All right. So I'm just trying to find... We took this. Cool. So I want a signal before that. And go way to the end here. Oh, we already have a signal right there. That's going to be good enough. And so you need a signal there. So then this whole thing should be a bypass lane. But the trains don't want to do that. You're not familiar with Factorio. Train kill bugs. Can they apply damage to the player as well? Yes. And then we need a signal here. So what should happen is when this is blocked up, the train should zip around the other way if it's trying to get past here. I can't make the over-under tracks yet, right? No. Because it could definitely make this better if I could have, like, the train go over the spot or thing. The trains create a route when they start moving. The lights just say if they can go or not. Yeah. They have no reason to choose that side rail. Oh, I was thinking because this is blocked that they would go around it. I mean, ultimately, what we could even do with this kind of thing, though, because I remember it used to run 4 rails, and it used to have 2 rails that wouldn't have any stops along them in the middle, and then there'd be, like, the zigzag in between. Not that, like, there'd be a zigzag, and then, like, a screen or two, and then a zigzag. And so the middle lanes wouldn't go to any stops, but would go to the intersections, and these would go to all these stops. Which I could do here. If you had the incoming rail not have a way to go, if you had an incoming rail not have a way to go straight through, it would work. Yeah, and I want to transfer that to the outside though. So maybe get rid of our first depot part. I'm gonna get rid of the very first depot section, and instead we're going to get this set up. I'm not going to connect this yet because the moment I do, all the signals are going to break. Yeah, so we'll make that switch over here. This will be a pass-through. Oh, but that's still going to want to cross over there. Because that would be a way to have this go out this way. Let's see, like if you're wiggling incoming line so that it doesn't go straight into the outgoing line, instead only went into the... Yeah, and that's what I was saying, is if I have this one here, that it is the only way in and out of the depot on this side, and then I have it on the other side as well kind of thing, then they shouldn't be crisscrossing. That actually might even be the better answer. Probably way down here make... Actually, I got a couple things we could do to help this. Because like I said, it seems like most of the trains aren't even using the depot for the depot. They're using it for U-turning. What I could do to potentially help this situation is just put the U-turn up here. So put the U-turn up here. Let all the ones that want to go to depot do their depot things. So you can wedge track between the existing track. That's new in 2.0. Yes, let's remove this. And let me go down closer to the intersection to the south and add a U-turn there, because I suspect we're having a lot of trains come up here to U-turn. And it's just causing problems. So if we go down here and we make a quick little U-turn, that should potentially help. Alright, where are we being attacked at? Do I care? I do, but it's at least holding for now. Oh, I got like hives inside my base area. I'm going to have to deal with that. But one moment. This train thing here, it is sort of sorting itself out, but that's a lot of slowdowns happening on this side. Okay, so what we can do is from here, I only need to have the U-turn for one side. It only needs to be the northbound lane, because the southbound lane, I don't want it to go by everything and then U-turn and then go back. So my thought is go up here a little bit over a train's length. It's around here. And it will add a U-turn and we'll add signals for the U-turn. Which actually, that signal up there will work just fine. I'm gonna get caught by that train. I look forward to being able to take tracks over top of each other. Okay, so now we have the signal coming out, the signal going in. I wonder... I mean, I could put the signal back here as well. I'm gonna have to deal with that, and I don't want to. Okay, so in theory that U-turn should be its own segment. 2 of them, actually. So it said pull up here, and if the U-turn's clear, it does the U-turn and gets out. I'm sure that could be done way better. I'm looking forward to the vertical rails. Let's see, why do your tracks look like a silly balloon? I mean, it's a U-turn spot. The factory is growing. Yes, it is. Alright, and then the other thing I could probably do to help is instead of making that available as a U-turn spot up there, I could turn, like I could have it pull off into that area and pull back out. And then delete these ones. So this is just a straight on through. And this has to go that way. Well, I mean, okay. I mean, honestly, I probably just need more depots in more places. Because they're only supposed to be going to the depot when there's nowhere else, like, they're just not needed to do their job. Oh, you know what I probably can do to help this a lot more than what I'm already doing? I could just go to the train stations and configure them to only be active when there's more materials at them. What are you supposed to be? Oh, you're rocket fuel. So you're basically going to be open always. You're supposed to be anytime there's less than 2,000 coal. That's fair. That's anytime you're over 2,000 plastic. That's fair. That's fair. You are supposed to be anytime you're under 2,000 iron. Sulfuric acid pickup doesn't have any configuration to it. We can make that better. That's really annoying. There's an easy way I can fix this. Actually, can I can't link you to a pipe, can I? Oh, that's a sulfuric acid tank? Right, so we can go here. I have to switch that. No, so you're connected here, you're connected down here. And then that disconnected. That's connected. Like, I could just put a power pole to bridge it between there, but I'm not up there, so I'm just like, okay, what's the fastest way I can wire these together? Okay, so we've got you. Okay, you. Where does your power cross over this whole thing? I'm absolutely gonna break that some point and be real salty about it. So this is the sulfuric acid, if I recall. Yeah. Alright, so with all that convoluted nonsense, I should be able to go to my sulfuric acid pickup now and say, hey, sulfuric acid... Alright, if you have over 2,000, go get it. Meanwhile, that's the sulfuric acid, and it's not running because there's no sulfur, which is not running because there's no petroleum, which is not running because there's no oil, which is not running because the oil train is... Why are you in that intersection? Don't do that. I probably need to have a regular pass-through signal and then the stop after that. Okay. Yeah, so I'm thinking we need more depot stops, so not all of the trains are trying to trying to fight over the exact same spot.
Take a sip.
That'll help out a great deal.
What's the worst that could happen?
We have been sitting at this rocket being only 30 science from done. How is our power, though? Okay, so clearly we actually got... Oh, those are almost full. Okay, so there's good news, at least. We did get our power stabilized to the point that we are charging our accumulators. Which I'm assuming is because the whole system has ground to a halt. And thereby half the factory isn't running because no one has the supplies they need to operate. That's my assumption of what's going on. Where's my tank again? You're down here, right? Because I still need to... There it is. Because I still need to deal with that, that nest down here. Oh man, I've got multiple nests inside my pollution range. Are we getting any steel over here yet? Let's grab whatever solar panels we got. Oh yeah, that's like 100-something solar panels. That'll work. So, I know these aren't under the things yet. I can put 2 rows of these. Then our substations. And that should help a lot. Where are our substations? Here you go. Okay. And let's get all of these down. And that should help with our power a lot. Because we're about to smack down something like 70 solar panels. A couple which are slightly higher level. Cool! So that's at least something going on here. So how's that look? We're already going to have our solar panels power production being reduced. But that should help. Alright, so I need to go to the south, deal with these nests that moved into the area. Then what I'm going to do is after we do that, I'm going to grab some more rail stations, and I'm going to try and go to a couple different places on our rail route and just add like 2 or 3 depot spots. because that should at least keep all the trains from bunching up on that one spot on the grid. Alright. Because until I get my steel solved, I'm going to run this problem where, ooh, you're closer than I gave you credit for. I think that's the same nest as looking at. Okay. Alright, that's one nest done. So I got that one. I've got another one over here. just that 97% on our rocket silo this whole time is just tormenting me. Okay. So they did manage to destroy the gun on the far edge with that last attack. This is an interesting one. Okay, so if I put the guns just right around here, it should be that as I start dumping shots in them up here, they have to path around that ridge. And they'll just feed themselves into the... Well, I was expecting you to go over the top. Alright. Hey, Kevin, how's it going? Cool. So we can get this. Alright, and that should be the two nests that I was like, oh, those need to be dealt with because they're attacking. Not seeing anywhere else where the pollution is just being absorbed rapidly. That's walled off, so we can't have expansions there. This one's just being fed slowly, but honestly, I don't really care. Okay, so we dealt with those. It's going pretty good. We're doing a little bit of juggle. We've got a problem with our train network right now that, in trying to solve one problem, I've created another. So I got to get that solved. It's luckily still running, just really inefficiently. Can you ask a question about robots? Sure. I assume you're referring to the logic robots and or construction robots. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have to grab train stops. I'm also thinking I just have way too many signals around here now. So the trains just keep stopping at each signal before going on the next one. Let's grab our train stations, stops, whatever we want to go with. And some of these areas, like over here, where we just have an open spot, I might see if I can't sneak a depot spot in here. And see if that helps the issue. Oh, do train stations require steel? Don't tell me they do, because that would be bad. Where are you at? Okay, it's up here. No, they don't require steel. Okay, that's good. Alright, so let's decide where I'm going to shove a couple depot spots. That's just doing its thing down here. I could probably put some over here on this end, because we don't have much going on over there yet. So that'd be one place I can kind of put the trains out of the way. Let's see. So you build about 20-ish construction bots and have a personal robot device on your thing. You're not quite sure how it works. The only time I got them to work is if I built a robot hub provider. Can you not build from your inventory, the bots to your inventory? So you can. The first thing is, do you have power on your armor? Because if you look at your armor here, you need like the solar and the personal batteries to maintain. Well, I mean, you technically don't need that, but you need something to give power to your RoboPort. Is kind of a big one. And if you then have the construction bots in your RoboPort, which I don't have one handy to show it, then it should, you know, just work from that. But it'll grab stuff out of your inventory and place it. I can't go this way, so I don't know why I'm going this way. But yeah, no, the constructor robots absolutely do work from your inventory. You just have to have what they need. Oh, you have to put them in the personal RoboPort? I believe so, yeah. I believe your personal RoboPort has an inventory of itself for the robots, if I remember correctly. I don't have one handy to look at it. Alright, so what I'm going to go ahead and do is we'll make another depot spot right here. Because that'll start splitting those trains into different areas. They need to be in your main inventory? Okay. But you do need to have a way to power your personal RoboPort. Yeah, that's the one I always remember is, like, I would run, like, one solar panel, and then they wouldn't work because they would just drain the power just too fast to do anything. I don't want mute, like, intersections crisscrossing. That's gonna cause me grief, and I don't want to deal with it. So if we go here... Yeah, a couple things I feel like I need to improve the train network is, one, get some depots in different spots on the track. Get a refueling station in different spots on the track. So you're now named Depot. Okay. So we've got depot spot here, and we give it like 2 or 3 train cars worth. And as you can see, immediately we had trains just zip on over here. All right. Oh, don't do that. That's on me. Like, I remember it used to have, like, a really compact design where instead of, like, these little swooshes here, like, it was almost like a diagonal, I think it was, that technically I could fit way more trains in the same amount of space. Okay, and depot. So it's, yeah, it's saying there's 2 trains on their way here, 11 trains with the stop. I need to see what's going on, why those signals are complaining. Because all of those signals are complaining. I'll do with that in just a second. Okay. So you're all complaining about this. Ah, okay. So problem is those signals are going to cause trains to stop in the intersection, and I don't want that. I get that it's treating all of this as one area, and I don't want them waiting there. I can put you here to try and help that out. Then I've got you. You got the signal here that's green. You've got that one that's red. I mean, I guess I can put this signal over there. You have them wedged too close? They're in an invalid location? Oh. I see. Well, that's not what I wanted to do. It's fine. Who needed those? Let's fix this one up here before we have it happen again. Oh. Okay. So that seems to be happy. Let's get rid of this signal, because this signal seems like a bad idea. Because I want all of that to be separate. I do feel like... Okay, so that's one segment there. Alright. So let's take a look at our situation with our trains now. We still have a backup over here on this side. We do have some of the trains coming over here as opposed to going way over there to the left-hand side, which was kind of the idea, is that they would use this as a U-turn spot, and they could also use it as a drop-off spot. The next thing I'd probably want to do is somewhere up here add one. Same basic idea, just trying to get the trains to not all be U-turning. I could probably use this spot because there's not enough room for a whole, like, area to set up. But I'm just trying to, like, right now, alleviate this pressure on these trains zipping around. Okay. So let's zip up north here and put a depot up on this side. I don't remember having nearly this much problems with that, but I don't remember using interrupts. I think it used to be I would set up, like, first stop is to, like, you know, first stop is to what was the depot, second stop was to the actual place I needed, like, to pick up, and then third stop was the drop off. It was something like that I used to do. It's been too long. Okay, I could zip over here real fast. It does seem like a lot of this is stabilizing now. We are starting to see things improve. The trains are still losing a lot of efficiency running to and from that area over there and getting stuck in traffic. But at the same time, it's also getting other trains unstuck, so it's kind of a weird juggle. Do you have old saved games? I do. Oh, if you're talking like way back to when I did that, no. A lot of those games are like just not compatible with this version or whatever. And it is something that there's a way you can like take a save file, open it up in the version that it worked with, then, you know, go one version farther and, you know, deal with it there, and then go through that whole procedure. But I don't really want to do that. Okay. So there's your signal there. And put you here. Grab you. You're a new depot spot. And I'm just configuring this before I connect it to the other side so I don't cause more problems for myself. Okay. You trying to haven't gotten clipped by those trains yet? We've had a couple pretty close ones. And I'll get another stop here. Just wait till I start giving them rocket fuel. That's when I won't have enough time to hear it coming and like at least try to reduce the risk. Like you can't dodge the trains a lot of times as fast as they move. But if you hear it, you can kind of go, which direction am I less likely to get hit going? Oh, you stopped in the intersection. That's a problem. Yeah, that's one I can't have. I cannot have them stop in the intersection because that actually causes gridlock. So I'm going to pull up this signal. And get rid of that signal. You're just gonna have to be another one of these. Because those will just go the whole way through. And that's because my train stops are so close together. Because anytime you have a train stop where it's in the middle of an intersection, just the whole thing can get to be an issue. All right. I definitely feel like, if I remember correct, you know what it probably was? It probably had just the outside lane, just didn't have the turns on it at all. Like, it didn't go out, it just went through. And then just had the signal so it wouldn't get stuck. That said, I'm not seeing as many actually getting jammed with traffic. Got a little bit of a backup here, but that's going to happen with our trains regardless of what I do. Alright, you got a proper stick here. So you're not in the intersection, but you are. So that's your problem, is those two are too close together that you're considered in this intersection. Okay. Let's go fix our signal down there. They got a train that's too many going through the iron area that they're blocking up the intersection. Surprisingly, I'm still seeing half this factory running as I'm driving by. Also surprising, I have not seen two trains murder each other yet. Yeah, I think with those 3 depots, our trains should smooth out some. But I do have some trains stuck here because my signals are too close together. Or I'm wrong, and they've already sorted it out. Because it looks like where this one was... Yeah, so this one, you can see where I put that mouse over it. It doesn't have the icon for the 3rd train. And so as a result, when it sticks in that intersection, it's considered in this whole segment up here. Yeah, so you see where this little purple spot is? That purple spot's too small. It needs to be bigger. And honestly, what the solution to this one might be is to remove these 2 signals and just let this be one long segment. Yeah, because by making that one long segment, then I don't have to worry about it. Yeah, because this whole section is one segment now. So when it goes over here, the moment it clears... So it should avoid the traffic jam there. I just got too many stops packed in too tightly. Alright. So... I think we're starting to stabilize our trains. I'm not seeing like 8 or 9 trains sitting out in these intersections anymore. They do seem to be... Why are you making a liar of me, game? Yeah, so those are just U-turning here. So what I could do, there's actually an easy fix for this, is I can get rid of the depot, this connection here on this one, and instead make another depot on this side, and it would have no connection to the other side. So they could use it to U-turn really fast, but they couldn't do the thing where they pull in and then do that. So basically, one side fits in one side fits in the other. Because that's all they're doing with all these, they're just U-turning at them. Oh, I see what's happening. Here's the issue we've got here. So, it's going here, and it's got a full cargo. There's no room left in it. And so it goes here because it can't find a path to its next station. And then it goes, okay, where... Oh, you go way out of the way to go to that copper spot. Why did you take that route? But then it goes to our copper pickup, because the copper pickup has the rule that says, hey, I'm available if you're not full. Read train's contents. Reads the contents from the train that is currently stopped at the train stop and sends it certain... No, don't do that. So what I need to do... I wonder if I could set the logic of this train... I wonder if I can set the logic... Because right now... Oh, you know what I bet you I can do? Basically, I need the train to stop trying to pick up when it's already full, because you can see the loop it's doing, where it goes to the spot, oh, I'm supposed to go to depot, I don't have a job to do right now, but I don't want it to go to the pickup while it's full. It doesn't serve any purpose. And I can't disable the stop for it, because if I could, then one train fills up and then all the stops shut down. But I do need to get into this and be able to add some type of condition to it. Because that's a problem that needs to be addressed. Is that just putting a train back on the network again and again? What does grouping the trains do? I believe you can assign rules collectively as a group. So, I mean, actually, you should probably test it, because I do have a couple trains that it would work with. I bet you that's what half of these trains are doing right now, too. Yeah, because you're just looping. But I don't see where I can, like... I can have conditions... Yeah, and I've only got three trains here. So, okay. So, has cargo would be here. Okay, that's just has cargo in inventory. That doesn't help with what we're looking. So these are conditions once it arrives to leave the station. When its cargo is full or it's inactive. And that's its conditions there. What I need is an interrupt that says, hey, don't go there when you're full. I'm just going to call this copper full for right now and see what my options are. So conditions, cargo is full cargo. Okay, so the interrupt can only go to a specific station. That's not what I need. So what I need to do is I need to come up with a way to get the logic here that the station is offline. That's what I'm struggling with right now, because you're watching this copper train just doing laps again and again and just tying everything up. And I bet you there's probably like 4 or 5 trains doing that right now. All of which are exacerbating our stuff. Oh, you know what I bet you? Sends the contents of the circuit network to the train so that it can be used for wait conditions. Alright, let's try to make this train smarter. So we're going to send the conditions to the train. So it's maximum number of trains going to this stop includes the stop train. Okay, so the train station has gone offline. Alright. So, add interrupt. Well, no, I don't want the station... Because I don't want the copper thing to say, hey, I'm full. Like, go do this. Weirdly, you know what you could even do? So weirdly, I could change the entire approach to how I have these trains setting in the station, and our copper train is going to be our guinea pig. Okay. So, I think I understand how we're going to want... Okay, so we're actually at the copper drop, finally. I finally used enough copper plate to need it. So, my assumption of how we can make the train smarter is we would turn around and on the station that is desiring a material. So I have my station that says, I want iron plate. When it gets below a certain amount, it would send a signal to a train to get an interrupt that says, hey, go get me iron plate. And then the train would go to the iron plate, go grab it, come to the station, return to the depot, and then wait for the next signal. Can you backseat for a moment? Sure. Because that's what I'm thinking. Now the question is how we would program that, because it looks like what we could do is I'll say copper interrupt. I might need to have an interrupt based on the copper, and it could also be one like master interrupt thing. So we could turn around and say copper interrupt. So let's see, on your depot interrupt, select the wait condition, even if it is just okay. So let's cancel this interrupt here. Get that out of here. So on the depot, let's see, on your depot interrupt, set a wait condition, even if it's 1 second. Oh, I get what you're saying. Right. So the trains don't just blast through there at speed. So we can say time passed, and we will say at a minimum, wait 5 seconds. Save interrupt. So all trains will have to wait at the depot for 5 seconds. Or actually, should it be inactivity 5 seconds? Yeah, so right, that'll help. I still need to resolve this situation where the trains are backing up, which I think, like I said, I think it is one of those things that what I'm going to need to do is say, let's start with the copper plate. So the copper plate that I would, wait a second, didn't I? Oh no, this is just active now. That's right. I took away its condition, and it's just active. Set maximum number of trains going to this stop includes the stopped train. So that'd be a thing that say, hey, like if there's like, so you can't have a line. You're not entirely sure why, but your schedule is moving forward when it really shouldn't. Got you. Another thing I can do, which I'm starting to realize this, is with these, with this here. Oh, you can't set, even though, okay, I guess it's considered not connected to the network. I was gonna say, I could get the idea of the limit, so you had a train. Well, that's not what you want to see. Where's my coal at? So you're stuck waiting here. And you're trying to get to the coal drop. But I have a train that has gone into the intersection. Because my signal is wrong down here. It does seem like when we're in this area, I cannot have these signals, so get that out of here. Actually, here. Just pretend it's okay, don't worry about it. Have a good day. Yeah, so that train got stuck and everything backed up because of it. I'm gonna have to go to that north front and get it defended better. Okay. And you're angry because you want to go there, and this train is waiting here. And that was waiting for that one to get out of the way. And now you'll be clear as of... What? Look. Trains, get out of here. I'd hate to make that whole thing one intersection, but right now they just keep all getting stuck on each other. And I think that's just what's going to happen for right now. I think for right now, this whole thing's just be one intersection, because they just all keep getting stuck stopping in that intersection. And this one can go. This isn't doing anything. What? It's saying something got damaged here. Oh, you know what I bet? I bet I had that one sentry gun I probably missed picking up. You can set the limit on the left. Oh, sorry. Yeah, so it's going to look at the depot. Enable train limit. So my understanding, let's see, higher priority train stop will be served first. 0 to lowest. Yeah, so we can set that train limit. And I believe that's how many trains can concurrently go to this place at a time, is what I'm guessing will happen. I don't know with that if that apply, because this, I would assume this applies to just one train. Yeah, so only one train is on its way to the that depot spot. That's something I have to sit down and tinker with. So there's been a lot of functionality added to trains, and some of that functionality is what's throwing me off and all that. But also part of it is just not remembering a lot of details. Yeah, it means only one train can be actively going to that station. Right. To be clear, just to double check, I'm assuming that means this station here, that one. Just the station, not the stations named this. Because the goal here would be, I don't want any more trains than I have those, because those will literally just wait their turn. Yeah, those are all blue. Yeah, so let's get that configured, because that's one thing that'll lead to traffic jams, is, like, this station already has a train on the way, and then, like, the next train going, oh, but I want to wait there as well. I'm also getting amused that as I'm turning this on and it's dropping to 0, the trains are just, like, doing a loop to go into the next spot. Okay, so our west train depot, I do not have a radar at, so I can't just go look at it and deal with it. So let's run over there and get that sorted. Because I feel like those are the kind of configurations that'll be just these, like, one little thing I'll change, and one little thing I'll change, and one little thing I'll change. And little by little, it'll smooth out all of these difficulties. Because it's misconfigured stuff on my part. I've got it misconfigured, so the logic's wrong, and therefore things are getting jammed up. And none of this is solving my steel problem. Well, I mean, okay, it is. Right now, these are things that are preventing the steel problem from being resolved. Therefore, they are still a problem. Let's go over here and drop a radar. It's just annoying I'm stuck at 97%. I'm like literally debating just handcrafting the last 30% or so. Oh, there's no power along here. That's fine. We're gonna go ahead and do this. Drop a pole there. It'll run power up this side. Okay. Alright, so that should be on now. So I can go here and say, hey, only one train at a time. And part of the reason why I'm thinking one train at a time per stop is, one, I'm making lots of stops with that name. But also, two, some of these trains might go here, and if it's just something I'm not using anymore that was on the network on any meaningful capacity, then literally the train could just sit there for all eternity. Gotcha. So blue means there is already a train on the way, and then the white means that it's available. So as we're looking at this, we are seeing these like flagging as blue and all that. So very genuinely, where all of these are marked with blue, it might be worth going, oh, this is filling up every spot, we should add another spot. It also gives you an idea of how many trains aren't currently doing something, is just how many of those spots are lighting up. So some of the inefficiency we're losing on these trains are trains that wouldn't be doing anything super productive right now anyways, but because they are getting in the way of other trains, it is hurting the entire network. Yeah, so like these two are just sleeping, they're just staying here. While some of the other ones are like stop and go, stop and go. So limit to 1. And name you depot. Alright. Okay, so that seems to be smoothing out a lot now that I've got set to 1. Like, we do have trains moving everywhere, but I'm not significantly seeing a place where trains are just sitting. Like, other than the depot, which is where they're supposed to be sitting. So I think that was a major snafu. I still believe, like, we still have this copper train I gotta sort out. This is one I still gotta fix. Because it is going here, being inactive, then getting back on the route, then going back to pick up the copper, which it's full, so it's not getting... Oh, actually, right now... Oh, okay, we need to fix that. I haven't load balanced the copper. So at least that'll help mitigate that problem a little bit. It still will be a problem. I'm going to have to sit down and figure out how I want to approach that for when a train is full. See how I can prevent it from continuously going back to the same spot again and again to fill up when all the places it would drop off are unavailable because it's not needed. Okay. There's our steel. Yeah, which we've got that. Let's add another weight condition on this train. Time has passed. We're gonna make it more than that. We're gonna make not that quite long. Let's make it 3 full minutes. If 3 full minutes has passed, just get out of here. Because that's too long that sits there. Meanwhile, this is the copper drop-off. I'm looking for the copper pickup. Or the copper smelting. It's copper plate drop, copper plate drop. Copper plate pickup was north of me. So let's go over there and fix that. Because I need to go and add a splitter up there and some extra belts. And that'll load balance the belts so that both the back and the front car of the train get filled at the same time. But yeah, so this way that should help out a little bit keeping that going. Yeah, and this is one of those things that if I wasn't rusty to the game, I probably would have blueprints set up so I could have some pretty easy to expand setups. I just don't. There you go. Okay, so that's filling both cars. And I don't really need more copper coming in. Because like I said, that copper train is getting full. It's not dropping off, like the copper's good there. Actually, yeah, you're producing at full speed now. So you got full speed production on the green science. That's good to see. It is just taking a while for you to fill up. That's fine. Same with the red science, or I keep saying science, red circuit boards. You're full up. You're in full production mode, but you're just taking a while to get enough for that. So that's good news. The sulfuric acid drop. It needs more sulfuric acid, but that's depending on more oil coming in. Which the good news here is I actually do have oil in stock. We actually are getting some amount of oil and some amount of sulfuric acid. The problem is we're consuming the sulfuric acid before I get enough in storage for it to call the train to get a pickup. It'll get there. We got those depots, Our coal pickup is going fine. How are you doing right now? This coal is getting dangerous. So we got more coal down this way. That's outside of where our intended perimeters for now. I got another coal spot up here for 2.5 million. That's probably the next one to go after, is to make a train route that just goes off here and picks up. So I'm going to need to get that coal. It's also in the same general area. Yeah, so we're going to need to get that coal pickup. Both of our oil production areas are falling behind. What are you configured for? 4K. Yep. What even can my oil train carry? You my oil train? Perfect. So you have a capacity of, is that 50,000 per car? Okay. So what is your router doing right now? So you're going to the depot. Ah, you're just going back and forth to the depot because you don't have anywhere you can pick up stuff but then your drop-off is still available. Alright, so it's basically the reverse of the copper problem. So we have the one train with the copper plates is getting stuck in a loop where it goes to pick up copper plates, it's already full, so it just drives on by, and it sits at the depot because there's nowhere that needs it, and it goes back to get copper plates. This is the reverse. It's got no oil, but it is going to the oil drop to try and drop off the oil, but because it's got no oil, it goes about its business. Look like some other people have tried your depot idea with no luck. Oh, so the depot idea here? Interesting, because I used to use that a whole lot. My big issue I'm running into is just the fact that they keep looping to do their stuff again and again. Yeah, no, it could be a thing. Well, the good news is, if the depot doesn't work, there's an easy fix for it. Now you don't go to the depot anymore. You'll just stop where you're needed. Yeah, let's go ahead and unset it, because I'm gonna need to figure out how to prevent stuff from looping back into itself. So we have burnt a colossal amount of time, but honestly, I wonder if I could just delete the rule entirely. So like, if I just say no target, no anything, save interrupt. They'll all just stop what they're doing. I mean, you can do pick up depot, drop depot. Yeah. The big thing is the issue of just that loop where it keeps going back. Because what's happening is it gets to the loop and then it does its check. Hey, can I go to station 1? Yes, no, no. Okay, can I go to station 2? Yes, I'm gonna go, even if I haven't gone to station 1 in between. Now, there's ways I could programmatically solve it, like have it store some variable in some like combinator or something like that. I'm not going through all that effort. But the point is, I've disabled the depots for now, so we're just good. The interrupt is turned off. So if we go to every one of these trains, we go to their depot rule, it doesn't do anything. It's just a dead rule. So the trains shouldn't have problems now. They'll just wait at their stops, which is fine, but there is that. So we burned a bunch of time trying to get that working. That's me trying to go off of memory, because like I said, the way I used to handle it, and I don't know what the programming side of it was that pretty much there was a... I don't remember like the order, but it would pick up, and if there was no stations to go to, it would just go to a stopover point. I think it was something like... Let's see, this was the game with the bugs, if you remember correctly? I was trying to remember what game this was. Yeah, so we got all that. Meanwhile, as we've gotten ourselves all in the weeds and not working any things I needed to be. So, first of all, I'm going to need to use the restroom in a moment. But next, I think we need to tap that coal mine, because these ones are starting... Like, they still have a decent amount of volume in them. They've got 1.4 million and 400-some thousand. But we are getting to the point like that. Well, I mean, no, we're probably okay. I keep thinking we're getting low when I look at this one and then see that one is absolutely solid and the boxes are full. And it's like, okay, that's fine. The uranium I could start mining soon. I actually haven't looked at what we even have to we could assemble. Alright, so what we're going to do is what's going to happen is I need to use the restroom real fast, so I'm going to do that. I am going to do the not so smart thing of saving my game and then just letting it run for a minute, which is not smart because if we get biters hitting a vulnerable part of the base, that's bad. But I want to let it run to hopefully like iron out where everything got out. It's, you know, you've made a change to your factory. You needed to let it run for a little while to get through that process to get to whatever balance it's going to be in. So I'm going to quickly use the restroom because it'll only be a minute or two and I'll be right back. And then Preox, increasing the cost of winning Twitch because you got to. All right, I'll be back in a couple minutes and thank you again for tuning in. And they would do so addictively, and they were really proud of it, that they could extract all this money from people, to a point that they were almost joking about putting people into poverty. And this was a talk they were giving, like, and it was one of those things that went, oh god. Alright, so we got a baby on the way. And it was... I appreciate the love. But you are actually starting to... I'm gonna have to put the wood axe down for a minute. You're giving me so many weapons, I'm being... Oh, goodness. Alright. Undead Baron. Getting their sweet, sweet justice. Alright, so that's the first death. Okay. Yeah, human. You wanna pass? I'm sorry, this is private property. That smell. Can't resist. Give me that. Going to admit, I didn't know you could just catch void mage. No. Everything's on fire. It's all gone. No, it's fine. I mean, I didn't see. It might not be fine, but I didn't see any big X's or notifications. We do have a very big nest inside our pollution range now. The good news is that is along the one side I actually have a proper defense. So interestingly enough, if I were to finish building that wall straight across there, that would block off that lower area. And I could do the same. Well, actually, we've already got that blocked off. I don't need to talk about that farther. That's already blocked off. And I can finish building that wall across here to block off that area. I keep hoping we get up here and we just see it like go like that, and it just be a peninsula. Like all of this is just like one big peninsula with this one outcropping. I keep hoping that's the case because then I could go through or clear that out, and that'd be a huge amount of workable space I could get. All right, so the plan of action. We are going over towards the west. No, we're not. I just established I don't need that coal. All right, what are we doing? So we've got this production going, and this steel is showing as off, or this is showing as offline right now, which is fine. So we've got all this, and we shut down the coal drop. That coal drop has no purpose anymore. Realistically, what I can do here is if we were still running into problems, that could eventually become a second, I just realized there's a bunch of coal here. That could become a second location that we're dealing with a bunch of our stuff. Hey, Luxray, how's it going? I can drop all that in here.
What's the worst that could happen?
Alright. So, like, we're producing a lot of steel. I'm good, Ben, you're watching? Yeah. So, I'm not bringing in enough iron plate that I think I could bring up another row of the steel. Just the same as I also don't believe we're doing enough. I think, though, if I did put production modules in here, I vaguely recall production modules do ultimately give you a higher rate of production than, like, a higher number of modules per time than not having them. Like, I want to say it was the fast modules give you the best just raw volume coming out, but, you know, at a much higher cost of materials. Well, I hate to see that again. So it's daytime and our accumulators are not accumulating. So that's... this is promising. Those take steel. That means steel's actually gotten to our mall. We have steel in our mall again. And a much higher cost of power. Yes. Like, both of them add a higher cost of power. A significant one at that. But it does appear that steel has actually reached the main part of our factory. Again. which has been a long time. They're probably entering nighttime, so we should see the power dipping. No, it's still going. At some point, productivity modules provide additional product than speed modules. When you use speed modules, it's so fast it doesn't... See, when your speed is so fast, it doesn't do much anymore. Yeah, no, I definitely, like... This is going way back. I remember for a long time, one of the big strats was you had to do... I think it was like... Because it was what? 3 or 4 modules in the best assembler, and it was something like you put like 2 productivity modules and a speed module or vice versa. It was some combination to like take the best of both worlds, so you get your bonus module but also go as fast as possible. And it also depended, because there were some goods that you'd start having to put like multiple bulk inserters just to get the stuff in there fast enough if you made it too fast, so you just instead went more productivity modules to get that extra unit because you weren't going to get fast enough to really get the other thing. So if we... Yeah, we can just do it that way. And rare solar panel gives me 96 kilowatts versus 60. So about 50% better. A little over 50% better. I'm just happy to actually see steel in the mall. Because steel in the mall means I can finally go, okay, I can start producing defenses again. I could start, like, all these things that were no longer in production are now on production. Now, granted, we're still fixing our power grid, as evidenced by the work on the power grid. I see most people boost with beacons, so the assembler's module limit is not yet the max. And yeah, getting ingredients in there fast enough is hard. Alright. You haven't ever done it except in multiplayer? Yeah, no, like, I had a mega I mean, I've done 2 mega factories, but one definitely went way farther than the other. I think the other one was a mega factory I was doing on a death world, and it just became the problem of the death world in itself introduced lots and lots of inefficiencies and problems to itself. I'll deal with you in a moment, just trying to pick up stuff to rearrange before everything kicks into high gear. Beacons were overhauled in 2.0 as well. Gotcha. I remember that was always the worst, is when you got your beacons, and so you had your whole setup, and you wanted to incorporate the beacon. It was just a whole big thing. Like, and they're worth doing. Like, the beacons are amazing. For those who don't know what the beacon does, is it lets you take those bonus modules and have, like, an area of effect that it applies to. So 3 modules can do a whole lot of good. Like, you just blast it over a whole area. But the negative you deal with, it should have all your stuff arranged, balanced, figured out, and then you get your beacons and go, well, I'm just going to spend the forever because none of my stuff is built or lined up to do it. Now, granted, at that point, you've usually got the construction bots, so it's you kind of go off into some corner and you start setting it up. And then once you're happy with your setup, then you can go in and just say, here's this spot, rip up the old one, here's this spot, rip up this one, here's the next spot. Larger initial bonus, but diminishing returns? I think that's fair. Yeah, that's probably really good. So, like, you set up a beacon with, like, 1 or 2 good things on top of it, and it really gives you good mileage. But the sitting there, like, micro to try and get as many beacons covering as much area till you max everything out, not as useful. Okay, so we got more solar down. We've got steel going in. If we've got steel going through our factory now, like if we're making enough steel to deal with that, then in theory, we should be getting what we need for our science. So yeah, so we needed blue science, if I'm not mistaken. So the blue science is produced here. It's waiting on our red circuits, and our red circuits are up here. And that's surprisingly waiting on our concrete drop. What is your configuration train? Ah, here's the problem we're running into this one. Oh yeah, so we're going to do the same thing we did last time. Or we've had a total of 3 full minutes pass. So that's where we start taking some of those trains and just being like, look, man, I need you not choke up my network. So I start taking away where they would just have a timer there. Okay, so these are all tapped. Alright, so we've got a little bit of iron back here, and a little bit of stone here. Cool, and this will give me just the copper. And I got a little teeny tiny bit of stone there as well. Got another building getting destroyed. Where was it? Oh, yeah, we have... Okay, that's a problem. That's a gap. They're going towards a gap in my defense. Where's my tank? We gotta roll. If they don't turn at that wall and start attacking it, they're going to roll directly into my base. So where's the actual destruction happening? So they are going to destroy that. I need to not go this way. So the good news is there was a bunch of sentry guns that will at least slow them down and take out a couple of them. They were not adequate. Alright, don't kill me, trains. I'm busy. Did you actually win the fight? Okay, so surprisingly, they did hold up that last little bit. The final gun did make it. Alright, so that's a temporary band-aid fix. Look at the map. I mean, the nest here, and the nest here, and the nest here, and the nest over there. Look at the mini-map. What am I looking at the mini-map for? I'm seeing my stops turning on and off. Oh yeah, and that's what I was saying is, I saw the nests down here, we have the nest here, we've got a nest over here in range. We got a nest probably down in that area as well. So we got a bunch of nests got built into our range. We've got some progress towards that. Okay, that's actually close enough for this to work. Let's back the tank up just a little bit so they don't destroy the tank if they move. I'm gonna run myself over with that, doing that. Hey, friendos. There's a lot of nothing but range just about. Okay. All right. It's taking out the nests one by one, trying to get rid of the support. Okay. So good news is we can make a lot of rockets now pretty easily. Okay, so that's one of the nests done. We have another giant attack just to my east. It did take out the one surviving gun from the last attack, but then got thrashed by the guns I replaced it with. Oh, let's grab these. Alright. Yeah, so they attacked. It's probably... There's a nest here. It looks like just a ton of them expanded while I was figuring all the other stuff out. Now we're dealing with problems. There we go. Another nest right here. All right. I need to get the laser defense on my armor. Okay. I also need to check my rocket supply. I suspect we're getting low. Alright, I have another place under my base under attack. That's over here on the left. We're still really good on rockets. I just keep waiting for the science, that last little bit of blue science to kick in. Alright, so this one's got to go. Before I go hunting for the next one, I already know this one's in the pollution range and getting angry, so... we just jump on it right away. Okay. I need to get more ammo soon, like just regular old ammo. All right. I also need to check where we left off, where I've been making the higher quality iron plate. I need to go do a check-in on that to make sure that's not getting too close to overfilling. Alright, so we're gonna deal with that last nest that attacked to the west, making sure we got nothing else in our range. Yeah, so we got this nest over here is attacking us to the west. Let's deal with that. Then I gotta restock on ammo. And then I gotta go back to dealing with our defenses and all that. Because as you see, what I've been trying to do, and it's been working out to our advantage, is just building this wall straight across. That would mean I can actually just leave them in the pollution range. Yeah, they'll evolve and all that. But they will prevent the spread of pollution a little bit, which sure doesn't solve as much. Yeah, so it's you. All of this, don't forget to plan to expand the coal. Yeah, and that was the, well, I said I needed to plan to expand the coal, and then I was like, oh wait, never mind, that coal node on the top is good. So our coal is actually fine. I just keep thinking it's bad because I see the one coal area is short, and then realize the second one's just fine. Usually the coal slowdowns look like they're the actual, like, train issues, not enough coal itself. That's not the right turrets. Okay, get over here. Okay. So I got that nest. There's another nest just to the west, but that's not in our danger range right now versus those ones are. Okay, so I think I brought an immediate stop to the attacks from the south. So let's expand our battle line a little bit more. To just try and keep getting this set up. Because like I said, once I get a solid defense down there, I can ignore a lot of the nests attacking for a while. Because like once you get your defensive line set up, it's basically you can handle even like Death World kind of things. But I'm gonna get all the way over here to the right because we're gonna keep the one line because these are just like little shims here. I'm just gonna keep taking that one across so I can tear down the littler ones farther up. And that'll be good. I just don't want to invest in it too much because this does eat up a decent amount of steel, building the laser turrets. And the power towers, for that matter. But in this particular case, that's fine. Because also covering those gaps in between here. Okay, we're under attack again. On the north front is in actual danger. I totally forgot that was already roughed up pretty bad after a lot of time of being attacked again and again. So that's just another problem to add on to the list.
Thank you, Harry Paulzak, for subscribing for 10 months.
Thank you, Harry
Rual
Paul.
Parasocial Rual Tap.
Thank you, Harry Paulzak, for the tier 1 sub. That's 10 months you've been subbed to channel. I really do appreciate that. I do hope you have been enjoying your stream and enjoying your advertisement-free viewing as well as access to the emotes. So thank you again for that. Okay, so we did expand the line to the south, so that should give it so that honestly, there's probably not enough. Yeah, there's not enough space that bugs can get through here without aggroing a turret. So that does mean we at least have this whole section of the base, which is where my main power grid is at, should be covered now. Where unless the defenses themselves fall, We should be good. Why am I not seeing trains zipping around? Oh, they're all just not needed right now, because with the steel being behind, everything else is just kind of sitting here waiting its turn. Well, you actually had the motor drop required. That would imply to me that you've got blue science in here, and you've got a lot of it. Why aren't you doing anything? So enable if you've got over 50. It looks like I missed some connections on that. So now that's on. Cool. So with that, we have the rocket silo as soon as it actually runs. That's the blue science train right there. And it'll finally have the rocket silo. And with that, let's go grab our steel towers and let's finally get our drones online. It's been entirely too long. Let's get our drones online. That'll be another thing that'll be just another burden on my entire power grid as I want to get all these logistic drones and all that set up. That's kind of one of the things I'm figuring with the mall situation here and quality. I could see switching out the way I'm handling these to using, this is a classic setup that's logistically drones nightmare, is you set this up. And what I could do here is have something like this. So I'd have my different things I need to run this building, and then the different quality outputs, and just go with that, and just be as, like, irresponsible about it as I want. Okay, so we've got some solar panels here. I want to bring those online. Got accumulators. And I need bullets, which worries me a little bit. Because these probably don't... Actually, you do have the full 400, so we're good there. Okay, so what else do I need? I need the power towers. And we're probably good. Grab some more train rails while we're in the neighborhood. Okay, anything to get rid of? Yeah, I can get rid of the stone. So I've got stone to get rid of, and then I gotta place a bunch of these buildings, and that should take care of that. Alright. So we've got a little stone going. The copper drills are all doing their thing. So yeah, that stone's basically spent. When that happens, I actually have something else I'm going to have to deal with. But I'm going to deal with that when that happens. Alright, so let's keep getting our solar panels put down. Just to keep scaling our power more and more and more. It's just going to become more and more of an issue as the run goes on. Okay, let's get these all placed. Because I want to fill in the gaps here before we start working on the next set. Okay. Cool. So we've got a bunch more solar all set up, which will be great because we're going to have even more problems on a lot of this. 99. It's almost time. 999? 900 and 1,000. Dear goodness, we finally, after all of this time, have that done. Okay, what obnoxious nonsense does our rocket silo require? Oh, good. It has its own category now. So you have Space Platform Foundation Recipe, Space Platform Starter Pack Recipe, Cargo Landing Pad Recipe, and then we have the Rocket Silo Recipe, which is 1,000 steel, 200 processing units, 200 electric engines, 100 pipe, and 1,000 concrete. Excellent. I'm not making half those things yet. Okay. So that's going to take time to do. So what we're going to go ahead and do is first, flying robots. For practicality's sake, flying robots. And I'm thinking we take the flying robot frames and we put them down here somewhere. Wait. Okay, so it looks like I have to make a space platform here. And then do all that stuff. We obviously aren't ready to create that yet. But we'll get there. Oh yeah, I was gonna build this here where I put that depot. You know what? We're just gonna repurpose that depot since I'm not using them anymore because they weren't working as intended. Just gonna go ahead and zip on down here and scooch on past. And let's get over to where our depot was, and I'm just gonna tear down the depot part of it, and we're gonna convert that into where we make our flying robots. And then once we've got our flying robots sorted, we can see about what it would take to get us off this planet. All right, Luxray, you have a good one. Because I am gonna need the flying robot tech for my next type of science. Alright, so what's going to happen here? All of this up here, this is going away. And actually, that one's perfectly fine. Yeah, so these two in the middle were too tight for me to be able to put stuff on and off. Okay, so, for the purposes, I mean, we can look at this. So it does look like I am going to have to make space station foundations, space platform starter packs, cargo landing pads, which I can't really tell if those are going... I think those go here. Rocket silos. Yeah, so we're going to have to get all that sorted out. But yeah, so that's going to be a bunch of stuff. Then we have to get the blue circuit boards, which literally is what we've already got plus sulfuric acid. So that's literally on the network already. But first up, flying robot. So these are 4 inputs, 1 output. So this is one of our more involved recipes we've got going on right now. That's probably fine. Okay, so input, output, output. Or sorry. Output, input, input, and I need 2 more of those. Cool. So that should be what I need for my setup. And the good news is, literally everything I need is already on the network. Actually, with the electric batteries, do I have what I need to just make a handful of... Hold, please, chat. Let's make a handful of these bots just to be in my inventory right now. And can I get myself a portable RoboPort going? Because when I get a portable RoboPort going, yeah, we're doing this. Because then it's blueprinted time. So just... give me 2 stacks of those. We can make power armor if I get the processing units, which I can't make myself. That's okay for right now. It's gonna be a little hard to make the drones work on this just because of space. So I will also need steel as another material I'm short on. Understandable. That is perpetual existence in this run. But yeah, so if I can get the construction bots, then I can sit here, get one of these set up. And then I can just have the construction bots and just like blueprint it, and we can start blueprinting. Because I'd really like to start blueprinting. Because then I can configure a spot, and then we're just good. And also now we're getting all of our technology is just researching one after the other. So not you. I should be checking to see how low that stone is. Well, actually I can see right here, it's 301. Okay. Okay, so let's check for the RoboPort first. So the portable RoboPort, I can make it. And then I gotta go into my equipment and see how the heck I'm gonna fit that in here. Because I want to say, I don't remember how big you are. Are you like 3x3 or something like that? Alright, yeah, that'll be fine. So we're giving up a chunk of shields, which is a little risky. But that's a whole thing. So right now you can just have my shields. Okay, so the next thing up on the list is I want construction robots. And with that, we officially have construction robots happening. Okay, and I already know I need more steel boxes. I'm gonna need more inserters. Oh, this is gonna be so nice. So what's gonna happen is I'm gonna take the time to set up one segment, whatever you want to call it, of the thing, and I'm gonna blueprint it. And then I can just take that blueprint and just go stamp, 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 and it'll be done. Well, I mean, yep, and so like that's actually repairing stuff for me automatically now, so I don't have to go hunting around for it. But those bots will get better and better. They're gonna be pretty slow right now, but they'll get pretty strong pretty quick. Let's go over here. I've got the power poles. I need the steel boxes. I was gonna run over and grab the guns and all that instinctively, but I'm like, okay, let's wait. So I got the boxes I need. So another thing I need to do is I'm going to need to have to go through this whole setup and start making a bunch of things, passive provider chests and all that. That'll be later though. If I get into that. Okay, so you're starving on steel again. Here maybe? Yeah, we got a nest down there. So we'll deal with that nest real quick, and then we can worry about the next thing. Okay, but I still need to get the inserter arms. We should be good on assemblers. Yeah, so we can go down there, we can take care of that that nest real quick, and then we're gonna go and get the frames being built for the constructor bots. And what I might even do is I might, if we have the materials down there, we probably won't, but if we do have the materials down there, I might literally just have it make constructor bots and logic bots down there. Regardless, if I have to bring the frames back up here, that's fine too. But we'll take the flying frames, and I just want to get the robots starting to produce automatically a little bit. That's always a juggle, is managing so you don't produce so many robots that they can't dock and recharge, and then you run into problems and all that. Okay, so where was that spot of pollution that was disappearing? It's over here to the right. Literally right there. So I can grab these. Okay. And just 2 more nests, and then we'll be good. All right. Yeah, so let's go and start doing these blueprints. Because if I can get it to where we're constructing some amount of automatic, like some amount of logic bots and some amount of the ports and some amount of the construction bots, it's just one of those things I can like passively have them producing those. And now we could, just like we're doing with the solar panels, where we're like slowly expanding it, I could do the same basic idea here. And then anything in range of those will automatically get built, replaced, all that kind of stuff. So I can just go and be like, oh, I need another area here, stamp out a blueprint, and suddenly all the bots just go scurrying over there to deal with it. Alright. So, let's get this spot configured, get all built up, all wired up, all that stuff, and then that should be good. I could sit. We'll just deal with the first one first. So this is an input one. I'm taking the time to set this up with the load balancing and all that. Okay, I'm going to leave it like that without the belt going between it, just because I won't know which side to be on. So we don't have power run up to this yet, but right now I'm going to grab this. Trying to remember how I delete that off of here. Because I don't want these angled pieces. Oh, it is right click to remove. Okay, yeah, so they're marked to be gone. And this is Train pickup. Create blueprint. So cool, we've got this. Save that in my inventory. And we've got this here. So I've got that in there, so that's a pickup. And so what I am going to do is, it's not going to be correct, but I'm going to grab you. And it was... what was it? What was the shortcut key to switching your pattern? Shift mouse wheel. So now I go right here and say, hey, do it. And I don't have many bots yet, but you'll see they'll just plop it all down for me. And then what I'll do is I'll reverse the wheels, can fix the conveyor belts and all that. And then we'll configure it to be a drop-off point. And then once we got it configured to be a drop-off point, then, you know, I make that blueprint. And do all that sort of stuff. But this saves you from a lot of stuff, like misconfiguring it. I also just realized I need to update that other blueprint. There's something missing from it that's important. Okay, so what needs to be different about this one is this one doesn't get these. And instead we go like this. And like that. Okay, and the things I need to change is for this one, I'm gonna have to sit here and replace all of these because they're facing the wrong way. But once I configure that, I won't need to deal with it. But the thing I missed on that was important is I didn't wire it up. Because if I add that to the blueprint, I don't have to do that anymore either. So then what this will leave me with doing is just, you know, putting down the location, whatever you want to call it. And then once I placed it down, all I have to do is go to the train station, give it a name, and set like, okay, look for iron. Do you have more than this amount? And then once I've got that, we're set. I honestly wonder, can I set you without a type? I bet you I can. I can. Okay. That's even better. Alright, so we're just gonna go into our blueprints real fast. That's not what I wanted. So we're gonna go into our blueprints. I'm gonna go ahead and grab this blueprint, and we're just gonna delete that and pretend it didn't happen. You want anything or everything? It's the last set of icons. Anything. Cool. Let's configure these. And so over 2,000. So some of these I will have to adjust, but you get the idea. So we did remove that one, so now it's blueprinted again. So now I've got all that there, remove these. The rest of that's all good. So rename you, train pickup, create blueprint, cool. I'm gonna drop that in my inventory real fast. And before I bother doing the next one, let's grab you. Research a technology using the production science packs. Okay, I didn't realize I hadn't done that, but sure. And then this will be train drop off. Create blueprint. Drop it in our inventory. Grab our train patterns. Boom and boom. Cool. So now all I do is I go up to the next one. We've got our train patterns here. And I want to go shift mouse wheel to train drop off. And so now if I click there. I made these two too close. I could salvage that. So we'll take this off this one. That's a matter of positioning my stuff. So meanwhile, while it fixes that, I just run down here real quick. And that's just my spacing of my stuff was too close. And then meanwhile, before we even worry about that one getting finished, I can grab you and just go, hey, you know what? Let's go and get that last train thing hooked up. Oh yeah, and I had one more, didn't I? And now literally we just stand here, and it will build it all. Now, obviously, if I sit here and I have like 50 drones in my backpack, they would just shoot out really fast and do it. Versus right now, I'm sitting on like, what was it, 6? But it's still fast and I can. Now, if I have a drone port nearby, then literally the drones could fly from wherever they were on the map that had the materials, and it would fly all the way over and build it for me. Ooh, we just researched elevated rails. Yeah, so we're working on all this. Steel plate productivity rate. Okay, mining productivity rate. Yeah, so all these seem like go faster. Yeah, and this icon is basically saying, hey, you have a bunch of stuff you queued up to work on, but I don't have enough robots available right now to actually do that work you requested. And on top of that, it is warning me that I don't actually have enough of the bulk inserters available. So that's another issue it's complaining about. But once they stop doing all this, you'll see that we'll already have our 4 inputs ready and our output ready. And if I click on that, it's already configured as well. So literally all I gotta do is say, hey, you're this material. Hey, you're that material. Hey, you're this material. And it's just done. Yeah, so I ran out of inserters, so we'll have to go grab those. But like I said, once we get drone ports online, that won't be an issue either, because if I don't have the materials on me, as long as it's in drone port range, doesn't matter. They'll figure it out. It'll just take them a little bit. Like, sometimes the flying really far can be a big cost to them. Okay, so let's go get those inserters, because we need that for the second part. Oh, I also need to get your power online, don't I? There. So yeah, so I need a bunch of inserters. And I probably need more conveyor belts. But then the added thing I could do if I wanted is, and I'm gonna do it, and my tank just ran out of fuel. Is I could take this a step farther, because now I have this where if I have 4 inputs and 1 output that are all solid objects, I need to deal with that. I keep forgetting that's up there. Oh, it's still missing stuff. But I can blueprint that whole thing just as it is with the 4 in, 1 out. I'll wait till I get all my train signals and all that on there. And then in the future, I don't even have to do like the 1, 1, 1 thing I was doing there. I can literally just go, hey, I'm going to have 4 goods in, 1 out. Here's the recipe. Get to work. And then go about my business as the robots take care of everything I need. Okay, so we got another drill out of material. How many times have I been randomly hit by a train in general or this playthrough? In this playthrough, I think it's been 0 that I've been randomly hit by a train. I did, if I recall, run into a train in my tank, or in my car, but I didn't die from it. Like, the train was stationary, and I kind of parked myself in front of it, and it tried to push me just a little, and oh crap, I'm in front of a train. And it took me to like half health or something like that before I managed to get out of the way. But luckily it wasn't already moving, because if it had hit me at speed, that would have just been it. We could drop off that. Oh, right, I need to check in those iron plates. Because we have been just, like, buffering the quality stuff. That's not what you want to see. Those have all got stuff in them. I realize I'm fixing my Band-Aid fix with a Band-Aid fix, and I see no reason to change that behavior. I have yet to be punished, and therefore the misbehavior shall continue. Alright. So I need the conveyor belts. We're still good on most of that up there. I don't really need more of that right now. We are not getting steel down this far. Rip the Band-Aid off, come on. Well, the problem is I gotta figure out what I'm doing with it. And the issue is the moment I open that can of worms, we're not going back. Now, if I can hold off until we get the recycler, then that'll probably be making my life easier. Like, I haven't used recycler, I don't know like the nuances of it. I just understand the idea that it allows me to take things that I'm not happy with, shove it in there, and get some of my materials back. Because otherwise, why would you call it a recycler? Okay. Let's actually move it up there. You do your thing, little robots. What? Okay. Meanwhile, while they work on that, there's one input. There's two inputs. And those robots get so much faster, by the way. There's the 4 inputs. And the output. Okay, let's make sure they actually get all this put down. Oh, we ran out again. Oh, well, don't do that, because I'm figuring what's going to happen. I underestimated how many, because I'm thinking if I start putting down the quality ones, we're going to run into a problem just because it'll expect those quality ones going on, and then we'll have weirdness. Okay, so we've got all that configured. I still need more inserters. I grabbed a stack. But that is a really big number of inserters there. But once we get that, we should have all the materials I need to finish configuration. And like I said, I'm gonna just grab it and say like, hey, here is this with 4 in, 1 out. And then just in the which what I'll do is the next time I need one that's like a 3 in. Then I have to deal with those biters. Yeah, no, you're not wrong. Honestly, that very much needs to be my next priority immediately after this, because they are slowly chipping away at that area to the north. And if I leave them alone, they are going to punch through and then start tearing apart actual base. Because I really don't remember if there's any defenses behind any of that. I haven't seen a train zip by in a little bit. Let's take a little quick peeky peek. Is our train network backed up somewhere? No, you're all waiting your turns. You're being patiently waiting your turns. You're all good here. The only one here is just the 2 trains that trade off going for there. And then the copper... Yeah, the copper ore, we have 2 trains waiting here. Ah, you're here for stone. Right. And that's considering that part of it. So you are actually in the way. I'm surprised our copper ore. What's your capacity set to? Let's set you up to 4,000. That's a band-aid fix, but at least you'll get that unblocked. But yeah, that intersection up there needs to be dealt with. And that's because it's a tiny little temporary area of picking up coal or stone and copper that I didn't take the time to fix that. Coal? All things look like they're out of fuel? What things looked out of fuel? No, those are fine. Oh yeah, no, these aren't out of fuel. It was, this one is being blocked, and this, because of the weird pattern there, it considers that an intersection, so it wasn't letting the other train go past. Which just kind of surprises me with the train sitting here. I would think this would be separate, but it's one I gotta figure out. But it's something I've been kind of ignoring because both of these are running out. Okay, so we go up here, it'll put down these last couple. And that should be all of them, as long as we don't have anything else pop out. So this all looks like it's configured and functional and everything. So what we're going to do is we're going to grab our blueprint pattern again. Take the small area out. Train stop. 4 in, 1 out. Create blueprint. Drop it in our inventory. Open our train book. Sorry, open our train book. And so next time I need that, all I do is I grab my book here and I go like that. And literally I can just go up. I need another 4 in, 1 out spot right there. And it'll just take the little robots a chance to do it. I'm not going to do it right now because I don't actually need it. But you get the idea. Let's see. Your coal drop next to your ore drop. I guess they get filled and dump it itself. Look back at the VOD. Gotcha. Yeah, no, that's they'll go and do it. It's just the problem is the copper drop, where it needed to go, there wasn't materials. Okay, so refined concrete is what's required to make rails that go over top. I want to do that, and I want to do that badly. And the reason I want to do that badly is areas like this. That now gives me the option to have it where I have this, where I have one go over top, and then the other one can be little side-off paths with the intersections, and then merge back in. So there's that. I can also do something here, where when we look at this, I can have one set of rails that goes over the top here, and just doesn't have any interceptions whatsoever, and then the other one can be the merge ons and off. Basically, I can make much better intersections. That's the important bit. So we want to get the robotic frames. That's what we're here for, is the flying frames. So it's all 4 of those materials. So I'm going to need to have at least 2 conveyor belts going along this side. So there's you. There's you. There's you. There's you. But yeah, a lot of times with these, I don't need those there. A lot of times with these, you'll get yourself to just doing a pattern, and then you'll just make a blueprint for that that's the wrong way. Get yourself making a blueprint for the pattern, and you'll get to the point of just need thing that's like 3 in, 4 out, this, and you just slap it down, and, you know, configure the handful of buildings that aren't, you know, like whatever they're going to be making and all that. All right, and so with that, we've got all of that set up. So with that, we've got all our frames and all that. So the things we need to do is none of these matter what order I do them in. So you're going to go in here. You're already configured. So literally it's just battery drop. Congratulations. That one's done. We have you. So wait, what do I need for this again? I need steel, batteries, green circuits, and electric motors. Okay. We can get the green circuits drop. Cool. We can go here and get steel. Okay. And then this one's a new one because I don't have... Let's see what the other name was. It was electric motor? I actually don't think we have a name for it yet. I don't think we have a train on that. Because it wasn't motor pickup. That's the other one. Alright. Electric motor drop. Cool, there's no train on that one yet, so it doesn't do us any good. And then we can go to you. And you are flying robot frame. I'm just going to call it robot frame. Robot frame pickup. Cool. Okay. So now before we forget, I'm going to go down here to this one. Because you are now electric motor drop. Okay. So that's going to have all but one of its resources on the network already on its way. The other one I had to put down another train. And I'm going to go do that in our refuel spot. Pretty soon I'm going to need a new refuel spot. As we're adding more and more trains, they are going to be queuing up more and more of them to refuel. Which means all of the trains on the network, no matter where they are usually operating on the network, will need to go to that far end. And needless to say, that's not going to be something we want to do long term. Eventually, we are going to need to bring stuff elsewhere. Yeah, so it looks like the iron plate's fine for the steel production. I'm going to try... Well... Okay. Let's get more of the production modules and put them on those. Because that should increase the amount a little bit. Without increasing... It'll actually reduce the cost of iron per minute, because it'll slow it down. For after the biters? Oh, right, the biters. Thank you. I am going to put down the train, though, to at least have this producing, because I'm right here anyways. And then we're going right to the biters, since I'm already most of the way here. So we grab you, and you, and you. You have an interrupt of get fuel. And you go to the electric motor pickup. Did I not save the name or something? Ah, there's your problem. You're the electric motor pickup. There we go. Now we can configure it. So electric motor pickup. Add until you have a full cargo, or you have been inactive for 5 seconds, or you have time past 3 solid minutes. Which I could even see making that time longer. And then after that, you go to electric motor drop, and then you go to empty cargo, or you have been inactive. Cool. And with that, get out of my sight, train. Go do your job. So with that, we should now have robotic flying frames automated. Now, the caveat being, it depends on steel, and steel's been a real problem for us. So we'll need to get that sorted. Okay, we have a bunch of things that have all been engaged in combat at the same time. Luckily, it was just the biters probably trying to... I've got another nest inside my range down to the south. That nest is along my defensive line. I might just ignore it for right now. Because as you can see, as we're getting farther and farther into this run, I'm spending more and more time just stamping out the biters because I have like that many more boundaries for them to try and expand into. So like this one, I'm not even planning to attack this side. I just want to bolster the defense. Because as you can see, of the guns protecting this side, a lot of them are damaged. So let's grab a power tower, run this down to our nearest area, and get some laser guns up here. All right. So we can have like a proper solid defense on this side. This playlist is much better than the other one. Yeah, no, I had the other playlist going, and I've just been experimenting with a bunch of different playlists. But yeah, no, the other one, which is funny, this is like it's stuff like house music and all this one. This one's called like tropical house music, whereas the other one was just house like as a broad genre. Yeah, it's not a good place to throw on Mackley. Yeah, and I know these are very redundant. I can't tell you the number of times I've had my defenses go down because just they got like a lucky hit on a specific spot. It'll honeycomb it later. In the meantime, cool. And it'll say wall, create blueprint. I'm gonna put that there for just a moment. New book. I don't even know what I'm gonna name this book yet. Blueprint book. Combat. Good enough. That way in the future, I can just go here, get that off this bar, get that off this bar. We pop over here, grab our blueprint books, and drop you here. So now I can go, you know what? I want to put more defenses up. Interesting that's marking in red versus blue. There you go, put that down. And if you hit shift, it'll try its best. Oh, I see what you're doing. Don't do that. Don't. Hey, I didn't think about the fact that you tried and... Well, look. It's not exactly what I had in mind. It's fine. You know what? It's fine. We'll put it back. There. I hadn't planned for it to put down physical earth, but technically this will be a better defense anyways, because this ends up being like a hole in your defense otherwise, where it goes to the shore because they can go all the way up the edge, bunch up, and you have less guns in range. But it wasn't the intended thing. I did see that something got destroyed, but I missed where it happened. Maybe that one? Alright, it's fine. We bolstered that defense for the moment. Yeah, so some of the things I want to do is I do want to start getting our logic bots going. I do want to start getting passive provider chests and passive requester chests being produced, because that's the thing where I can have the logic bots zip around And with that, I will no longer need to have conveyor belts strewn everywhere throughout the mall. Usually my mall ends up becoming very logistics heavy down the road. There's just not a need for it to be otherwise. Like, and you can do it without logistics at all, but it's just a good way to take the fiasco that is your mall as it progresses. And then you can't really make the fluids go that way, but it will help a lot. The other thing I could do is say, hey, I always want at least 400 bullets on me. I don't know what this minimal here is. Like, I'm not used to that having a range. And I could also, well, that says, oh no, don't do that. That's trash. Trash unrequested, personal logistics. Am I forgetting something here? Because I thought it was we add this section up here. That says, if you have more than that, the bots will take it out and move to storage. Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, so that's, probably don't do that with that then. But yeah, so we can start going in here and I can start sitting there saying trash slots or whatever. I can go here and say, I don't want those on my inventory. Right, I remember the way you do this, so you can go here and say, hey, you know what? I don't ever want wood on my inventory, so just take away the wood. You know what? I don't ever want coal on my inventory. Take away the coal. You know what? I don't want stone in my inventory. Take away the stone. And you can sit there and set it so anything not requested gets dumped automatically, which isn't a bad idea. But you get the idea. I can sit there and have it start cleaning crap I don't want on my inventory out. Right now, it has nowhere to take it, nor do I have logic bots. I have to trash the stuff ready to get moved to storage. Yeah, so we'll have all that later. So right now, can I even make the requester chest and all that? We can make the beacon, which has a completely different graphic than it used to. So I can't make the requester chest yet, just the storage and the passive. So those are helpful for feeding my inventory, but not enough that I could just use the requester. I got fish. Oh, from digging up the water. Cool. Hey, I'm just gonna go ahead since apparently you rot now, and that rotting stuff can be used as fuel. Really bad fuel. Yeah, I'm just gonna go ahead and put you here. So spoilage can go in here as well. Alright, so we should have over here literally none of the trains have arrived? Am I missing something? So you can get here. You get there. You're configured correctly, right? If you have less than anything, ah. So I guess you need to be configured to everything. If all input signals meet this condition, it will pass. It is true. Oh, that's not what we're looking for. We're not looking for anything, everything here. That's fine. So you're dropping off batteries, so we'll just go here and say, hey, batteries. Good enough. Okay, and then you're dropping off the electric motors, so okay. Do you have to update the blueprints now? Yes, I would need to update the blueprints. I can't remember. I might be able to just go into the blueprint and add the condition directly to the blueprint. I genuinely don't remember. We're going to find out here in just a second. Okay, everything is fine. All right, so let's try switching it to everything. Yeah, because it says, if all input signals meet condition, it will pass is true. There are no, when there are no input signals. It is true when there are no input signals. I mean, we'll try it. Yeah, no, it's blinking red. Okay. Alright, so let's check our blueprints to see if I can easily just change it. So we go to our 4 route 1. Let's see. Right click to open. Yeah, so I can only turn it on and off here. So I gotta delete it and remake it. I'm gonna leave that alone for right now because there's trains on it. Hey, Garden, how's it going? I'm gonna leave that alone and just not worry about it. We have another attack happening down here. They did a number on the wall. That's not the vehicle I want. Okay, it looks like we got another drop of steel in here at some point. So I'm not gonna complain about that. What I will do is I'm gonna put down all those solar panels. Going good? How are you enjoying Space Age? I'm enjoying it a lot. We haven't quite gotten to the space part. But that's just the way I've set this up, and then relearning mechanics because I'm really rusty. Have both definitely slowed down the progress quite a bit. Okay, pick up all these. Dropping next line of solar so that the ratio is a bit better like we did last time. And just keep on building. Cool. And then we got one of a higher quality here. The game does a big learning curve. Oh yeah, for the record, like I did all the achievements before the DLC came out and all that kind of stuff. Like I'm not at all new to the game. I'm just new to Space Age because, you know, it's brand new. So that's like, honestly, the backseating is more about just not wanting to deal with backseating so far as that kind of thing. This game is fairly notorious on Twitch for being the kind of game that people just cannot help but backseat. Okay. Yep, so we're attacking aggressively to the south. Yeah, you contain yourself. Oh yeah, no, I wasn't trying to like call you out on that or anything. It's just, that's the only reason to have it like in the title, like no backseating kind of thing. Is especially with like the new DLC, I am only playing, well, that's not true. I'm playing off stream, but because I have like one save I'm playing on stream and one save I'm playing off stream, and I'm keeping the off stream one farther behind progression wise than this one. It does mean people who are dedicating all their time to one save and have a lot of time to burn will just blast way ahead of me, and also just not being as rusty as I am, and just trying to like beeline to space and all that. There's gonna be a lot of people get there way before I do. All right. So let's deal with this this nest that appeared down here. The bots come out while I'm in the tank? No, that's probably good. Okay. Alright, thank you for the follow. Forward stream. Hey, friends. Come meet my guns. Because keeping in mind, I'm not as tanky as I was the last time I took on a nest. We gave up a little bit of our shields to get the drone port. Okay. And poke that group. Draw them in, and that's another nest destroyed. Yeah, you tried to stick to Rual didn't read that tooltip vaccine. Yeah, and I think that's fair. Like being like, hey, you know, you should read the tooltip on that. Like, as long as it doesn't get, like, so obnoxious, like, every 2 seconds being like, hey, read that tooltip, hey, read that tooltip. It is one of those things that when you're streaming and you're trying to juggle being entertaining and keeping up with chat and all that kind of stuff, it's real easy to overlook things you didn't mean to. Alright, and so just like before, I'm going to grab that defensive wall blueprint, and I'm going to turn it around. Line it up so it roughly overlaps. Hold shift and click. That way it tries to build regardless. And it'll have like weird stuff like doubled up poles. It's fine. Anyone actually read the tooltip? You almost never read it. Usually you just try and do it, and then when you don't manage to get what you're trying to do done, then you're like, okay, what have I overlooked? Alright. Now, we do need to fix our steel still. So you're playing Factorio the first time, and man, it's a huge learning curve, and the DLC planets, you're just lost. Yeah, well, it's one of those things, like, on one hand, the game does a really good job of handing you, like, a little bit of information, and one of the things they can easily overlook is in this area with the little symbol there. It's not good about bringing it to your attention, maybe if it's your first time, but, like, it'll show you if you choose, like, the different things, how to make them work, and all that stuff. But they even have a thing that goes farther, is there's a tutorial that you can sit there and choose your trains and choose to play the tutorial. And it'll keep your game right where it is, but take you off into like this little green field thing where you're just in the open. It's like, okay, put down a track. All right, put it down a track that does this. Okay, put these signals here. Okay, that's how it works. And then, you know, then you take the step farther of going, all right, now do it yourself. Honestly, off stream, I should probably do that because my trains are sloppy. And so I've got that, and so now what I could do is I can grab a deconstruct planner and go like this. And so what that means is I'll have my robots pick these up and pull them into my inventory, and I'll have my robots also go down there and put those things down. Gotta love those trains? Absolutely. And it'll be really nice when I have more drones and we got our drone ports. But like, all of this I'd be running around, holding right click, realize I picked up the wrong thing and missed stuff or turned something the wrong way. And the reason I'm moving this, and for those who haven't kept up with what's going on here, is by removing these, or sorry, by having this wall down here, this wall has become redundant. When we get to the DLC area, because I've seen videos where they show like, not videos, it's the intro, whatever. It shows stuff going through there. There is an undo stack too now. An undo stack. I don't... Oh, so like you have like a list of like 8 or 9 different undos, so you'd be like, okay, cancel that one, cancel that one, cancel that one. That's good. I appreciate that a lot. I honestly wish a lot more games had an undo. Gotcha. So you're saying if I did like 10 actions, an action I hit 11 times, and like had an action from hours ago or half hour ago, that was the 11th action. I'll be like, hold up, you undid a lot more than you probably wanted to. Okay, so it's warning me that it doesn't actually have enough of the power poles to do what I want. Luckily, I got a bunch of the crappy ones that are just sitting in my inventory, and for the purposes of what we have here, they will serve. Are these higher end ones? Oh, I must have had one higher end one that got into the blueprint. That's annoying, but not a big fix. There we go. And just like that, it puts down the whole thing, and we're good here. Let's grab the productivity modules. Yeah, if you place a blueprint down wrong, you just hit Control-Z. Gotcha. You literally don't have any here because of red circuit boards, which have been a problem and usually always are a problem. Okay, because I was going to grab productivity modules to try and work on our steel production. Okay, so again, steel production, still a problem. So let's see what we can do there. And then we also want to check in on what's happening with our green and red circuits. Okay, so steel drops. So like the steel drops are all lit up. And the steel pickup is not. Because that steel production is not going that fast. I am going to try just adding a whole nother layer there. Did we happen to get in our electric smelters any meaningful amount of higher quality ones? Hey, you know what? 20 is actually a decent amount of higher quality ones. So let's go down here and grab those 20 higher quality electric smelters we got. And we're going to add those in to our production line for the other stuff. So let's grab all of you. We can go to any on that. Did I not literally just choose any? Okay. I'm still going to go out of my way to do the good ones. I'm just, as we're getting buildings of different qualities, I'm changing their icons to be any. Honestly, actually, we're going to change that one. So you're now only better than normal ones. Because what I'll do is I'll take the normal ones and I'm just going to feed them into the other stuff for research. So I'll slow down the rate we get them, but it means I'm going to be mostly getting just the good ones. Because realistically, we're probably going to get those at a speed that'll be fine. So in this case, you're gone, you're gone, you're gone. Goodbye, goodbye, goodbye. And I'm just going to leave the brick there for a moment. So we have effectively removed that from the mall itself. Which will be something I'll need to deal with. But as we get drone ports and logistic drones and passive drones, or not passive drones, that's not a thing, and all that kind of stuff online, there'll be less and less to deal with that. And added bonus, which I did not grab enough inserters here. What am I doing? I have the power of drones. I don't want to do this by hand anymore. Get it out of here. Disassemble all the trees. And we can run up here. So it does make me curious. He's gone mad with power. What does make me curious with all this is, so the first thing I'm going to do over here is I'm going to say, okay, hear me out. I want to make a blueprint. And I'm going to grab just like this. Cool. So it makes me curious about these ones. So this is smelters. No parameters. Okay, so let's save this first. And then this is going to go into a new book. So we're going to put you in here. And this will be production. I'm going to end up having a lot of stuff in here. So the thing that makes me curious is that's going to just try and place the normal stuff. Don't take that back out of the book. Let's see here. I actually do want that train. Right here. Alright, so with that, what I could probably do, I'm just gonna go here and just put the blueprint book there. I'll definitely want to move that later. What I'm curious about is with my upgraded quality ones, if there is a way to say, hey, put whatever quality you can get your hands on in here, because I assume you'd have that ability. Because that's that or better. But I'm assuming I would need to go in here and configure that in some way. Go to the actual blueprint here and say, hey, the electric furnace. Okay, so it won't let me say any quality. Well, let's try it like this. Okay, so I've told it rare. Let's save the blueprint. And what I'm curious about... Okay, use the upgrade planner. Alright, let's go ahead and check that. So production, this one. Set you back to normal, okay. Upgrade planner, default upgrade. That was just the label you changed? Yeah, so the upgrade planner, I just see default upgrade as the option. That's fine. It looks like you just in-place upgrade these anyways. Let's see. Maybe a new upgrade planner, bottom right toolbar. That's fine. It just wants to upgrade things. Like, it doesn't seem to be considering quality or not. Drop that in your inventory and configure it. Oh, upgrade, I see. So normal to uncommon. Gotcha. And then the issue would be is if I went up this way and it didn't have enough modules to make it happy, that'd be fine. I wonder if it's literally... I wonder if you could literally go here and say, hey... Okay, so it really wants me to select a building. That's fine. Okay, I can... Then you apply it to the blueprint, or to existing stuff. Yeah, so that would be good. I forgot to grab our power poles, so I need to do that. But once I do that, we can wire that in, and that'll be an extra shim of those things. And on top of that, and that'll also actually tell me that we were missing inserters and power poles. Which the inserters, you know, fair enough. My curiosity is if I do the upgrade thing, like if I have to have enough to fully satisfy it or not. So we can go here, grab me the inserters. And I also need the power poles, which are over here. And I don't need too many of these. One stack will do. Alright, so now if we go back up there, it should just place all of those down. And then I just attach the belts and set up the splitters, and we figure it out. My fear is that we're not going to have enough throughput on those iron plates, and then when I fix the throughput, we'll have new problems. Okay. Okay, so you're gonna pull from here. And I'm gonna connect it to this belt over here. And where this belt was pulling from that second, this second train stop, you know what I could do? Alright, new plan. Rip all this up. Because we're not going to be using this for fuel anymore anyways. That we disabled a while back. We made the train smart enough to just go get their own fuel. So take all of this crap apart. And none of that's necessary anymore. Okay, let's actually get rid of this thing. Because that was back before I fixed the balancing on the other side. Okay, so now I've got a second port here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and drop you there. And you there. So it should balance it out relatively okay. It's not actually balanced, because both these get split 50-50, so it's balanced here. Then this one breaks off to get its out there. So this only gets 1/4 of the material. Then you have the full amount, 1/2, 1/4. Then that gets a 1/4, but we kind of split it so you get like a third or whatever. That's not accurate the way I'm stating it, but you get the idea. Upgrade materials. So I can go here and say, hey, you know what? Upgrade all of these, please. Cool. So we have just swapped out all those. And now what I'm going to do is this train station down here is going to get a little bit of a makeover. Because we're going to change its enable disable. Oh, don't do that. No. Train. Change your mind. This stop doesn't exist anymore. Go away. I actually have no idea what I just did with that. That may have been a mistake. Where's our coal train right now? Do we have a random train sitting in the middle where somewhere on the tracks I gotta worry about? Yes? Yes, I do. Alright, hear me out. So, you, my friend, need to not be here. Drive remotely. Where do I have coal drop off? hey, here we go. So you can just chill right here. Good enough for me. Stop driving, and you're automatic. Cool, because that's a stop it actually should go to. And what I wanted to do was we now don't have a name on it, so that's perfect. I need to rewire you because I disconnected it. Cool. Enable, disable, and we're going to set you for everything less than 2,000. I lied. 4,000. And you are going to also be iron plate drop. So what I've done is now 2 of these stops serve the same job so that we can have 2 trains dropping off the iron to help feed this. So that's the hope. Iron train on its... We have a train on its way. It's going to pull up right here and drop off here. And so with that, I now have this train can stop at either of these 2 stops. And so that should give us 2 belts worth of iron plates coming into here, as long as that train can sustain it. Which is very admittedly a big question mark, if that is even something that train can sustain. But what that should do is we're looking at all these and are not getting enough iron to run them all. That should help with that issue. As you can see, one more light after one more light coming online as that's starting to top off. Cool. So we are getting pretty close to solid belts most of the way. All right, can we do a proper belt balance here? Because I do probably need to do a proper belt balance here. So if I remember my belt balance with 2 to 3 correctly, it was something like this. You would go here. And so I need to have like 3 out. I'm trying to remember, it was... I remember it was something weird, like you do something like this on one of the sides. So that would split it out that way. But I needed 3 outs. Because it needs to go through the same number of splitters. So we have our 2 inputs, so they go through 1 splitter. Fair enough. Even. This one would need to go through an extra splitter, so we'd have to go this way. I think this might be it. Yeah, so those would be the outs. Are you winning, son? I am trying to remember how I used to set up a 2 to 3 split. Because like right now, this would be, we go in here, these are each going to be at capacity, and that should balance it out if they're not. So they would go through here. That's 1 splitter they both hit. So all of these right now, these 4, each of those are at 50% capacity. Now the thing is, I don't actually want that. I want it, that's, you know what, it's fine. I'm gonna expand it later. Why am I trying to figure this out? Literally what I'm gonna go ahead and do here is I'm gonna end up having to split it out to be 4 anyways. So what I can do is I could genuinely just jump right here and just say, hey, you know what? Just a 4x4x splitter. And feed 1 back into it. Okay, well I already have the 4x splitter right here. So we build 1 of this, and you feed 1 back into itself. And just feed the 4th into the input. Gotcha, so you're saying do something like this. Or maybe not even that far along. Feed that back in there. Yeah, so then I would feed my 2 belts in here, and then I'd have my 3 belts coming out here, because it's a 2 to 4. Because this is already going to balance it out. Yeah, that'd work. Okay, well, I'm going to do this. So this is not blueprinting, this is literally a copy-paste job. So we can go here. Oh yeah, no, I just remembered, you have to do it this way. So I grabbed that, and it wasn't shift, it was like control shift. Yeah, that's, no, I got it. Yeah, control shift. The control shift is like, no, I am for real, do it. I'm 1 splitter short. That's fine. Go up here. Go get your splitter. Go down here. Go put your splitter down. Yeah, so basically, this is what's known as belt balancing. The entire idea of what I've done here is I have 2 inputs and I want 3 outputs. That's what we're doing here. So I need to go, and once we get all this picked up, these splitters got to go away. But that way, whatever I put in will be evenly distributed throughout the rest of the system. So if we go like this, that's fine. And then we go like this, and that one's fine. Then we grab this one right here. And so what this means is all 3 of those belts will be evenly split between the 3 of them. So these are 2 saturated belts, not quite enough to fully saturate all 3, but this means all 3 of those will get the same amount. That way we won't run into a situation where these 2 are running at capacity and that one's not really doing much because like there wasn't quite enough to get over there. Cool. And that'll last for about 5 minutes before then I have to go and upgrade it to 4. And right now, there's nowhere near enough steel to worry about doing all that. Except you have some production modules, and they're throwing off your ratios. This is true. But that's fine. Because ultimately, I'd like to put production modules in all of them or whatever. And the quality machines that can't, do at different speeds. This is true. So the belts are balanced, but the production isn't balanced. It's probably fine. Oh, would you look at that? I have to fix something. You know what? I changed my mind. So we have 4 here. We can belt balance this. No, we can't. I don't want to deal with that. Yeah, so right now they're just not even. So what I can do to fix this problem real fast is get rid of this. Oh, no, 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 no. That's not all I want. Train. Don't come by for a minute. I have done goofed. I have done goofed. Give it all back. You can have the steel. The steel is yours. All right, well, let's let the iron in here real fast. If the train shows up, we do not let the train leave with it. Okay, so you're done. Give me the iron. Give me the iron. Give me the iron. You're all fine. Give me the iron. Give me the iron. Give me the iron. Give me the iron. Okay, that side's all fixed. Give me the iron. Give me the iron. Train, don't arrive for a minute, okay, buddy? We did a bad. Here, you can have a bunch of steel. Well, 3 steel. We're gonna pretend that's a bunch. Have the iron. Okay. Well, let's go fix this disaster. Basically what happened is I grabbed the wrong belt. This is not the belt I should have extended. That's the belt I should have extended. So grab you, get all this out of here, get this out of here, and the rest of that's all fine. So what I was going to say is right now I've got 4 belts of steel. And I was just mashing one belt into the side of the other belt and all that, which was passable previously, but isn't going to help anymore. I'm not going to bother with belt balancing this in any meaningful capacity because it won't matter. And I was just feeding one of them into the others. And there's better ways to do this as well. But for right now, the way I'm going to deal with it is like this. You know what? Honestly, this is not how I should do it. It's fine. Because I'm just going to lose a tiny little bit here. It's fine. That is a completely solid belt of steel for a couple of seconds till all that catches up. But the good news with that is if I do decide, you know what, we are going to do this right now. So while that's getting over here. Okay, so these are where the actual ones are going to go. So get rid of that, put this here. Do this, turn you this way, so that one's already turned on. We're going to grab the second one, because now we can belt balance between the front and back of the train. That's not the right spot. Have some more steel. Okay, so with this now, I am also splitting the steel between the left and the right side evenly, and I've got more throughput on those belts, where if we did actually have a problem, where we just didn't have enough throughput or whatever, it would resolve it. Disaster mitigated. I'm glad I managed to get ahead of that. I was worrying that the whole time that train was gonna roll in real quick as I was cleaning it up and just get a little bit in there and then take off, because the real problem there is not only would it have contaminated my iron and my steel, but it would have taken it to who knows which stop and then dumped out the iron in some container. I would have had to quickly grab the train and be like, where did you go? And then chase it down to fix it. So luckily the train was busy being unloaded wherever it went, and that didn't become a disaster that wasn't only present, but also impacting multiple locations. All right, we are right about to be done with copper for good. Like for this area, I mean. This whole thing is going to get torn down when the copper's done. Because this, as you can see, I've got other belts from copper being fed in from my other locations. Basically, this area, the starting ore, that's all that's left of all of our starting ore. Okay. So, with that, steel drop, I love to see that. I love to see a steel drop that is full. That is just plain full. Do we have other steel drops that are falling behind? We have an iron pickup, that's fine. Steel drop that is full. Steel drop that is full. The only steel drop that is currently available is this one for our smelters. So it does look like we have fixed the steel drop. And on top of that, the iron plate drops, both of them are full. So it looks like we finally reached the point where that is no longer the problem. Now, I am noticing the copper is not making happy noises. The copper is looking like it might be a problem. We also have another biter nest right there, which is actually, that's an immediate problem. Where's my tank? Do I still have bullets to do this? I need rockets. I'm out of rockets. And the reason is like, oh, that's an immediate problem, is it is right next to one of my gaps in my defense that I'm still working on. So that's got to be resolved. So I'm going to run up here, I'm going to grab the rockets, then we're going to swing back down, we're going to destroy that biter nest, and we're going to extend our defenses a bit farther. The good news is with all that extra steel we've got sitting around, in theory, we should be good. What train is still sitting at this depot? Purple Science. Isn't... I mean, you do you, friend. That means I haven't been making Purple Science, but honestly, that's fine. I'm willing to bet the reality is I probably have the Purple Science stop misconfigured, and so it's waiting for like 2,000 Purple Science to be ready. Which is something I need to fix, but it's also something that's not an immediate crisis to be fixed right now. Let's see here. Keep making the inserters better. And we're about to unlock our blue conveyor belts, which I believe require lubricant for the belts themselves, which luckily I added to the network previously. Cool. Let's add that to things to restock automatically for us in the future. Rockets. I want at least 400, and we'll say up to 800. So the nests, we have 2 nests in our area, 3 nests in our, 4 nests in our area. Come on, biters, I need to calm your stuff down. Didn't you just disable Purple Science? I don't think so. The Purple Science is waiting on the electric smelters. What? Purple Science is available for you, friend. Purple Science pickup. Oh, Purple Science drop-off. That's fine. Yeah, so Purple Science drop-off is full. That's why it's done. Right, because we're not actually researching Purple Science. I've been doing the other ones. Okay. Yeah. So that makes sense. It's literally waiting for me to start burning through that Purple Science. In the meantime, it's got nothing to do, so it's just sitting there because it was dropped at the depot back when I was trying to get the depots to work. One thing I want to do is I want to get the requester chests so that I can make a construction building, an assembler, and have the assembler start working on making the rocket pad. Wait. Okay, so you can technically get a higher quality rocket and all that. I'll go ahead and put in the quality modules to try for it. You know, it's a really low roll chance, but at the same time, you never know, you might roll it. Okay, so let's deal with this one first. And clear it out. There, start demolishing some of those trees so I can get through it as well. Like, these trees are so dense. Like, everything's having difficulty pathing through. Come on, bring it over. Just figure it out. Okay, fine. We're just fighting our way in. I didn't want to waste all the rockets to kill everything attacking me and everything too. But honestly, in this particular case, with how dense these trees are, we're gonna be pretty wasteful with our rockets. So this means I'm not even using that, the line of turrets you've got. Okay. Cool. It might also be time to get the laser defense. Because honestly, I've got the laser defense. I could probably do work with that. But it is good to know that if I needed to, I can just use rockets wastefully to just knock out a nest without the sentry gun line to protect me. Alright, so I am going to leave that go. It is going to absorb pollution and evolve. I'm accepting this. I'm trying to get to the phase where we just keep building up our defenses. Oh, did I run out of fuel again? Yes, I did. You know, let's put wood in there. The wood burns much faster and does not give me nearly as much, but I've got so much of it. Okay, so combat, we've got this all set up. We're just going to extend this perimeter some more. And a lot of these are upgraded guns with better range and all that. But I can deal with that when we get there. So I got another attack being damaged over here. That's a problem over there by our oil. Oh man, I forgot the oil isn't actually protected over there. It's just got a big gap over there. That's another problem to be dealt with. Okay. So I've got all those set up. Let's go back for more equipment. And I'm going to have to deal with that nest over by the oil. The next thing to do is see what I'm going to need to do to try and, Actually, let's check a research. When do I get the requester chest now? They probably delayed it because the requester chests were immensely powerful for just skipping 90% of the conveyor belts. Alright, here, where we're at. Yeah, the requester chests have the requirement of space platform. So they're like, your butt is going to space before we're going to let you requester chest. Not go to space, I just have to do the research. What are they going to make the requester chest out of that? I need that. Yeah, so it's space platform. To get space platform, I need whatever that material is that I can't see. I think it just says I need to create space platform. Ah, so we need to get asteroids and put them into a crusher. And then I guess we ship the stuff from the crusher down and all that. Okay. Alright, well that's going to be a couple things we're going to need to do. Well, first, I still need to deal with that nest on the right. Let's deal with that first. Yep, I got about half hour or so, like roughly half hour before my normal wrap-up time. But I am being really bad about going long right now because Factorio is what Factorio is. You all know how this works. Okay, I don't like to see that. My power grid went down there for a minute. Hate everything about that. Factorio is addiction. Yes. No further questions. So blueprint, and I want it centered around one of these. I cannot tell at all. Okay. So, you know what? It's fine. That's fine. Solar grid. Okay. Create blueprint. And what I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm going to grab our production. That's not actually power. I'm still going to drop that here. Then grab you. Oh, I've got like 1 or 2 solar panels in there that are technically upgraded versions. It's fine. Okay. You didn't go nuclear power? I have actually not picked up the uranium at all yet, which I really should. Alright, let's get in here and get to the substations. Like, I really, really should. I believe we end up getting the ability to expand the range of our construction drones on our character. Worst case, we'll get the drone port. That was the reason, is like, where's the requester chest? Because even if it was like horrifically inefficient, if I got the requester chest set up, I could sit there and be like, slowly make me the drone port so I could start covering the map, and then we could queue this up and just, like, literally I could grab like this whole strip of everything and be copy paste it, and then just walk away and let the drones just figure it out. Cool. So we did run out of all that stuff. That's fine. Gonna go ahead and pick up this here. Good enough. More roboports in your armor extend the range and the number of bots? Ah, so I could give up more defense for more roboports to do more. That's not a bad thing. It's a risky thing. Like, because I'd be giving up a lot of shields for my defense. Okay. So, we've got more train stops and all that. I've got more of the laser guns ready. I've got more of the power towers ready. Okay. So, with that sorted, I have plenty of rockets. Let's get in our tank, which is here somewhere. Let's get into our tank and head to the southeast where we're doing our oil. Deal with that nest and expand the defensive line in that direction real quick. And then once I do that, I need to get my next production thing online. We are making the flying drone frame whatever things, which are required for, I believe, yellow science. Which is good. But I need to go and start getting more of that expanded on. The other thing that's going to happen is stuff like my iron. I'm going to start having... Well, look. See, nothing happened. I need to make myself a road. Usually once I hit a certain point, I'll have like a road that's got like the east-west and the north-south that I can drive along it, and there's no poles or anything else. I can just zip along it and be perfectly fine. Cool. So I got that. Alright, so let's deal with those biters to the right. And take care of them. And then I need to go and expand our defensive wall and all that stuff. Where's the actual nest? You can see how many nests have moved in here from the junk they leave behind after you defeat a nest. Okay, that's that killed. I really want to get the longer range rocket launcher. Which I can work on. We've already been making a lot of the upgraded plates. All I need to do with that is turn around and make some of them. I think it was what? Copper, iron plates, and gears are all I need for the upgraded rocket launcher. Or maybe that was the submachine gun. Because having all that extra range means these big worms, we have to step in and they're just in range that we both can barely hit each other. I could just completely outrange them. Okay, so we've got that sorted. And let's go ahead and drop down another chunk of wall over here. Because we keep doing that, then it's less and less I gotta worry about. This is gonna be a little annoying because I got both sides of that wall to deal with. The other one that's going to be good is that Logistics 3. Then I'm going to be able to go into all these places I've got stuff set up. And make that better. Alright, get all these online. So I plugged up this pass entirely. I really don't understand why sometimes it gives me the tier 2 ones and sometimes it gives me the tier 1s on that one, but the other pattern it didn't want to do that. I'm fine with it either way, as long as it just fills in the area. Okay. If we had an attack in the front area, it's fine. That's another area that needs to be built up. Yeah, because that one's absorbing pollution, that one's absorbing pollution. They're trying to spread in here, but we've got that walled off. I still have more I need to put defenses on this area, which is an issue. But for the moment, if I can cut across here and over there, we can block off the entire south, I can block off the north, and then the east is already blocked off. And then it won't be a thing where I have to constantly fight with them. I'll just need to repair the defenses as they get damaged. Eventually, we'll get stuff like artillery to deal with them. The alternative, what ends up happening is as we start getting low on a material, then what I'll end up doing is I'll start pushing into their territory. Like, it'll be like, oh, I'm low on iron. Where's the nearest iron I can find? All right, let's go get rid of the nests on the way to that iron. Okay. Now, the other thing we run into is once we start getting the roboports online, that creates a new problem for us. And that new problem is those roboports are also power hungry when they start charging up lots and lots of robots. So that'll just exacerbate our power problems. But also, it's one of those things that, like I said, I could just drop the grid, put the passive providers for the passive providers for the other stuff there. That'll be good. Is this default settings? This is default settings. That said, we have gone pretty hard on our trains. But yeah, no, we're default settings. Okay, so we've got that set up a little bit more. That should give us a little bit more protection for the oil to the south so it doesn't get hit. Okay. So, the next thing on the agenda for things to produce is... I don't remember, honestly. Oh, right. It would be good to potentially get... Well, alright, let's check what we've got. So if I set up the RoboPort, what would I need to do that in our main base? So that's red circuits. Okay, that's just red circuits, steel, and gears. That's easy. The construction bots would be flying robot frames and green circuit boards, and the logistics would be flying robot frames and red circuit boards. So ultimately, I think what we're doing here... Well, actually, is it literally just red and green? Wait. We don't already have red here. Because that would mean I'd literally be able to make the flying robots right there. Like, both kinds. But yeah, that's just not the case. That's fine. So, let's go here. I'm juggling thoughts here. Don't mind me. So, if I get the flying robot frames to the mall, that'll work real easy. But I can make the roboports there in the meantime. And even if it's not a lot of robots flying around, having some robots able to fly around and do a little bit of construction and all that can help. Oh, but I don't have requester chests. That's right, we need to get the sky platform, or the platforms. Okay, so change of plan. We're not worrying about the roboports. So the other thing to get online, we don't care about this. I do want to start working on the rocket silo. That's going to require the blue circuit boards and concrete that we're not producing. So let's get that going. So the blue circuit boards is just green, red, and sulfuric acid. Fair enough. We have all that on the network. Where do we want to go and shove that? That is the real question. Yeah, there's a bunch of cliffs over there. I can put it down here. It's pretty far away from the other stuff that it's going to need. And it'll be exposed until we get more guns online. But I think that's okay. So what we're going to go ahead and do is I'm going to grab more laser guns and all that. I'm going to grab the materials I need to expand our defense. I'm also going to grab the inserters and yada yada yada. All the things I need to do to set up another train stop for us. So grab you. So we should be good on inserters. I'm going to need more steel boxes. Let's go and check our inventory. That's fine. Let's grab some walls. We're doing okay on ammo for right now. Let's grab some train tracks. Signals, I can use more signals. Let's go ahead and grab these signals and then drop like the half-finished stack back in here. We will grab the solar panels for the moment. And the laser guns. Because then we're going to run up here and let this put down whatever solar panels it can. Okay, we can grab you. Oh, that's not right. Control Z didn't do anything. You know what? That's fine. It's not fine. I hate it. Get it out of here. Put it away. We're gonna try again. Grab the last one, please. Thank you. Okay, so let's try that again. Yeah, no, I tried hitting Control Z and it didn't do anything. Yeah, so it's the ones in the middle not lining up. Oh, you know what? That's because we're at the end of the line. Okay. One second, let me get over here. So I can let it sit here. We've got more power stations. Yeah, we're just going to bring all the solar panels we got in our inventory online real fast. Because like I said, I'm just trying to expand our power grid as best we can. And honestly, if these sit out of range, I'm okay with it. You know what? Actually, we can fix this. So apparently, those are all bad. Okay, so we're just trying to get these solar panels on. At some point I need to start having them actually do the our stuff. Okay, we've got an attack. They're hitting the very edge of the defense there. It held up just fine. Cool. And that's that much more power on the network. So we are producing a lot of power. We're almost at the point that, actually we are at the point that our solar power is now producing enough power that our steam power is starting to down level on itself. That it just doesn't need to run as hard. So let's grab our tank. What else did I need here? The things I'm going to need is I'm going to need more power poles. And more conveyor. So yeah, so power poles. Ooh, what am I getting out of my inventory right now? I've got a bunch of blue inserters to get rid of. Cool. Alright, so now I just need red conveyors. Oh, what do we need for the blue conveyors? I don't have blue conveyors yet. We're physically working on blue conveyors, like we're researching them right now. That'll be fine. Alright, so let's get our blue circuit boards being produced. Because that'll unlock a lot of things, including the spaceship, like actually making the launch pad. Which making the launch pad is going to be one of those things that I'm going to need to use an assembler because it requires literally thousands of all the materials that go into it. Not all of them, but most of the materials that go into it. It ends up being very, very hungry for resources. Alright, so because we took the time to configure things earlier, I can just scooch right on over here. Oh, I'm missing railroad over here? That's fine. So let's go ahead and grab the railroad. That'll do for now. And we can grab our 4-stop, which just to line it up, I'm going to bring that over here enough that we can hopefully prevent that from interfering. When you build the silo, remember to throw some quality modules in there just in case. Yeah, that's the idea. Anything with a rocket, I'll just try and take my chances with that. We're going to go a little long because I want to keep playing, and, you know, that's just the way it's going to be. Alright. So this isn't actually a 4-stop thing I need to be making right now, but I don't have the other ones blueprinted yet, so my plan is to just make it with the 4 stops, delete the extra stop off of it, and then we can have it be a 3. And I'm trying to remember what we were making here. The blue circuit boards. So that's 3 stops, and one of them's liquid. Yeah, so that's gonna be adjusted a lot. Because one of these stops is just gonna go away. I can actually do that by just going right up here and say, hey, you don't exist. I'll clean that up in a minute. And then while I have it while I have that all configured, what we'll end up doing after all that... Oh, you didn't connect to the power grid? I thought you'd been... Oh, right. Hang on, bots. There you go. So you just build for a minute. But as you can see, we have these here. Right, and those were not configured correctly on the blueprint. Yeah, once I've got all this built, I will need to go through and get the next one going. So this is still way faster than me placing it down, and I don't have to worry about accidentally like rotating something the wrong way. With the roboports, again, this would be something that I could literally plunk down a roboport. Actually, can I craft a roboport in my pocket? If I could make one here, it wouldn't be a bad idea for me to plop that down and just shove the stuff. Well, no, because it has to get out of my inventory. Never mind. I was just thinking, like, wait a second, I could literally plunk it down, and even if I had to come back and pick it up and move it. But yeah, no, I need to put down like a passive chest to provide all the stuff, or a storage chest or whatever. It's fine. But yeah, so we've got all this being configured. This will be for our blue circuit boards. Our defenses are coming along. We are starting to get more and more of their nests keep moving into the territory. Like, you've got this one over here that's in our territory, but we've already got a line of defenses. That line of defenses I do want to move, so it's forward and all that. But right now, I'm just trying to hold up what we got. We're just running into that point where every time I turn around, the biters have moved forward, the biters have moved forward. One of the ways I could counter this to make this less of a nuisance was just taking like a half hour or so and just literally going through and just killing every single nest the whole way around here, because then it would take time to expand back in. But I honestly think we're at the time of just building a wall, getting it all armed up and ready to rock and roll, and then as the biters start moving into the area, just, you know, they get sorted. Eventually we'll get stuff that will be able to just run through the nests even easier. But I don't need to focus too much. Yeah, so I'm going to get the 3 stops here set up correctly. Or the 3 input stops here correctly set up. I'm going to blueprint that. Then I'm going to tear down the top stop, because I need it to be fluid, not solid stuff. And then when we get set up with being fluid input, we can get our blue circuits online. And then after blue circuits, for the launch pad, I just need the concrete to build the rocket silo, I mean. Which will be 1,000 reinforced concrete? No, it's regular concrete. And honestly, that's not bad. It's iron ore, stone block, and water. That I'll probably just make near my mall. And then later on, we add steel to it and iron bars to make refined concrete. So we'll make both of those by our mall. They're not going to be particularly high throughput. I don't know if I'm going to need to make concrete a high production amount resource later. I'm kind of worried I will, but for the time being, we can do without that. Okay, took off the little extra there. So we're going to run out of inserters before we're done with all this. That's surprising to no one. I actually imagine we're probably down to the higher level ones. Yeah, that's fine. I might just leave the upgraded inserters in the box to be continued to be produced. And then when I get to the point that enough of them are produced to make sense, then I can turn around and start worrying about taking that farther. I can already also envision having a lab, or not a lab, a mall, that you do take the time to be like, here are the things that we don't care about higher quality are, these are the ones we do, and having it all configured so it'll try to upgrade at each step, and then, you know, have like the one conveyor belt per relevant material that it pushes the other direction. Or even the one conveyor belt that it takes all the stuff that's not upgraded and pushes it that way. Alright, so we're down to inserters, so let's go ahead and jump in our vehicle. Go grab more inserters. I'm going to drop off the upgraded ones for now and just let those pile up. And that way, when it comes to those, when we start getting to things that I'm like, no, really, I need a higher throughput. I actually don't remember. I don't think there's a fast stack inserter. I think it literally was stack inserter was the last one. That could have changed, though. I mean, if so, like, if it is, like, the upgraded one, we can just try doing the upgrades. I also should take a quick peek at our iron and go from there. Our iron boxes. Okay, so we still have at least 5 iron boxes that don't even have anything in it yet. So we're good on that one. And I need the inserters, and like I said, I was going to drop off the higher quality ones right now. Basically, I'm going to wait till I have like an actual specific need for the higher quality ones. Just because of blueprints. Alright, and that's even more of that off my line. And I want to go here, and for yellows, I don't want those at all. Every time I see something I don't want in this stuff, we're going to do that. And eventually we'll figure out how that's all going to work. Okay, is there anything else let's top off? Let's go chunk down some more solar panels. I'm also going to grab the accumulators this time. So there's some solar panels. There's some more of the guns. We're good on all the rest of that from the looks of it. Okay. Because I'm going to want as much of the power storage as possible. Cool, and then clearly there was 2 that were higher quality. So it does look like from the outside I can actually get them all. But where we have these ones in the middle, I won't be able to. Okay. Yeah. The reason I keep putting so much focus on expanding this grid more and more is I keep adding all of these lasers to it. And right now, they're actually not that big of a power consumer, comparatively speaking, but once they start firing, they skyrocket. So yeah, like, they're 10 megawatts by themselves passively. So they're 1/5 of my solar power production right now. Is just those energy weapon defenses. But that's normal. But that's the reason why we're putting this giant solar grid down in the first place. Because as long as I keep scaling it, eventually this will all work out the way we want it. Okay, we can pop over here so you can put down your substation. Cool. Alright, little by little, that's that much more solar. So yes, we're making 55 megawatts of solar. So we actually are still leaning entirely on our steam power. There's just not enough solar yet. But it's just one of those things, you have giant swaths of the map you're just not going to use. Alright, so we have damage happening. So yes, they're still hitting that corner there. That's just all these ones trying to expand in. And now I've got this base right here, which is certainly a problem. Because there's always a problem. So we did grab the inserters we need. We've got plenty of conveyors. Actually, I take that back. I need the undergrounds. There we go. And I need the splitters, which are here somewhere. There you are. And I will need the underground pipe and more regular pipe. And now I think we're good. So I'm going to run down here, and I'm going to finish setting up what we've got over here. Then we're going to put up more of the defensive wall down there. And then after that, I'm going to go and run to deal with that biter nest that's right on the edge of our territory. It does look like we're dragging on blue science again, which was steel earlier. I believe our steel has settled down as a immediate crisis, though. Okay. Honestly, it may be a thing that I just need to carry more inserters on me. Like, get the box to have more attempts to accumulate. And then, like I said, this is all set up for a 3 solid objects. We'll blueprint this because I'm going to end up needing this a lot. But what I am going to do is, after I blueprint it, then I'm going to turn around and get rid of the solid stuff up there because I need sulfuric acid at the top. So I'll need to switch that over to liquid. At which point I'll probably make another blueprint. Alright, so you got one of these. Did I literally run out again? Alright. I'm just like a couple short. Alright, yeah, so we're gonna go to the inserter box, and I'm gonna tell it to keep 4 stacks instead of, I think, 2. It's just setting up those train stations to be able to go real fast is pretty costly from... Alright, I just knocked out power for a large chunk of my my factory. And it's all better. I probably just... Oh, never mind. This bridge probably took care of it as well. I probably should just go through and run some of the big poles to get away from where we had to the little ones earlier. Okay, so let's go down here, grab you, and also you now keep 4 stacks. So it should be more enough to get us set up and rocking and rolling. I'm surprised we have not been hit by a train yet. It's one thing when you're running on the tracks, because you can turn and burn really easy, but once you get, like, the tank in the car, especially the tank, and you start getting that forward momentum, like, this is me holding the brake, it goes for a bit. So if we're already in line with something smacking into us, it's just too late. You're usually best off just holding the gas and then, like, trying to either turn to, like, aim behind the train or ahead of the train. Probably not ahead, but almost always behind. Just trying to veer off versus slow down. Okay, so get those last couple. Cool. Alright, so with that, now what we could go ahead and do is I'm going to grab another blueprint. And take that off. And I don't remember the naming convention I did, but it would be train stop 3 in 1 out. Create blueprint. Put in our book. Grab our train stops. Cool. And now, like I said, this one here on the end, it needs to go. Because it needs to be liquid. I do not have enough pumps. That's fine. I'll have a stack back there, but I can go ahead and queue it up using the ghosting thing. And that should work. And then we can get that all configured. No, I actually wanted to leave the power pole. Okay, so with that, I was hoping it'd let me pick it up anyways. That's fine. And I know this is probably way overkill for what I need, but I don't actually know how much I need. And so rather than fighting with it, I'm just choosing to overcompensate. Okay, we'll do that. Alright, so let's go grab some more pumps. But with all that, I should actually... You know what? We're going to wait on the pumps. I'm going to get the other part set up real fast. Because it should be good. Okay, so this was for the blue circuit boards. So it's red, green, and sulfuric. So if we go just a little ways up here... Right now I'm going to line up 4 of those. I'm sure I'll need more of them. I can worry about that when we get there. Alright, I don't need to do this at all. I can go right here. Just plug those in right into it. Yeah, it's fine. And then we'll bring conveyor over here. Should be as easy as this is one. That's the other. Now we've got the out. Okay, so I need to go here. What we can actually do to band-aid this for 2 seconds. Just so if I send the train here, it'll still work. Alright, so with that, I've got this all set up where all I have to do is set up my stops, and we should be able to get everything in order. So this is blue circuits pickup. And you're all configured, so your green circuit... Actually, let's just click on it, because that way I know how you spell it right. Green circuits drop. Then we go to you and go to red circuits drop. And then go to you, and you are sulfuric acid drop. Alright, and all of that is configured. So all I need to do is just go and grab some more pumps, because those aren't enough pumps to be adequate. And it does look like the sulfuric acid was not keeping up, so that train was just basically sitting there waiting for more sulfuric acid, which has been an ongoing problem because I need more oil for always and forever. But we can get there in just a moment. The point is, once we get some, it should be able to go over there and help. Yeah, so we can go grab some more pumps. And then once we get the pumps hooked up, what I'm going to go ahead and do is set up both the concrete and the reinforced concrete, because I know I'm going to need both anyways. So I'm going to get the regular concrete going, split some of that off to be put in storage, and then the better concrete as well. So there's 50 pumps. Because I should have I think I should have everything I need here. And as I mentioned before, that might be a material that I actually need to make in bulk. I don't really know. So for right now, I'm just going to add it to the mall, which might take some finagling to make happen. And then we can figure it out from there. Okay. And you got a lot of flying robot frames. Cool. Alright. And we got another attack coming in from somewhere. Yeah, so it's the north. That's holding just fine. So we need to reinforce the north. I need to reinforce over here. I need to reinforce down below. I'm going to go ahead and reinforce down below since it's right here. We can spin by home. We can grab what we need to set up our concrete and reinforce concrete. We can do that. By then we should have another supply of defense modules and all that. And then we can grab those defense modules and start going up to the north to bolster that. Okay. Yeah, we're getting pretty close to getting our defensive lines all set up. We're all secure to the east. The north, we're about halfway there. Pretty soon I am going to have to deal with that nest up there. Luckily, we haven't been expanding from there for whatever reason, because if we were, that'd be a real bad time. It does look like most of the expansions are trying to come in from this side and just getting caught by our defenses. Alright, meanwhile, we can grab the next set. Okay. And then we're going to have to go and check on our solar again, too. Just going to intervene and put these two down. Alright. I wonder what longer range weapons we can get. Like, because if we can get them long enough range, it'll also help prevent any damage from coming through. Because right now, I don't have the constructor bots repairing. Okay, so go ahead and put you two down. Yeah, so we're getting a pretty good amount done on this set. I had quite a few of those in my inventory, luckily. Yeah, so that's like this nest down here I'm not caring about at all. If I can get all the way to the edge, I can ignore this whole side. I've got... Wasn't there a nest, like, right over here? Oh, no, it's that nest. So that nest does have a defensive line already established up there, and then this spot. But technically, it could go through to the right and tear that up, which is why I'm like, I need to destroy that nest. I did debate putting a wall there, but honestly, that little segment of wall there probably wouldn't have enough to work with. So it's a thing that I gotta deal with. Yeah, honestly, this... I have way, way, way more than I realized in here. Alright. It'll also be good when we start getting the robot speed. So robots just move faster. Alright, I forgot you are going to skip those two, because on the blueprint they weren't technically at the minimum level. Okay. Yeah, and this will be the last segment we put down, because it won't have enough of the laser turrets to do it. I'm also a little worried with how much of these I've added onto my setup. Then we're going to start pushing the limits of what we can do. Head out for the night. Best of luck with the factory, space, and such. Don't save too late. I probably will. That doesn't mean I'm not going to do it, though, but, you know, I probably will. Okay. So let's go over here to the left. Deal with that hive that's going to attack any time now. Then I need to go to the solar setup we got, get that expanded. We need to get our concrete and reinforced concrete online, so I'll get that going as well. But it is good to have this defensive line. And one of the nice things about this is, for example, eventually I'm going to sit here and be like, oh man, I have need of more oil. What I'll do at that point is I will turn and start making a wall going down, and by then we'll have the roboports, and we'll just, you know, start enclosing an area, wipe out all the hives inside there, and it'll just move the line forward. And then we'll eliminate the old line. But by doing the roboports and like daisy chaining them along the way, it literally is one of those things that you can just kind of walk away and just let the robots do their thing while you go and wipe out everything. Yeah, I need to fill in this gap down here, because that's where that part of the wall ends. Because then I can rip up this weakened spot here, get that out of the way. I will move the line of defenses here down to line up with the other one, which will be good. We'll be able to cut across there to where we have that natural barrier. And then, you know, we cut across here. Surprisingly, you haven't sent a proper attack, which really is convenient for me. Because if they had, it would have been, honestly, a bit of a mess, really depending on where it went. Okay. Go back off and heal up again. It's coming from a different angle. Okay. Alright. And so we're down to one more spawner and 2 more worms. And then we have this one all done. And they're not the big worms either, so they'll go down real quick. Okay, so we got that one that could have hit us, and it's all sorted. And we're going to go up, hit our base, restock our supplies. We're going to go ahead and expand our solar a little bit more, just to keep the power grid growing. And like I said, I want to get the concrete and the reinforced concrete online before we go on to the next thing, because that's, I think, the only material we don't have queued up for production yet. That's required for the rocket silo. I know the rocket itself, I still have to get the lightweight, whatever it's called. I have all the materials it needs on the train network. I just need to actually set a place for it to be built. Coal seems to be holding up okay for right now. We are reducing our dependency on coal a little bit more, so I am basically extending the life of the coal we already have. But I do have more places of coal inside my perimeter that I can exploit. Not a bunch, not as much as those other nodes were, but plenty to get us by for now. Alright. I'll grab you while I'm here. So, for concrete, I need brick, water, and iron ore. So, I happen to have brick in the area, I happen to have iron ore in the area, and water is not too far. So I'm thinking for right now, let's check. So concrete is stone, brick, iron, water. Concrete is steel, iron, stick, and reinforced, I mean, and water. So those should be put right next to each other, and if I put them over here somewhere, that should be relatively manageable. Because I've got the steel, I've got all this. Let's just put them right down here. So with this one, you're going to be the reinforced. You're going to be the regular concrete. Yeah. Because then we can turn those around and we'll get the water brought in here. Actually, let's do it this way. Probably just daisy chain it across here and then plug it into the top of this river. Or lake or body of water, whatever it is. Okay, and the offshore pump can't go right there, but we can move that over. And I've got another attack to deal with. Okay, nope, it's holding. I don't need to deal with that. Pretty soon I have to go over there because they're going to destroy a couple spots of wall, but that's later me's problem. Right now me is not bothered at all. Okay, so we've got all that sorted. We can just pop over here. You're going to go ahead and toss that right across. So you'd end up still needing the iron rods. That's easy. You just need the stone brick and the iron. And the iron ore. So stone bricks I have right up here, I believe. Yes, that's stone brick up here. We're just going to add a cheap and easy splitter. And run that down here. And then same for the U. I'm just going to go ahead and write off here. Okay. And this is something we'll definitely want to expand on later in some capacity. I just have no real idea how much of this I need. Okay, so we're officially making concrete. And I need an absolute absurd amount. So I'm just going to go ahead and here and just leave that to go. So that's a good thing. And then you're making this. We also need the steel brought over. And then last is I need the iron rods brought over. So what I'm going to do to facilitate that is I'm going to put another assembler down here. And I'm just going to put a thing there. Get you some power. Just run this right past here. Is it clean? No. Is it elegant? No. Is it recommended? Probably not. Am I doing it anyways? Absolutely. So with that, we are officially making reinforced concrete. I have no idea how much of this I want. So I'm going to go ahead and limit this box to, say, 4 stacks. Alright, so that's working there. So meanwhile, next on the list is I am going to go ahead and say, you are making the rocket silo. Cool. And for the moment, we're just going to plug these in together. And I'm going to go ahead and check on our quality providers, whatever. I'm going to try and go in there and see if we can't get lucky and get a higher quality rocket silo. I got 4 of those, which is perfect. Okay. So with that, we're going to drop in those to try and go for the higher quality. So we need pipe, electric motors, and all that. How much of each do we need? Is it like an obnoxious amount, or is it something I can just grab and carry? Okay, so it seems like the steel I'm probably not going to want to lug around. I mean, I probably could. This is probably something I'm building one of for a long time. This is pure vanilla. I'm not running any mods. Yes, let's go here, and how would you like the electric motors I've got? And the pipe. Oh, for right now, you can have this block. I'm not going to use that. And the blue circuit boards will be waiting on, and then we got steel. Okay. So let's see if I can't snag myself 1,000 steel. To just... Let's not get into that. So we got that done. Solar next. Power next. Let's not lose focus. Because our power grid, honestly, is holding, but we keep expanding our utilization of it. So it is going to be a problem soon. Let's grab more walls, because I'm going to need that up top. That's not where the walls are, so grab the walls. Let's grab the energy weapons and the power poles. We did not get that many. That's not at all what I said I was going to do. I'm going to grab the solar and the accumulators and get those going as well. Oh, good. That's 100 solar panels. Honestly, we're at the point I probably need to grab the substation itself, which is there. Alright, so let's run up here, get our power expanded, keep at it. So we can run up this side and get those accumulators to sit down. We'll continue to expand the solar grid. I need to get the drone ports and just the bot production online. At least we have this, whereas before I would have had to tear through the solar panels or run up and down like you've seen. Whereas this is something I could just stand here for a moment. Let the bots do their thing. Alright. We had one that was a higher quality. There we go. Yeah, so those are discharging. I was gonna start ripping them all up so I could move them. I don't want to do that while they're discharging. Okay, so we can get that going. Oh, I need to not be standing on that. You know, it is one of those things that because there's no roboports here, down the road, if I do need my robots to be moving around for long distances, they won't be able to cut across this because it'll just be too much distance that they'll need to get a recharge. If it does come down to that, I mean, I could go through and dig out a hole and drop a roboport in there. I mean, actually, I could, because I could just pull up the map, zoom in this way, and grab like that, and go like, get rid of that one, make it a roboport, and then just daisy chain from the map along, versus me, the character themselves trying to run along would be problematic. All right. Pretty soon I'm going to have to actually empty out those trash locations. Yeah, so we do drain those accumulators a decent amount. So I do think we are at the point where I just need more and more accumulators. Yeah, this is the cost of doing solar as opposed to other power. Is just the sheer volume of panels you gotta use. Okay, we can add one more. And that should exhaust the solar panels we've got. And then after that, it's time to go to our northern area to bolster it. Okay, is there anything else I need? Let's grab the rockets while we're up here. I did see I actually had a tier 2 solar panel, it's fine. Yeah, so let's head up this way. We're gonna grab ourselves some more rockets since those have been a continuous thing. It does look like our steel production is running perfectly smoothly, that I could probably even potentially expand on it, which is a good thing to have. I'm going to just grab the rockets over here, and then we're going to cut to the east where they've been hammering on those defenses I said I need to bolster. So I'm going to bolster that. So I believe at this point I'm making everything I need for the rocket silo. It's just a matter of actually getting it to the rocket silo and getting enough of it. So we've already got the blue circuits in production. Granted, they're dragging because of not enough sulfuric acid. And the sulfuric acid is struggling because not enough petroleum. And the petroleum is struggling because not enough oil. And the oil is struggling because, I mean, I've got this one here. It was at 1100 or 1400% when we started. It's down to 319% because of how long we've been going at it. This one was like 700-800, now it's down to 400%. So actually, very genuinely, I might need to push out for more oil. So if I were to do that, where would I even want to go? So the best yield we have is way over there, well outside of everything. We got this one down below. That's quite a trek out here. We got this tiny little one. The tiny little one is just a short distance out where we're at, but it would be opening up a larger area. So yeah, so it looks like all of the oil we have is down in this direction, nothing up here yet. So it does look like we're dealing with a situation where getting more oil is going to be what people would refer to as a huge pain in the butt. So let's grab these rockets. Cool. And then let's grab our tank, go bolster the north defense, and all that. Okay. But yeah, once I enclose our defenses where I don't have to like constantly worry about the attacks, what we would do is say like the oil's the next thing. Like I mentioned before, the idea would be I would just start cutting a path through there and like making effectively a funnel that we could go through, and then I can move out from this. So like where I set up a spot like this. You've already got the landfill there. Just don't bother with this over here. Just leave the rest the way it was. There we go. I'm gonna pick up the landfill too. Cool. And with that, we've got all those built. I apparently just have a random set of gun turrets I left back here at some point. So that's cool, I guess. Alright, let's go ahead and pick those up. Alright, so what's going to end up happening is we've got a nest over here. I figure we kill that nest, and we cut our way straight across and start trying to make our line here as well. Because also I need to just deplete some ammo, and taking down nests is a pretty good way of depleting ammo. Where are my sentries? There they are. Okay. And I think there's another tier higher of the armored bugs we see. And we're probably getting pretty close to seeing them. Okay. This one's going nice and smoothly. As I almost die to worms. Okay. Alright, so we got all that taken care of. That's the one nest. And I'll go get the other one to the right, because that'll also keep them from necessarily pushing the whole way down. That'll also put uranium inside my defensive position. Actually, I think that's the second pack I have inside my defensive position. So, very genuinely, I've been putting off dealing with it, partly because I need more sulfuric acid, and uranium requires sulfuric acid, so you get the problem there. It would just add even more dependence on something I'm currently short on. Okay. This must be an old nest. It only had weaker enemies at it. Okay, so I've got all that sorted. Unfortunately, we literally didn't even clear up enough inventory space to give me a single extra slot. Which wasn't really what I was expecting with that push. I was expecting to burn through a little bit. That's okay. We're going to go ahead and just tell it to mash a bunch of stuff down, and it's going to cause a bunch of weird problems, and we'll just live with those problems. Okay, so I did put that lined up there. So I'm going to tell it to pick these up, knowing I'm not going to have inventory for it, and that'll be a problem. At the same time, I'm going to go ahead and say put that down there. And so let them juggle between replacing and all that. Alright. I will need to cable these together. Yeah, this will work. So scooch over here. It's complaining that I don't have the room for it. Look, game. Work with me here. There we go. Weirdly, just tossing another thing down there unstuck it. Alright. So I can go ahead and get this north perimeter secured. Yeah, they're picking up all the ammo and doing all this. It's fine. But yeah, so we're not going to actually get to push this defense that much farther to the right. But it is one of those things that we are doing it. The good news is it seems like almost all the attacks and expansions have come from over here, partially because of the pollution and partially it's just there's not many places for them to move in the first place. Look, game, could you work with me on this? What else are we going to tell you to throw away for right now? Hey, there's an extra light. Put that in the garbage. I'd like you to prioritize building, if you don't mind. Actually, I can make that happen. We'll just go up here. Let's stay way over here on the left. So hopefully it gets to picking up a bunch of that. Another thing you can do to help out is let me put down the 2 damage turrets. So that way it repairs those and then those will stack, which will help a little bit as well. Cool. Yeah, so it's looking like we're probably going to be dealing with inventory issues just because of all the ammo that we had on all these guns sitting out here. Oh, also, get rid of that one. But we might be able to juggle it and make it work. Because fortunately, while we are picking up pieces of wall that are taking up inventory, we're also dropping them again. Alright. Now, one advantage this does mean is our dependence on expensive ammo that uses steel and all that is going down. So that should be a benefit from me not having to, like, run around and top off our guns from time to time and, you know, have that as a burden. How's our inventory? It is filling up fast. We should have a new inventory slot. Well, no, not really. Oh yeah, the night vision, we're going to chuck that over there, because I found I'm not using it. Cool, we can run over to this spot, let it keep going. Alright. Yeah, so we've replaced our low ammo weapons out here. We've got all this square to repair the damaged wall. We killed the hive that was in this area that was potentially going to be a threat. They will still expanding. They keep expanding, but we've got our wall. It's going to be about halfway, not quite, across this area. And every little bit I make that larger should afford me just another place I don't have to worry about very often. What's I keep playing? Alerts. There's not enough empty Roboport slot available. See map for more details. Oh, because my inventory is full. Alright, well, take these out of my inventory too. Okay. Now I have the last of this setup we can do right now. Because I'm out of energy weapons on us. Alright. Yep, so expanded our defense, all of this, and a good chunk of this, and then a good chunk off to the west. And there is it doing its job right now. Big old trail of bodies going right there. The big thing we'll have to watch for is if a nest sets up close enough to it that it starts just feeding into the wall constantly, that's something that's actually a problem. Because it will just be a constant power drain that I'll have to deal with. So the next thing let's do is let's go over to our steel, like I said earlier. And what we're going to do is see if I can't just snag myself like 1,000 steel towards making the silo. And then once I get the silo built, we will put it down. And I remember you have to feed the silo a lot of material. Because you have to build the rocket and everything in there. And I do suspect with the changes here, we're probably going to end up launching lots of rockets, I would guess. That would like launch a rocket with stuff to go up each time or something. I don't know how that's going to work. Alright, we're out of fuel. Like I said, I've started putting wood in here because I just had so much wood. It's not as good, but right now I don't care. Yes, let's go over to steel production, see what I can snag from there. Because getting 1,000 steel from our steel production line shouldn't be very hard. Except I don't have the inventory for it. Well, alright, we're going to be right back. I'm going to go ahead and drop off the steel, clear out some inventory space, and then we're gonna grab whatever we can for like the next thing for our silo. I'm also gonna take a peek on the map and see how our blue circuit boards are doing. I don't expect to see literally any until I get the sulfuric acid in better shape. We can also check on the concrete production and all that. So there's the steel. Okay. So we would need... For the rocket, I need 100 pipe. We have over 100 pipe, so we're good there. The concrete, we're already halfway there. The electric motors are about halfway. And the steel, we're getting there. We're not there yet. We are doing extremely well on the reinforced concrete. And honestly, now I think about it, I could just get the steel like this. There's another 300. And another 300. That's probably more than enough. And over 1,000. Okay, so we're just waiting on the concrete and the blue circuit boards. So, like I said, I'm expecting to see no blue circuit boards at all. Which is over here, and literally everything is lit up. You shouldn't be lit up. You should be red. Enable if you have over 2,000 on what's networked to this. We can fix that. Look for blue circuit board specifically. Cool. And now you're red. Alright, so we haven't made any, but I'm also noticing we haven't gotten any of the goods in. So activated, activated, activated. And that's for green circuits, red circuits, and the sulfuric acid. What is going on with our green circuits? Our green circuit train... Sorry, that's the red circuit train. The red circuit train is currently just sitting here restocking, which it's struggling. It's not struggling. That's literally it's producing as fast as we've got it. That's fine. And then this is our green circuit train. And the problem with our green circuit train is it doesn't have enough green circuits. And the issue it's running into is a complete and utter lack of copper plates. When we look at our copper plates, it's running into an issue where there is copper ore on the line, and the copper plates are topping off. It does need more ore, which is fine. We literally already have the train there. So it does look like our copper production needs to be expanded on. That's what I'm reading through there. Meanwhile, let's go and grab those electric motors. If I grab like a stack of 100-something electric motors, that could be done. And that means all we'll be missing for our silo will simply be just exclusively, we'll be missing the, words are hard, chat. We will be missing the blue circuits. And then the blue circuits are short on everything. That'll be our next troubleshooting thing. Cool, so I can just grab like 3 stacks of that and that should do. But yeah, so with the circuit board part, that's easy enough of fixing our copper. Which it looks like the copper, literally I just need to add more smelters. Speaking of which, do we have... I have 18 smelters that are upgraded. That's fine. Go ahead and repair them. Because whether I tear them down or not, we'll want to repair those. Okay. And that's our providers, which is struggling with red circuit boards. Yeah, so it does look like we're at the situation where I need to fix the copper for the green circuit boards and more than likely just increase production. Yeah, because you can see the last little bit of red circuit boards is running out here too. So the whole factory is kind of hurting on red circuit boards due to the green circuit boards. Story of my life. Hey, you know what? This'll work. There. So I got rid of a bunch of surplus, not higher quality electric smelters to be taken to be made into, I believe, blue science. Which is what all of this is waiting on. So I'm going to run up to our copper. And when we get up to our copper, I'm going to take the time to... Oh, wait, let's drop off the electric motors first. But when I run up to our copper, I'm going to take the time really fast to go ahead and get all the smelters expanded on. I should have everything I need to do that without requiring another pickup of materials, but we'll see. There's something else I was going to do over here. There was the copper, but there's something else. It's gone. Who cares? Alright. Yeah, so you're still waiting on blue science. You're still slowly gathering up higher quality materials. Oh, yeah, the motors. The motors. It's gonna drop out the motors. Smelters, your power will love that. Yeah, but at least we've been steadily adding more and more to the power, and we're gonna keep doing that. Alright. Let's run up here. I'm just not worrying about the train right there. That's the copper drop-off. And I have that already to expand, add like stone drop-off. So here's our steel. It's running at full speed, and it's been going nice and smoothly. We're just gobbling it all up. Yeah, so the copper has its ore and everything. So get rid of that. Get rid of this. Okay. Put the copper plate in there. Put the copper ore in there. Oh, it's because I'm pulling up the conveyor belt that's got copper ore. That's fine. Yeah, so I'm ripping out the old setup here. And we're gonna get all that fixed, and when that's fixed, I should be able to bring way more through. How are we doing on time? Gotcha. And it's complaining about power. We'll need to fix that real fast. All right. So meanwhile, with that, what I'm going to go ahead and do is we're going to go to production. And you're going to go over there. Now we've got room to expand if I need like another lane for ore drop off or anything like that. And then what I'll probably do is probably the exact same thing we had with the iron, is I probably am going to take the time to, probably I'm going to take the time to deal with a bunch of this. Cool. Which is, I think we will actually set up that second location to be a second copper drop-off. Meanwhile, we could just grab here. Because those are the upgraded ones. Why are you not putting that down? What? Left click to build. Let's see. So we have this. Somehow it all got downgraded a tier. And it's confusing me. Upgrade items and entities in the blueprint. Grab you. I don't... So make you the red ones. Okay. Oh, that's changing what it looks like. I want to change that. You upgrade it, not downgrade it. Yeah, but oh, I see. I see, and I have no idea what a turbo belt is. You should be able to right-click the upgrade planner to downgrade. Ah, cool. So now I can grab... Alright, so we can grab you. Try holding right click. Cool, so let's put down all the arms, and meanwhile I can go here and say, hey, these belts, would you kindly? Okay, so I think I've got that sorted out. Oh, and I'll need to go down here. All right. So the thing is, I still need 6 more smelters, and that's going to be an issue, but it's an issue I'm going to deal with in a minute. I'm going to go put that there. So it'll bring all of that in here. Okay, so cool. So what I'm going to want to do here is we are taking this. That is not what I'm looking for. We're taking this. Before I make the same mistake I did last time, you are now copper. It's copper ore drop. And you are now checking to see if you are below 4,000 copper. Then you'll do the same over here. Cool. So we're doing the thing where I'm dropping off twice as much copper ore on there. So let's run down here and let's grab 6 more smelters and get those on there. And that should alleviate our copper ore problems. Then I'm going to need to look at the power grid because we are adding a significant increase to the amount that we're going to be hitting it for. Okay, it's everything's already charged. I was about to say, like, I don't see you making buzzy buzz sounds. All right. So we no longer have smelters up here. Let's grab the tank. Yeah, let's just grab the tank. And get those extra couple of smelters going. And then we need to do kind of a tally on some of our resources. It's been a while. Let's check to see how our iron's doing. Let's check to see how our copper ore is doing. Let's check to see how our stone is doing. Make sure we don't have any of those that are starting to get dangerously low. I do have lots of places I can hit for all these things, but it's a matter of if I can get enough out of them to make it worth my time. So you got 6 for me, or not really? You got 1. Alright, so need 5 more. Cool. Alright. Let's grab that. Get that all set up. And then I need to expand our power network. And then hopefully by fixing the copper production to be a bit better, we will get our green circuit boards producing, which will get our red circuit boards producing, which will get our blue circuit boards producing. Maybe if I have sulfuric acid, which I probably don't. But at least we're fixing some of the things that I know are a problem. I also just realized I should have just run over here. It's fine. We should be getting relatively close on our concrete to having what I need for the rocket silo. And then it's just the blue circuit boards is the last holdout. Circuit boards are always a bottleneck in Factorio. I don't like the looks of that. It looks like one of those ran dry. So the iron drop is still going at normal speed. This is all fine. I'm guessing what's happened is our iron pickup. Yeah, our iron pickup probably had to take a different route. Okay, so we did have one of our guns got destroyed on the north front. No, south front. It's been getting hit again and again, so it's not surprising that they slowly wore down one of them. That's going to happen. Eventually, though, we'll get stuff like artillery, and I'll just deal with them from afar. Right, and I need one last one of you. Cool. All of those are backwards. And that's because it was a copy from another location, and I just ran with it. And those conveyor belts are backwards. I'll deal with that in a minute. So, note to self, verify the inserters and conveyors are what I'm looking for in that specific spot. And fixed. Alright, so I gotta drop all the stuff that's in my trash out. But the good news is, that's now way more copper, way more copper plates coming out of there than we had before. So that should really help with our copper production, which should help with our green circuit boards. Let's see if we can't see our green circuit boards. Yeah, so green circuit boards are waiting on copper, which is about to be full. Ah, here's another problem we have. Time passed. Here we can go here. Don't stay more than 180, and that's an ore. And let's also run up here. Do I have enough inserters for this? Probably. I should get both of those with the better inserters, but right now, I just need the inside ones. When I think about it, I just need the inside ones. So just the ones that are interacting with the train directly. They're the only ones that need to be in a real hurry. So I still got 24. Let's go ahead and upgrade that row. It'll do the same over here. Alright, so I need more inserters, but that should help the copper both like empty the ore quite a bit faster, as well as it should also help it load up the ore quite a bit faster. So I think we'll be good there. Alright. That did give me a bunch more of the blue inserters, so I just need to go into all this stuff I have in my trash section. I need to get that out of my inventory. It's just piling up because I don't actually have logistic robots yet. And then we need to work on our power because we are still holding where the solar is doing most of it, but that is going to quickly start falling behind if I don't keep building it up. So I need to get these blue arms out of my inventory, which will be good. We can roll right here and drop them in that box. I want to get all the wood out of my inventory. Oh, and for the record, we've been making rocket fuel this whole time. So whatever rocket fuel we need, we should be good for a long time. Okay, this will be a bit annoying because I ignored the problem, so it got pretty bad. Not what you want to see. You have to look at what's going on with our coal. Okay, I'm probably not going to use the flamethrower. Let's put that in our... Okay, never mind. It's sorting itself out. Okay. That's probably just stuff like we're using more plastic and having to have more drop-off, but that's more and more why I'm trying to get as far away from that as we can. So for the moment, I'm not using a flamethrower. We can put it in the box. And grab the junk power poles, put it in the box. We can grab the rotten food. We can put that in the box. Honestly, just grab this crap and put it in the box. I'll put you back here. Okay. So let's ditch the stone. Let's ditch the yellow conveyor. Let's take a quick peek at how we're doing on our rocket. Or not rocket, our rocket silo. The rocket silo is literally just waiting on blue circuit boards. Everything else is covered. Okay, that's good news. I'll just drop this light right there. Okay, the stone goes over here. We have the old school smelters. Oh, I've got one of these that's damaged. That's just taking up more inventory space for no reason. Alright, so we can go to you and drop you off here. You get filled in that end of the other building, so we can just grab the whole stack. We have these I'm not going to be using anymore, so we can drop them into a box. Where are you at? I just had it. Where did you go? I literally just had that smelter. Where did it where's it hiding? Okay, hang on. We literally just had that smell. There you are. Okay. There. Jeez. Eyes, please work better. And grab the extra drills and drop them in there. Okay, so we're going to go over here. We're going to grab more of the solar panels. We're going to grab more accumulators. Gonna grab more of the laser guns. We probably need more. Never mind, we won't be grabbing more yet. I will go ahead and grab these and start running back and forth. Just because those are ones I'm not going to be able to reach. Alright, so let's run over here. We're going to drop more solar panels. I think we're going to start doing the thing where we're swapping some of the solar panels around to, like, get the accumulators and all that sorted out. So it is going to mess up our power a little bit, but that's the reason I'm going to try and do just a little bit here and there. Looking at our stone, we're about to run out of stone in our first area, and honestly, that 231 is not a lot of stone. So it is looking like our stone's going to go away pretty soon. I have 2 instances of the same copper node, so let's take that off of there. Okay. I'm gonna run over here, because all of this is not the way it should be. So I grab a bunch of this. And as we clean this up, I'm gonna stamp down the next thing. And yeah, it does okay. Yep. Yeah, towards the blueprint thing. Alright. So we're dropping all those accumulators we just picked up. Because I'd like to try and do that as much as possible before we get too much in here. Alright. But with those clear, I can start putting down the solar panels instead. But it's good to see the solar panel going good now. Yeah. Like, the big thing I need to get sorted out right now is our oil situation. We're just not getting enough sulfuric acid. Like, it's barely keeping any. And that's because of a lack of sulfur. You're barely getting any sulfur because of a lack of petroleum. And we're not getting plastic because of petroleum. And we're not getting any of that because of oil. And that's just because the oil nodes we've had have started to run out. Not run out. They don't run out. But they're just hitting that point that I just need to get more. Oh, I need to bring up this line as well. Okay. Don't you have another site with oil? Yeah, so I've got the one down here hooked up, which it actually apparently just got enough oil to come alive for the train. But that's the thing. I got 2 oil pickup locations, but they're both getting pretty low. So what's going to need to happen is I'm going to need to branch out and get another one. The issue I'm running into is the 3 I see is I have one down here. We're going to have to fight my way through all this. We have one over here that we're going to have to fight too. Or there's this little one right here, which is easy to get to, but its yield is terrible. So it'll be an improvement because it'll be a third one with terrible yield. But it's still terrible yield. That's a problem. Go ahead and put the sulfur there for right now. Okay. Keep putting down all the accumulators you can. We've got one that's a higher yield one. Okay, so now with this, I should be able to go through and start stamping out all these, because I'm going to do that till the solar panels we got in our inventory are sorted. I didn't think that through very well. Okay. Because there's those things that as we go and I can't reach those if I don't have them filled in. Oh, that's fine, I'll pick those up. I just won't be able to reach them to deal with it. Okay, apparently we will have enough to get that sorted out. Okay, and we can go here and say, yep, I would like more. Okay, and with that, we're just getting all these extra solar panels put online. That's because we finally have our steel stabilized. Alright. And we're powering up all our accumulators. But yeah, so at this point, our solar panels and our steam produce the exact same amount just about. Like when they're running at their max, they're almost the same. Technically, steam has the slightest edge, but honestly, by the time I get these put down, that probably won't be true anymore. But that's kind of the idea, is like still have steam as a backup in a pinch, but just keep lowering and lowering that. But yeah, so I think what I'm gonna have to do for the oil is I am gonna have to fight my way down here. I really don't know where I want to make my defensive lines though. So we've got, like, you can see all these squares being revealed from all the radar dishes I've got everywhere. I'm just surprised there's literally been no oil we found up here. There's probably oil farther out. And we're probably looking at kind of pretty close to the limit of what I can see from where I'm at. Yeah, I'm hoping standing this close to the edge, they'll be able to reach into the middle without me running into problems. Okay. Because we're replacing the, what is it, the 16 solar panels have been able to fit under a grid? I'm with way more. Don't put it there. That's fine. Alright. Put that one there. There'll be another one of these sections fully filled in. Cool. Yeah, I don't know if they can reach all the way to the solar panels there. I know it puts a ring, yeah, so I can't quite reach out there, so I'm gonna pick up that one. Now get me close enough to put these ones down. Almost done with this. And the more I get these grids done, the ones that were messy, the less I'll have to worry about other problems later. Wait, why? How did you get switched to be on one? Alright. Yeah, most likely pretty soon I'll probably have to go and grab more accumulators to fill in the gaps. Yeah, well, no, actually, we'll see. If I have to, I have to. Okay, so that's a higher level one. Or no, you're just recharging? What's going on right now? Why are you not... Okay, no, we're good. Yeah, I'll probably have to go up here. Or what I might even need to do is just down the road, set up like one of my armors to have like 5 robo-ports on or something. Whatever I can fit as the max. Because as you can see, I can't reach those. It's actually 6. I'm literally going to go... Never mind. They're already doing it. As I say, I'm just going to go up there and deal with it. It's fine. Okay, so we're just going to go ahead, and I still have a lot more solar panels. So I can get all that set up. And I keep accidentally somehow switching that to a different... list. Okay, and we have one last one I can put down here before we are out of solar panels. And that should help a ton with our power grid. Because we're just added something like 116 solar panels or some nonsense onto what we already had. And then some of them are rare, some of them are other stuff. We got some goodies on there. Okay, the downside is I'm watching that accumulator charge right now, and that is deeply upsetting. That is what that is. That is straight up flatlining right now. The solar panels are starting to come back online, though. So yeah, so running into accumulator problem that... Well, actually, I was replacing most of our accumulators. That was probably me yanking our storage while it was dealing with it. Let's grab accumulators and toss them up there. I can do that real fast. But yeah, so I do think we're going to need to start fighting our way out to that next oil node and getting that established. Which will be burdensome in a lot of ways. Okay, so you've got some power. Oh, I've got 4 higher tier solar panels we can put down. Let's just grab the accumulators, just shove them in, because we are looking like I might have enough solar power for what I'm dealing with right now, but not enough accumulators to store that power. Like, it might be because I was moving them. There's a good chance that is actually the cause. But it also might not be. Okay. Alright, so we added another 50-something accumulators on here. Alright. So, we've got ourselves a ton more power. Our solar power has officially overtaken our steam power in its capabilities of production. We can drop off this lower level conveyor belt. And then see where we're going with this next. So, we did deplete the stone inside our perimeter of our base. I do think I'm gonna have to do that push for that oil. Which is gonna be an interesting thing. I'm gonna probably do where I kind of slowly crawl our way out using the guns and all that to cut a path so that I could defend the train tracks and everything. Yep, and with this, you're all gone. Okay, so our brick production inside our base is spent. And I mentioned a while back that eventually I would need to add another stop here. We're at that point. Okay. So we're just dealing with all that real fast. And honestly, I will just do this. Hey, you over here, what happens if we just went ahead and copied everything here but the stop and got that all online? Oh, I need more inserters. I said but the stop, but I guess we have the stop anyways. Oh, you were already connected. Okay. So I think we're all wired back up. We'll see here in a second. Because you're going to check to see if I have brick. No. Was it brick or stone I need? Brick. It was brick, right? I need brick? Yeah, no, I need brick. Brick. We might also need stone later, but right now we're looking at brick. Which is over here, because it's technically a placeable. Less than 4,000. So let's go grab the inserters. And basically what I'm doing is I'm setting up a new brick node that I can go and pop into there. I do see that we also have stone as a material, but I think in the entire base, the railroad tracks here is the only thing using it. And I don't care about that specifically just because... Oh, actually, I have the landfill. The point is, I can deal with that elsewhere if I really need it. I'll leave what's here, and we're going to go deal with that. But what I need to do is grab more inserters. Does higher quality storm power? Yes, and a lot more power. Literally going from common to uncommon was double. You have run out of red circuit board, so I literally have not gotten a single more inserter. Hey, higher quality inserters. You got work to do. Oh, actually, here, we can solve this problem, at least short term. Alright, we'll put what I got up here. Basically, our red circuit boards were getting stuck because of copper going to our green circuit boards, was getting our green circuit board stuck. We should have that copper plating resolved now. But also... clearly there's still a problem there. Alright, because then we'll name that stop to get the stone brick over here, which should be fine. We don't use much of that anyways. Okay, so let's take a look at what's going on with our green circuit boards. So green circuit boards apparently has run out of iron now. Because apparently there's just no winning. So iron is going at full speed, which is good. And like these are, it's like literally emptying out the train as fast as we can. So the bottleneck is our actual iron production. We have an attack against a weak spot in our base. All right, so we've got another set of nests here. Those are going to have to be dealt with, which I really would rather not. I'd rather fix our other problems, but the baiters don't care. The biters see your desire to not deal with their drama and are just all about it. All right, I'm more than 2 shy. Okay. So I need 8 more. But then I gotta go deal with those biter nests down there, and we're gonna go expand our defensive line down there. That's honestly one of the things that's slowing me down, is just having to stop and deal with the biters again and again. Which is true. I think that's one of the reasons why there's a lot of people who do like to turn the biters off, is just the fact that the inconvenience they can cause can just really slow down your ability to get stuff done. I'm trying to wait for like the last 2 here. And then I should be able to go from there. We can drop off the wood. We can run down, deal with those biter nests. And then after we deal with the biter nests, I can just build out the defensive line, because it is right there by where they just hit. I need 3 more. That's okay. Well, while it's getting those 3 more, let's go ahead and get the conveyor knocked out. Okay, so I want to join up with this one. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go like this. Do we want both sides of that belt? Yep. Nope. Do we want? Yeah, we want both sides of the belt. Okay, we can go to you in the meanwhile and say stone. Let's see, stone. Oh, did I just call it brick? Brick drop. Cool, so train should be... Yeah, so it's doing its best. That's fine. Let's go grab that last inserter, because I was off by 1. And then let's deal with our rude neighbors and get on to the next thing. And how are you doing? You're still waiting on blue circuit boards. That's not going to change no matter how much I want it to. Yeah, so what I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to expand specifically for the purpose of oil. Cool. Yep, so we've now got brick coming back into the base. And bear with me, chat, because I need to use the restroom, and I also need to grab myself a new drink. So I'm going to do both those things before we get on to the next one. I am going to go ahead and pause on this one since we do have a area right here. But I'll be back here in just a minute. Thank you again so much for tuning in. Okay, hang on. Hang on. Little too ambitious with that jump. Yep, let's, take a minor detour. Alright. Would you go away? I'm trying to commit crime. Look, I really want to make this work, but you're gonna have to cooperate with me a little bit. Bang it hard. That's my strategy. I've cursed myself by putting that in. Oh god, what's happening? Yeah, that's, That's how that works. Spring and summer, let's get this. And I am back. Okay, so with all that, let's see. We were going to go down and deal with the nests that were causing us grief down below, and then reinforce that area as best we could. Honestly, do I have enough inventory space for a few more laser turrets? Because a few more laser turrets, we could run down there and just really expand that defensive line. Where is our tank at now? Where is our tank icon? I don't see it. There we go. I need to, like, make a dedicated parking spot mark. Okay, so we have another attack over there on the edge. That's fine. That's already reinforced at least enough to handle most of the basic stuff. Eventually they will start going. I'm trying to remember, wasn't there like a yellow level of bug or green level of bug or something that was like one tier higher than the blue ones or something? I believe there was another tier, at least one more tier. There might be more than one. Okay. And now I can grab the defensive line. Okay. Yeah, so I'm trying to cut across here and get that defended. And all that. We still have a gap over here that I need to deal with. We still got a gap there I need to deal with, and a gap here I need to deal with. So the plan is just cut across here, get rid of that line afterwards. All of this would then be enclosed, and all that would be enclosed. I do see I have an immediate problem to the north. That is my next concern, because that's basically behind my defensive line. And while I do have some minor defenses on some of this, I don't have anything of real substance defenses up here. That's actually a real big problem, too. But we are trying to get the area enclosed so that, like I said, they gotta work through my defensive wall versus just chewing on my factory. Okay. Little by little. And I might honestly just leave those sentry guns back there with the regular ammo, even though they'll probably never come into play. I just don't have the inventory space to deal with them. And it's not like they're hurting anything, and if something went horrifically wrong, they're still there and able to help. Okay, we can grab you. Alright. So good news is when I'm able to grab that many, we get several screens with defensive line built out in one go. I do think on my other save, the one I've been doing a little bit offline, which I'm keeping behind this one, I'm just gonna gun for the RoboPort right from the beginning. And just start, like, daisy-chaining the factory. Just so I could do the thing where I just stamp out the buildings and just run off and do whatever. And there's always the risk that it gets attacked while it's still setting up the infrastructure, which is the worst-case scenario. But even then, usually, you can just expand your defense lines so fast that way. We still have 48 more of the weapons. So just keep on expanding. But yeah, so we were over around here somewhere. No, because that's our tank. Well, no, because... Yeah, that's our tank. Yeah, so we still made it a bunch of screens over. And we are still actively going. Okay, like with that, we're going to basically merge up here. That'll be good. So that'll mean this whole gap will be open. It'll just have this one spot, which there's a cliff right there. So really, they can't get through without engaging one side or the other. But we've almost got our entire south barrier set up. I am going to have to check on our power again because we just put down a lot more of the turrets. But the good news is our production, we're only keeping our steam engine at, like, only partial use now. The big concern is, do I have enough accumulators for that many guns to run at night, especially if we get attacked at night? Which is a big question mark. Alright. Okay, so we're getting to, like, the last couple of these I'm going to put down. I don't have enough of those to set up another whole segment. Are those all upgraded ones? No, it's just still putting them down. Actually, you know what? I can put one more segment down. Alright. Yeah, because I am going to run out of the guns, but I have some guns available right here. Okay. Yeah, so we're just moving the defensive line up to not have a weird zigzag in it. And I did mention before, sooner or later I'm going to have to make gates. They'll have like 2 or 3 areas where you have like a bolstered area of wall with the guns along the sides and then a gate in the middle. That way I can drive through or head through however I want. And the biters can't just overrun the gap in the wall. But they're always a weak spot. But you can do stuff to like kind of make it. And the reason they're a weak spot is because anytime you don't have like a solid wall where you have kind of like an end, you don't have as much coverage so far as the same number of guns hitting the same area. And there's stuff you can still do it, so they have to like work through it, but you'll end up losing more weapons along those areas. Which is fine. That's all just part of how this thing works. Alright. And then we're not going to go any more segments in this one, because I don't think we're going to quite finish this segment here. And I mean before we have to restock or whatever. But it's going to be more important that we go to the north, deal with that one nest that's up to the north. Hey, friendos! Already attacking our brand new location. Okay. Yep, we got the last little bit we're going to build for right now. Yeah, so you'd be two guns short of doing that. That's okay. I guess you need to do something with the oil soon, which will require getting through that wall. Yeah, no, getting through the wall isn't a problem. So my intention with the oil is the oil's down here or over there. That one I think is just honestly out of reach right now. This one is garbage. I'm not even going to worry about it until I happen to already be past it. So you are going to have to push out here. So the plan would be, if I get this walled off, what I'm going to do is I'm going to start pushing down. And we'll clear all the nests around on all sides. And I'll start by getting down here. And I'll build like a little enclosed area on this side. But then I'm going to make wall down this way on either side. That way the train can get through without being attacked constantly. It is going to be an endeavor to get that set up. Because if I do just go down there and plunk the things down and put defenses on that side, the trains are going to get picked on here and there as they roll through. Neat. More higher level smelters. Because those higher level smelters, what I can do is I can go through the smelters I've already got built and just swap them. They don't consume any more power or anything like that, but they do have a situation where they produce faster. So that's just one of those ones that there's no reason for me to not just go in and upgrade them. Alright, so let's go over here real fast. I need to grab more of the laser defenses. No, please don't run into my power. Okay, grab some more of the laser defenses. I need to run up north. We have another attack. It's just hitting that same spot on the edge again and again. I should go do the solar right now, but I need to be wrapping up soon. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm just going to grab those. We're going to run up, deal with this nest, just because if I don't do it, I'm going to forget about it. And it's the kind of nest that if I forget about and I let it sit there for a while, I might find myself in a real bad time the next time I play where it rolls in and causes grief. And I'm really hoping... I'm guessing... Well, no, our green circuits was waiting on iron. So I'm hoping we get that resolved soon. Yep. Yeah, no, I'm already, like, almost 2 hours over what the amount I normally go, which it's fine. Like, I don't need to get off immediately because of, like, having some, like, time crunch or whatever. It just very genuinely, when I pull these long nights, they're not a sustainable thing. Like, I could do, like, kind of the binger night where I just really go for, you know, a couple nights a week or every other week or whatever, and that would be alright. But just doing one after the other, what'll end up happening is I'll just be more and more tired in the future ones. Like, I'm doing good now. I just recognize that I am aware it is not something I can do long term. Because it's one thing to, like, play games for long hours, that's one thing, but then being in, like, entertainment and broadcasting and doing all that while playing a game, especially a game that requires a certain level of, like, thinking things through and all that, like this, you know, there is just, like, a brain fatigue that happens after a while. So luckily this isn't that big of a nest, so we can go here. Alright, one nest down. Cool. And the last of the nest. Alright, cool. So we got that one out of there. So it does mean I shouldn't have that as an immediate threat. Because like I said, I do have a gap in my defenses over there. The good news is when they expand, they usually have a pretty hard limit on how far they'll go. Now granted, when you have like a river or something so that arguably like the distance they have to path is long, but the distance between is not, that you can run into situations where they expand a lot farther than you expect. So that's the reasons why we were getting the expansions here previously, is it was coming from across there and going across, but they were going the whole way around. But since we walled that off, what happens is when they go to expand, they start going around, they just get murdered by the lasers there. Alright. So we did expand the wall just a little bit more. And then we're out of laser defenses. Okay. But yep, so the things we're gonna have to do for the next stream, like, we've got a lot of stuff going, but we're hurting on oil, which is holding up a sulfuric acid, which is holding up our blue circuit boards. Let's actually see if our blue circuit boards, did we make any? I doubt we did. Yeah, so none whatsoever. And that's because actually, I mean, literally nothing has gotten down there. Oh! You know, chat, when you fail to make a way for a train to actually arrive at a location, they don't arrive. I'm gonna quickly just add that rail connection there, which I probably shouldn't, but that is the thing I'm gonna forget. I forgot I stamped out the blueprint. The blueprint doesn't hold the connections, and the reason the blueprint doesn't hold the connections is that way I can make it adaptable for whatever rail needs I have. But it just meant I overlooked it. Okay. Yeah, so it should be able to get down here real fast and get that hookup sorted. Oh, no, wait, that's not the way I want that signal. You go that signal. You go this signal. You're fine up there, you're fine over there. Actually, you're not fine over here. What are you doing here? Get out of here. You're fine over there. Hey, Bentley, how's it going? Yeah, so right now they can't reach this location at all, which was the problem. So now they can. Cool. Oh, right, I put this here to consider that top area separated, but I do need enough that it's at least 2 ahead. Alright. So now with that, all of these are lit up. If I go check you, you're waiting for what? What are you doing right now? You're sleeping. But none of these are flagged. Oh, it's you're at the drop off, but there's nothing for you to do because there's not enough green circuit boards. That's fine. I mean, it's not fine, but it's what we're living with right now. You pretend it's fine because in the absence of being able to fix it. Yeah, so you're waiting for this. You're waiting for your iron plate, which is just not arriving in time. And we have one train doing our iron plate, which, like I said, it's basically going as fast as that iron plate's producing. So when we get back the next time, more iron plate. That didn't do what I expect. Yeah. Okay. So just leaving myself a note that next time we get back, I need more iron plate. So let me go ahead and save this. because it is getting way, way, way too late for me. Because right now, it is coming up on 6 in the morning, my time, and I started streaming about 11 hours ago, so you know what? I'm pretty tired. So with all that said, thank you so much for tuning in. If you're watching over on YouTube, and what's going to end up happening is I am going to go ahead and drop the stream over on YouTube because there's no such thing as rating over there. If you are watching here on Twitch, don't go anywhere. I'm going to go ahead and put up my ending stream screen and see who we can find to drop a raid on. Now, as a reminder, if you have